Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Final hour of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Since it's our final week, we got to get the band back together one more time. We're going to take the pulse of Pittsburgh with our good friend Chris Mack. In 20 minutes, we will have even more from that skirmish in Steel City. Not much of a fight last night with the Steelers dominating the Dolphins, and then we'll try to make you some money and bring in the Dogster at 8:40. How you doing to our audience on Stadium? We're still going to stream that final hour. Get one more look. This face. You got a few more days. We're also streaming on X as well. So thank you for being with us. Let's bring him in, our guy, host of the Wooly Mac podcast, also a host on the BetMGM network. It is Chris Mack. Chris, good morning. How are you doing, and how's the Christmas shopping going? Oh, nice.
That was a queen. You know, you like that? A nice royal queen's
you're a
wave.
princess.
Hello, everybody on the Stadium Network. So Christmas shopping is going surprisingly well, despite the fact that everything that my wife wanted for Christmas, she has gone out and bought for herself. So, you know, when she gets a pot and a pot, not pot, a pot. Not
one
pot. Yeah, want to clarify.
She gets a bunch of weed for Christmas. Now you know why.
No.
When you get a dime bag.
Although, now that I mention it, hell of an idea. Yeah, it's gone surprisingly well. Have ordered a few things. Already actually wrapped one of said things. The rest sitting in a corner, piled up in the closet. So we're about 30% of the way there with 9 days to go.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good. I feel like I have not started wrapping presents, which I usually leave to the very last minute. And then I stress wrap everything on Christmas Eve, which I would not recommend. All right, Chris, so the reason we brought you on here was not to talk about Christmas. It was to talk about the Steelers. And so we had already booked you before this game got underway last night. But now, after this game, I have one question, and it's a very simple question. Are the Steelers a good football team?
Maybe.
Was that your daughter? Who said that?
That's the more unsure you are of your answer, the higher the pitch in your voice gets, Chelsea. Come on, everybody knows this. Goes maybe. Maybe. So here's the thing. The last 2 weeks, they have played decidedly well on both sides of the ball. And that's what this team had been working toward, they told us, all year long. What Mike Tomlin likes to call complementary football. The defense plays well. They keep the opposing offense off the field. They actually won time of possession pretty decidedly as well last night, which is something they had struggled to do most of this year. They ran the ball pretty well. Rodgers threw the ball well. Pass protection was good. Run blocking was decent. They got a turnover at one point when they needed it, and won on third downs after I think they went 0 for 3 on their first it might have even been more than that. 0 for 8 at one point. Sorry, I had the number wrong. 0 for 8 on third downs on offense to start, and then they converted 5 straight during 4 consecutive touchdown drives, which is something they hadn't done in 7 years, a touchdown on 4 consecutive drives. So, yes, they are playing the best they have to this point in the season, and that means they're maybe pretty good. Good enough to win the AFC North, I think, at the very least, as they have a solid lead on the Ravens now.
Are they going to win this division? I mean, they had that game lead. The schedule's winnable. Playing maybe their best football of the season. Complete game last night. Are they actually going to win it?
I mean, it doesn't really, I don't want to say it doesn't matter. It matters, obviously, but it doesn't matter what they do in their next 2 games. And as long as they beat Baltimore in the finale, they still win the division, Jenks. Now, they can they can clinch it, lock it up before that Week 18 game against Baltimore, which, by the way, is at home in Pittsburgh, because Baltimore's got the Patriots coming to town on Sunday night and then a trip to Lambeau before they come to Pittsburgh. So, the Steelers don't even necessarily have to pull off a 7-point upset and beat Detroit on Sunday. They could just survive Detroit, maybe with a loss, and then go to Cleveland and win, have Baltimore lose at least one of their next 2 games, and they're going to be in a good spot. Maybe even have the division clinched before Week 18. So, yeah, they're definitely... They're not just statistically in the driver's seat now. They are solidly in a spot where if they just do what they should do and play remotely close to how they've played the last 2 weeks, they could have this locked up before the Ravens even come to town.
Okay, so based on your inflection in your voice, it feels like you don't feel super strongly about this Steelers team, but you look at the rest of the AFC this year, and it kind of feels like that's the case for a lot of these teams. So in any other year, I'd say, okay, Steelers going to be one and done. They'll make the postseason. They'll get blown out and not even cover the number in the first round of the playoffs. But I think a lot of it depends on who they're matched up with. Like if they're matched up with the Bills, woof. But some of these other teams, like it's the Chargers, the Texans, the Colts, if you go further down. So do you think they actually have a chance to win a playoff game this year, depending, on who they play?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. If it's the Bills, yeesh. But I think, if they got the Chargers, even though they did not play them well out in LA a few weeks ago, I would feel very different about that game come mid-January, regardless of where it was played, but it would, almost 110% most likely be in Pittsburgh because the Chargers just get more and more beat up every day. Justin Herbert gets more and more beat up every day. If it were somehow Jacksonville, I'd feel really good about it. If it were Houston, maybe not because they're red hot, maybe the best team over the last 5 weeks in the AFC. If it were Denver or New England, I wouldn't even necessarily be as scared as I would be of the Bills. So yeah, they've got a chance to break Mike Tomlin's 8-year playoff win schneid, which would help his standing in Pittsburgh just a little bit. We didn't get any fire Tomlin chants last night at Heinz Field, which was, a turn in a positive direction.
Chris,
right,
when you talk about Jacksonville, no, we were talking about Jacksonville earlier, and I wanted to know what your thought is on the Jags because I can't figure them out. Trevor Lawrence is playing his best football of his career. They haven't played the toughest schedule, but here they are. They keep winning, and I feel like based on their history, we're saying, Jacksonville's not for real. We'll find out against Denver maybe a little bit. What do you think?
I think they're Steelers light in a way, and what I mean by that is they've won most of the games they were supposed to win, and they've done it by creating turnovers on defense. And when their quarterback shows up, they look really good. I think the Steelers are similar. When the Steelers force turnovers on defense and their quarterback plays well, they look really good and kind of like they can beat almost anybody in the AFC field. I would say there's probably Jacksonville fans that feel the same way about the Jags. You're right. We'll find out a lot against the Broncos. It'll be interesting. They're another, I think, matchup-dependent team. If they were to draw, say, the Chargers in the first round, I'd feel good about the Jags winning that game and moving on. When you start to stack them up against, say, Houston, New England, even Denver, that's when I start to think they hit some serious hurdles. So, yeah, I would say they're very similar to the Steelers in how they achieve victory, just sort of a watered-down version of it, maybe a little less chaotic version of it.
I think when it comes to the postseason, the handicap sometimes is different because it boils down to who do you trust in the postseason? And sometimes it feels like a totally different discussion than the regular season. Like, that's where I stand on the Jaguars. Like, me and Jenks were talking about this earlier. Like, which quarterback do you trust more in the postseason? Would it be Trevor Lawrence or Aaron Rodgers? And I'm looking at the rest of the teams in the AFC, and it does feel like a changing of the guard where, Aaron Rodgers is going to have, like, probably the upper hand in that type of conversation where it's Josh Allen, it's Justin Herbert, who has bad postseason numbers, it's Bo Nix, it's Drake May, who's had a great season, but unproven in the postseason, Trevor Lawrence, CJ Stroud. Like, Josh Allen's the only one that stands head and shoulders above. So when you flip it in that direction, like, let me ask you, who would you trust more, Trevor Lawrence or Aaron Rodgers in the postseason?
Rodgers. I only paused for a brief second there just to think if there were any caveats or conditions I could put on it, and there really aren't. I think when you look at the quarterbacks around the AFC playoff field, it's kind of surprising that you're still getting a 25-1 number on the Steelers to win the AFC. Not that anybody expects them to necessarily go on a run and win the AFC after not winning a playoff game for 9 years. I get it. I get why they are where they are on the board. But I think there is going to be a crystallization of the thought on, what do quarterbacks provide us in the postseason when we see the postseason field actually set? I think it's a great point, Chelsea, because Rodgers, other than Allen, who has shown us this kind of stuff in the postseason before? I think we look at C.J. Stroud and the way he's played lately. Yeah, he's capable of it as well. But the rest of this quarterback class in the AFC, if we look at the potential playoff field, is just unproven, or they've proven it and it hasn't been very good what they've proven to us.
Who's the best team in the NFC? We've got about 3 minutes here, so we've got some time. Is it the Rams? Is it the Seahawks in the same division? Is it someone else? The NFC is really fascinating.
I think it's the Rams. I think just because as long as Stafford and Nakua are healthy and they can do whatever they want on offense, I just now the one caveat or condition to that is if they have to go on the road to Seattle. That's what I want to see. If you ask me for a dream NFC championship game matchup, that's what I would want to see. Rams in Seattle somehow. I don't think that's percentage points all that likely right now. The odds tell us that probably wouldn't happen, but that would be an interesting matchup. Seattle's defense at home against the Rams offense outdoors. I think that would be the best possible matchup, but I think as long as the Rams have the NFC playoff field coming through their building, they've got to be the team to beat in the NFC. I still have questions about how consistent the Packers can be on offense. The Eagles' consistency offense in this economy. The Bears have obviously their warts on offense as well. So yeah, I think that's my biggest question mark is, can Seattle take care of the Rams at their place? And if they do, would they be able to get that opportunity again in the playoffs?
All right, so this has to be quick, and I know there's a lot that goes into it, but it feels to me that the viewpoint of Mike Tomlin nationally is so different from what we see in Pittsburgh. You mentioned it earlier. Mm-hmm. How much stock do you put in the fact that Mike Tomlin has never lost a home Monday Night Football game? It seems pretty damn impressive to me, but I'm sure the haters will have some type of comeback. So are you one of those haters? Do you have a comeback?
I'm not a hater. I look at it and I say, that's great. That's awesome. That's a really cool trend. Just like never having a losing season. Oh, that's a really cool trend. What does it get you in January? Are there Monday Night Football games in January? There's one. Okay, well, if they happen to get the Monday night game on Super Wild Card Weekend, then we can go ahead and talk about it again. Win me a playoff game, Mike. Win me a couple playoff games if you want to get really frisky. And let's talk about doing what the Steelers have been known to do for decades now, which is win in January. Until then, it's great. It's nice. It's not what people in Pittsburgh want to hear. They want to see you win games in January, Mike. And I imagine if you put him, on a lie detector, he would say something similar, like, yeah, it's all well and good. That's great. He'd have a really good Tomlinism for it that I can't come up with right now. Something about painting a barn with red paint if you have red paint, or something about, I don't know. That's what he would do because he's good at that. I'm not, obviously. But he would probably say something similar. That's great, but we got to win when it matters most.
Yeah. He is host of the Kabali Mac podcast, host of the BetMGM Network. Chris, I just want to say, our show obviously coming to an end this week. You're an awesome person. You're fantastic at what you do, and it's been a real joy having you on this show for all these years. So thank you for coming on, and thanks for being a friend to us. We really appreciate it.
Right back at you guys. I loved not just listening to you guys, but getting the opportunity to be on the air with you as often as I have. So best of luck.
Thank you, my friend. Much appreciated. Also, Chris, first class Christmas shopper. The guy's been nailing it. What is he supposed to do? The wife's bought everything. Get her a pot, get her some weed. She's good to go. That's a great husband right there. Great father. Yeah. Coming up next on the show, well, we'll continue talking about, we'll go into the nuts and bolts a little bit of what we saw last night and spin it forward. Dolphins have now lost 14 straight games and playing at temperatures of 40 or below. Back to Pittsburgh we go. Next to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Tuesday. Tuesday.
Great vibes.
Great vibes here on the show. God. Seriously. Come on. Tuesday? That's how I started the show. What? I woke up thinking it was a Wednesday. I swear to God. And I'm like, and it makes a difference. That one day makes all the difference. Coming up on the show, the Dolphins can handle the heat, but never the cold. So let's continue with our Christmas time theme. Again, show ending on Friday, so I'm jumping a little ahead here. Normally, these are questions I would ask you closer to Christmas times, but how do you and Jake generally shop for one another? I mean, there's no right or wrong, as I always say when it comes to couples. It's just, different. Every couple has their own relationship, different ways in which they do things. What about you guys?
I feel like we're not very set on presents. Like, honestly, I don't really care. Like, normally we'll go to the mall or whatever and, like, we'll pick out something in front of each other. It's like, hey, I want this. Do you want to buy it for me? And that's our Christmas present. Because here's the thing as well. Like, we both have jobs. We both have our own money. So, like, if we want something, it was ordered 2 weeks ago from Amazon and delivered 4 hours and 26 minutes later. So that's the thing. Like, most adults with their own money, like, if there's something they want, they get it themselves. Like, I'm not somebody who puts a ton of stock into, like, gift giving. I don't know if it's something that, like, growing up, like, presents weren't a big deal, especially as you got older. So, like, I don't know. It's just not one of those things that matter that much to me.
No, I hear you. We're kind of the same way. I think that just comes with age, too. Not necessarily being old, but just older. I remember when I was a kid, I was like, I'll never get tired of making a list. I love making these Christmas presents. I'm going to get as many presents as possible. I'm like, I don't know why my parents don't make lists. They're stupid. I always want as many presents as possible. And then you get older and you're like, I don't need much.
Did you have headgear?
I did. Presents. I love it. Hey, guys. See, I'm only going to have to keep it for a couple months. It's going to be fine. Did you have headgear? I had a friend of mine who did. I had braces, but not headgear. No. I didn't have braces, though.
No. That has to build character, though. Like, imagine having headgear or, like, something similar where occasionally you'll meet somebody who has an experience like that. And Jake's like, you had childhood cancer. Like, that's character building. Like, maybe not in the way that, like, headgear, like, people make fun of that. But, like, it does shape you. Like, it's wild that I've never been to therapy, or at least it's been a while. Like, when my parents got divorced, they, like, made me go. But I was like, I'm not saying anything. But it's crazy to me, like, how people talk about how much your childhood, like, really shapes your entire being.
Oh, absolutely.
It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, and I don't know if this is true, but for example, I'm not going to take this down a depressing road, but if you talk about things that affect you, like, I'm always, like, messing with my hair, right? Like, all the time. Like, part of it is I'm super OCD. Like, I'm not super OCD, but I'm very meticulous with everything, like a perfectionist. But also, there was a time when I lost my hair. Do you know what I mean? So I was without hair for a year because I had chemotherapy. And so I was bald. And when you're bald in elementary school and you're super paranoid about it, and my hair came back differently. So it used to be sort of red and straight, and then it came back wavy and darker. And I'll never forget that my doctor, and I'm in a small town, and chemo was really rudimentary back then. I mean, it's never been great, but especially back then. And I remember my hair started coming in, and my doctor was trying to make me feel so much better. He's like, look at that head of hair. Look at that head. Look at this hair coming back in. And I remember, like, it was such a reinforcing moment for me, because you go from, oh my God, I'm bald. I'm wearing a hat everywhere because I'm so embarrassed. And now I have hair again. So part of it, when I think about myself being, like, always, like, messy with my hair, I think part of it is me, just my personality, but also I think there's probably a tie in there as well. So there's no question that things that affect you in childhood absolutely end up being something that affects you as you get older.
But I will say this, like, you're 50 and you still have a full head of hair.
That's
maybe
true.
that's what, like, God gave you. He was like, listen,
Yeah, I think
you made
so.
it through the ringer, so we're going to at least give you this.
Yeah, at the end, it was like, all right, tough road. So we're going to give you a lot of hair, So very lucky in that respect. But didn't mean to take that down, a depressing road. But yes, I absolutely have empathy for people who are going through that. And you're right. Anything that you happen or that happens to you when you're younger, no question when you're older has some sort of effect, even if it's residual. Well, what is the effect on the playoff picture after what we saw last night in Pittsburgh? Let's talk about that. The Steelers beat the Dolphins 28-15. Steelers laying 3. Steelers minus 175 on the money line. Total set at 42 and a hook. The over hits. How about this? Aaron Rodgers becomes the oldest quarterback in league history to complete at least 85% of his passes. 23 of 27, 224 yards, 2 scores, and this.
On third down. Got it to DK Metcalf. And fighting his way for the touchdown.
Metcalf, 3 catches, 55 yards on the night. That score gave the Steelers a 21-3 lead in the third. So the Dolphins got a couple of garbage time touchdowns, which affected the over. I would have liked the under in that game. So I would have been wrong on that. But I love this after the game. The Steelers now 1 game ahead of the Ravens in the AFC North, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling was asked about Aaron Rodgers after the game, and he said this: I don't care if he's 65 years old or not. He can still spin the ball, and he's always playing chess with the defense. This is one of the best performances from Pittsburgh all season long, and Aaron Rodgers was great.
Yeah, I know. I think this is the mental gymnastics that we're going to be doing for the rest of the season, is that we're going to be asking ourselves, are the Steelers a team we want to trust at probably a good price in the postseason?
Yeah.
Because we were just talking about this with Chris Mack. If you look at the hierarchy of quarterbacks in the AFC this year, without Patrick Mahomes, without Joe Burrow, there's a lot of question marks when it comes to postseason experience. And when it comes to these games that have the cold weather and they're close, and they're the games that mean the most, Aaron Rodgers showed us last night that he can still fully compete in these type of games. And it's not just the accuracy, it's the little things. Like the play last night where he pointed out that the other team had 12 men on the field. And it was called even like 30 seconds after it happened. And he just was talking to the referees. And he is the best, or one of the best in the game, at picking up on little things like that can, surmount to big advantages for his offense. So I think that's the trouble that we're having right now. Like, a lot of us are asking, are the Steelers good? Or do we really take that much away from the Steelers beating a Dolphins team that absolutely cannot function when the temperature drops below 40 degrees?
It's crazy. They just can't do it. I don't know what it is. Well, part of it is obviously people are going to be like, they live in Miami, dude. Like, I know. Like, I get that. But even for a warm weather team, it's bizarre. 14 straight the Dolphins have lost when the temperature is 40 degrees or lower. Like, that's unbelievable. And Tua himself is 0 for 6 all time under the same conditions. Miami will not make the playoffs, officially eliminated last night. So this will be their 25th straight season without a playoff victory. A quarter of a century without a playoff win. But what's crazy about the weather part is, I was reading about this, they know, the organization knows, everybody knows in football, oh, these guys are not good in cold weather. They practiced over the weekend in the snow. They went to Robert Morris University, not far from Pittsburgh, in Moon Township, Pennsylvania, practiced in the snow, got ready in the snow, ready for a snow game, or at least a cold weather game. Wasn't snowing, but they were ready for the elements, and it still didn't work, Chelsea.
Right. So I don't know how you fix this if you're the Dolphins, but at least you have a long offseason ahead of you to maybe ponder these questions. But in the meantime, you look at the Steelers, and it feels like this is the most complete game that they've played in quite some time, because we've kind of been waiting for this performance from the defense as well. And it's wild that they did all this without TJ Watt, really the quarterback of their defense. So to come out and only allow Miami to score 15 points is a big deal. So on all fronts, we had Aaron Rodgers being, pinpoint accuracy and spreading the ball around. The tight ends were used in probably a way that they should have been used earlier on in the season. And they were running the ball effectively. So this is the time you want to be trending in the right direction. The Steelers look like they are doing just that. And we were having this discussion earlier about, okay, so they're favored to win the AFC North now. And I think a lot of it just has to do with Baltimore's schedule down the stretch, because the Ravens, man, their schedule is no joke. So they start off this week against the Patriots. Then they have they go on the road to Lambeau, and then they finish with that all-important game in Pittsburgh against the Steelers. So right now the Steelers have other games, but the main one on their schedule is going to be that final game of the season. And here's the thing, between these two teams, we've seen this before, Jenks, where it's been for all the marbles, the last game of the season, de facto playoff game. And even when the Steelers have had bad iterations of their teams, when it's been Ben Roethlisberger, like super old, throwing at 3.2 yards per attempt, they've won some of those games. So I know the Ravens are also trending in the right direction as well. But all of a sudden, we have interesting football going on in the AFC North, which is something that I feel like we couldn't say for most of the season.
Yeah, it's finally getting to be where it's like, all right, we got something going on here. Also, I think Steelers fans they're happy, but they're also sort of miserable. Like, we kind of got that with Chris Mack, and I feel like this has been an ongoing theme throughout the season. They're dying for a reason to get rid of Mike Tomlin, and they can't. We were talking about on the show, it was just, what was it, 3 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago when Ben Roethlisberger came out? James Harrison came out, and they were saying, yeah, it's time to move on. It's time for this franchise to move on from Mike Tomlin, because he'll win games. Yes, you're not going to believe this stat. Have you heard that he's never had a losing record? Like that's been said ad nauseum, but it's incredibly impressive. And yet the Steelers never really advanced in the playoffs. They could do this again. They could win the division. They're the favorites at minus 135. They have the advantage. Ravens are plus 110. They could win the division, have a winning record, and all of a sudden Mike Tomlin stays around for another year, rinse and repeat. That's a real possibility.
Right. But my question is, like, who are you going to get to replace him? Because, like, as somebody who cheers for a team that had the same dilemma where back-to-back seasons Mike Vrabel did not have good records for Tennessee, and people say, well, he can't, win the big games. He's had talent on the roster before. And now you look at him with New England. He's probably, going to win the AFC. But this season is not over yet. And we touched on this. Yeah. If there's ever a year where maybe the Steelers can finally win a playoff game, maybe this is it. Like, a lot of it will depend on the matchup that they draw in the AFC, because, like, some of those teams, like, right now, Buffalo's going to be a wild card, or I think they're going to be a wild card team. I need to double check that.
Yeah,
but
I think so too.
Anyways, the teams are the Bills, Texans, Colts, and then I guess the Ravens would maybe be on the bubble there. But, like, my point being, like, the Chargers, some of those other teams, in a one-game sample size, in a game in January, where if Pittsburgh wins the division, they'll have a home game, they have a chance to win a playoff game. And that is the main complaint of Steelers fans, is that they make the playoffs, but they can't win in the playoffs. So maybe that changes this year.
Yeah, maybe it will. I mean, if we see vintage Aaron Rodgers like we saw last night, he was unbelievable last night. He was just carving up the Dolphins. And look, the Dolphins were not great defensively early on, but they've been playing really good defense over the past few weeks. There's a reason why the Dolphins went into this game 5-1 in their last 6. What are the Dolphins going to do with Tua? Through his 15th interception of the year, he leads the NFL. Chelsea, his salary next season is $39 million. Cap hit of $56 million. They're sort of stuck with Tua, and I like Tua, but he just has not lived up to that massive contract.
Right, and how many chances does he get? And it feels like he's not getting better, especially with somebody with major injury concerns, where you start to wonder, like, how much of that has affected his play. to where the head injuries and like the playing scared, where you can tell when pressure comes behind him, like he looks skittish, and for good reason. He has to worry about his brain. So when you're paying somebody that much, obviously you have some hard decisions to make. But that's just kind of the going rate for quarterbacks in the NFL. There's plenty of mid-tier quarterbacks that are making a ton of money. It's just kind of the market price that you pay for quarterbacks these days. But it does feel like the Dolphins kind of have a ceiling, and that ceiling is Tua. And here's the thing. When the playoffs are played in January and you can't play in cold weather, that's a big problem.
Yeah, it's an issue. And it's always going to be an issue, at least. God, that's all we've seen from these guys. So that's got to change at some point. Probably not going to change with Tua under center. Coming up. All right, we've talked about last night's game. Now let's find out where we're going this evening. Maybe a little college football, some basketball as well. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. Here we go. It is a daily tip on the BetMGM Network. Final week on the show. Gonna finish strong. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Best bets coming your way. I'm just gonna chase. I have nothing to lose. 0-2 night last night. So let's just go for it. And then tonight, oh man, I'm looking forward to it. I just don't like staying out too late because we get up so early for this show. But tonight, the lovely Catherine is having her company Christmas party, and it's in Bethesda, which is about a 35, maybe 40-minute drive from here. So it's not too bad. But I'm going to go, and this is the first time I will have met her coworkers. She's met you guys, most all of you guys. She's hung out with us before. But I've never really met many of the people that work at her law office, so I got to be on my best behavior tonight. Oh, that's just absolutely such a wonderful yarn that you just spun there. I love it. Absolutely love it. And your work, it's so important. It's so important. I'm sure it's not going to be like that, but I never know what to expect when I'm going into a space that I'm not really familiar with, you know?
Right. You got to put on your trophy husband hat.
I know it.
Or I guess trophy fiance hat. And act
Yeah.
like a good partner. But Jenks, I'm interested because I've heard some stories from Catherine's work just because we've worked together for so long.
Sure.
How about the girl that always showed up late and like constantly took like mental health days and it was like, well, the Uber was late. So you're 3 hours late because the Uber was late.
Right.
You know who I'm talking about, right? Is she going to be at this
Yes.
party?
Ooh, I don't think so. I think it's sort of, well, I know it's a big deal to Catherine because it's not a party for everyone, if that makes sense. So it's sort of like the partners and sort of like the management and director team. So it's a big deal that Catherine is part of it, but it's not like the company-wide Christmas party. It's more of like reserved for, sort of upper management and things like that. So it's a big deal that she got invited. And so the good news is the girl that lives near us, it takes me probably 15 minutes to get to Catherine's workplace, but it takes this other girl apparently 45 minutes. She will not be there.
So what this is sounding like to me is that there's going to be good food and drinks at this party. Like if it's for upper management, bacon wrapped shrimp, cocktail shrimp.
I'm hoping so.
Top shelf liquor. Like that's what I would be excited for.
I know. Well, and it's at someone's house too, I think. Like I believe, yeah. So, and this is way above my pay grade. I don't know anything about this type of existence, but Catherine's like, this is where this is going to be. And I saw this house. I'm like, oh, this is like someone's home where they're hosting the party themselves. So yeah, I'm going to have to, I don't know. These guys are going to be talking about legal issues, best practices when it comes to RFPs and these things that they work on a regular basis. And I'll be like, you think this is the year for the Bills? What do you guys think, huh? I mean, I feel like Josh Allen has to win it this year, right? Crickets. So we'll see how that goes. I think it could be fun. At least Catherine will be there, but I will happily blend into the background, smile, shake hands, nice to meet you, and then sneak my way over to the bar and get that bacon wrapped shrimp.
Yeah, or just always have your mouth full. Just be like, "Buh, buh, 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 buh." I would have an educated take on this, but I just stuffed 3 meatballs in my face. So just do that.
That's what I'll just chime in with things like, yeah, that's not legal. That's not legal. You can't do that. You can't do that. Like stuff like that. I would rather, when I get in a situation like, I'm not going to fake it. If I don't know, I'm not going to act like I know the legal ins and outs of a particular issue, because these guys work on things that like blow my mind. When Catherine shows me some of the stuff that she is writing or preparing, like if there is a request for proposal or some of these things, I'm like, you wrote this. She's like, yes. I was like, it's amazing. Like, I'm mega proud of you. That's remarkable. But also, I don't know how you're doing this. I can't, legalese in particular. If you read like contract language, whatever it may be, like your eyes just roll the back of your head like, oh my God, what am I reading here? You know what I mean?
Right, but it's a Christmas party. So I would imagine that these people are not like gonna want to talk about like legal specifics. They're gonna want to let loose. Like if it's a good Christmas party, like aren't the best Christmas parties the ones where like somebody gets like unhinged drunk? So maybe that's just our company. But let's hope.
That's old school. That's old school. You get together, you booze up, all right? And then you see where it goes. And at the end of the night, the next day, you say, wow, what a time that was. How'd I get home? And it's fine. It's just fine. I think that's what happened to us. I was like, how'd we get back? But we did. We all made it back safely.
Yeah, it doesn't matter the process as long as the result is right. It's like in betting. It doesn't matter if you win it by a mile or an inch. A win is still a win.
That's exactly right. So let's get some wins tonight.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. Need you here. What do you got?
Yeah, I need myself. All right, so we're going to rely on one of the teams that I've been betting on in college hoops for the past few years, and that is Belmont basketball because they're here local in Nashville. So quietly, Belmont's had one of the best offenses in the entire nation. If you look at their three-point percentage, they're 11th in the country, shooting 40% from the three-point line. And as far as effective field goal percentage goes, they're second in the country. So that's the thing. When a team is laying a big number, you need an offense that can score some points. So I think Belmont fits that bill. So I'm going to lay the 8.5 with Belmont on the road at Evansville tonight. Belmont's been great at covering numbers on the road this season, a perfect 3-0 ATS when playing away from Belmont. And then you look at Evansville, and they've been double-digit dogs 3 times this season. The only time they didn't get absolutely smoked in those games was the game that they hit 14 threes against Western Kentucky. In the other 9 games before that, they hadn't even hit double-digit threes. This is not a high-octane offense. In fact, it's one of the worst offenses in all of college basketball. According to effective field goal percentage, they're ranked 301st. Like, I'm pretty sure there's only like 360 teams in college basketball. So that's the handicap for me. If Belmont gets firing away on those 3-point shots, their offense is going to be too much for Evansville. So let's lay the 8.5 with the Bruins. Let's go Belmont.
All right. A classic. An oldie but a goodie with Belmont. All right, I'm chasing, guys. Let's do it. Here we go. Chelsea money line plus Avs money line. Oh, yeah, minus 112. So English Football League, the semifinal of the Carabao Cup. Chelsea, you love the Carabao Cup. Cardiff City, Chelsea. The Blues have been winning, grinding lately, so Enzo Maresca is going to make some changes to his starting 11. It doesn't matter. Chelsea has beaten Cardiff City in their last 5. Chelsea in the money line. Then we go to the ice. Obvious money line play. Avs and Kraken. Colorado. Chelsea, you have that hoodie. Best team in hockey. Avs are 10-2-5 on the road. Kraken have lost 8 of 9. Chelsea money line. Avs money line. Minus 112. Also, Flames on the money line. Minus 135 in San Jose. Not easy betting on a bad team against a bad team, but I like the form that Calgary has shown recently. They've won 4 of 5. Sharks have the worst goal differential in the NHL, dead last, and they're banged up as well. They lost one of their better players in Will Smith. He's now on the IR after that comeback win against Pittsburgh. Also, Calgary has won 7 straight against the Sharks. Let's make it 8 straight. Calgary money line, minus 135. And college football, Jacksonville State, minus 2.5. It's come down from 3.5. I'll play it at minus 2.5, minus 135 in the Salute to Veterans Bowl. Here we go. Troy offense barely has a pulse, okay? Doesn't matter if they're running or passing. They're awful. They're also not great defensively, and that's where Jack State is going to take advantage. Their running back, Cam Cook, leads the country in rushing. That will allow Jacksonville State to pull away and probably win this game outright. I like them on the money line as well. Cocky the Gamecock is going to be celebrating a dub tonight. Jacksonville State, minus 2.5 in the Salute to Veterans Bowl 3 plays on the card. There you go.
Okay, so if my geography is correct, isn't Jacksonville State in Alabama? Like, you'd think it's in Florida, but I think it's in Alabama.
No.
Look
You're
at me.
exactly right.
I'm a wizard.
Look at you. You're the smartest person I've ever met. You're right. Tip of the cap salute. All right, Doctor. Oh, he's in the Christmas spirit, Doctor. Come on in here. What's going on?
Ho, ho, ho.
Okay, fine.
I hear the show is coming to an end on Friday.
Yeah, that is true.
So let me get this straight. I could send an email to someone in the office and there's nothing that human resources can do about it.
Well, they can still fire you, Doctor. Then you wouldn't get severance.
It doesn't matter to me. I could use the time off.
Well, it's still a bad look.
Here's what I was thinking. To whom it may concern, aren't you tired of all of these restrictive clothes we have to wear?
Doctor, you don't wear any clothes in the first place.
And that's just the way I like it.
Okay. Good. Dork. Give us a bet.
Knicks, minus 2.5, hosting the San Antonio Spurs.
Okay. Too much time for you, Doctor.
All right, Jenks.
I don't know, Chelsea.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What is the severance package for the Donkster include? Is it hay and like a calendar of like the WWE divas?
I think it's probably 8 weeks of hay and then a lady of the night. You know, we'll have to work that into the table. Let's give this guy a little break. You know what I mean? He's been in the studio forever by himself. Cut the guy some slack. That's off the record, though. You know what I mean?
Right, we don't condone that, but...
We don't condone it. Will it happen? Probably. Are we condoning it? No. Will I be aware? Not that I know of. Another classic. Yeah, wiping our hands clean here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Have a great Tuesday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell. He said, ring that bell.
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Well, Brenton, CBS Sports, will be joining us in a few minutes, get his thoughts on everything that occurred in NFL and looking ahead a little bit. I want to talk to him about these divisions because right now with 3 weeks left, there are 6 up for grabs. You could make a case. Okay, it's close enough to a coin toss, or you get one result this way, one result that way, and maybe your leader in the division will change. So we'll get to that coming up. Joe O, Sammy P. We just made the announcement about chicken dinner, so make sure you check that out. We do plan on having content out later on this week. So talking about these college football playoff games, also week 16 in the National Football League. Make sure you're subscribed, iTunes, Spotify, the podcatcher of your choice. And we were talking a lot of college earlier, Sam, while you wait on Will. The announcement official. We knew it was going to happen. It's funny because you were talking about the idea of the Chiefs drafting Pavia and where he would go in the draft. And before the college football season, the favorite to be the number one pick in the upcoming draft was a guy that's going to be returning to Texas, as he should. Arch Manning, back in college. Probably going to make more money there anyways.
Yeah, no doubt. He needs some seasoning for sure. Now that you're into the smoker game, you understand the importance of seasoning the meat. Arch was not seasoned at all in his summer early in the season. He saw ghosts against Ohio State. And look, there were some positive moments and certainly some games where you thought, oh, okay, I see it there. But he was never able to get into a groove and find rhythm. Now, there were some issues on that offensive line. The O-line coach and the head coach were ready to kill each other by week 4. There were a lot of things that went right last year when Quinn Ewers was the quarterback that did not go right this year. And it's not all on Arch. But if he works as hard as he did going into last summer and can progress through his growth, he's going to be a special player this year at Texas, this coming year.
And you told me to follow this person on Instagram, but do you have the meat church seasonings as you bring that up with for your smoker food?
I don't.
Really?
I've got similar ones.
Okay. Because a lot of people say that that's the best. I've got a little bit. I got a couple of them. I tried it the other day. Seems pretty good to me. Man, those seasonings make a big difference. Massive difference. We'll check in with Will Brinson coming up in a few minutes. All right, so those divisions that I was talking about that seem to be up for grabs, I want to see if you disagree with any of them. 3 in each conference. That's where I'm at. The East is up for grabs, the North and the South. North, after last night, that ends up flipping again. We'll get to that coming up with our guy, Will Brinson, CBSSports.com. What's going on, Will?
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Oh, we're just getting ready to go down on the Titanic, buddy. You know it.
Back in the Titans plus 3.5. Is that what?
Sure, exactly.
Yeah.
We were just hinting at some of these divisions that are up for grabs. Who do you bet to win the NFC North? Green Bay or Chicago?
Oh man, these Bears. They are. I mean, they might just be for real. I think the problem with the Packers is, a week ago, we're looking at the Packers, 2.5-point favorites going into Denver. This defense is just playing lights out. Jordan Love had 9 touchdowns and 1 interception in his last 4 games. He's starting to do the thing where he heats up, being bandied around as like an MVP sleeper. If he gets hot, steal it from Stafford in May. And now it just feels with the Parsons injury, like just so deflating for Green Bay and their Super Bowl chances. So I think the Bears is the answer. I heard a stat, and it was on shout out to the guys on the Ringer Fantasy Football Show, but I don't I haven't checked this, but Caleb Williams has the fewest interceptions ever by a quarterback in his first 1,000 passes or something like that. That doesn't seem like real life to me. But I think Ben Johnson, has done an incredible job. And so, I think the Bears are the team I would back, but, the Packers can obviously do the thing where they just, Jordan Love could just go nuclear for a stretch and sort of offset that Parsons loss.
Dude, what's going on in Carolina? Is this stupid streak of when they're favored ever going to end? It's right there for them. Tampa loses on Thursday night, lose to the Atlanta Falcons, and they can't close it out against New Orleans. Can you explain this?
No, I wish I could. The only possible explanation I have for Carolina is that they don't seem to do a very good job of changing their approach week to week in terms of game planning against specific opponents. For instance, like if you're playing the Packers in Green Bay and you're a 13.5-point underdog against a really good defense, yes, you want to muck it up and slow it down and limit their possessions and, run the ball a ton and sort of lean into what they want to do, which is run the ball a ton and hope to get a little variance on the red zone stuff and the turnover stuff and steal a win. When you're playing the Saints and Tyler Shuck and Devin Neal, whether it's at home or on the road, you need to come in a little bit differently. And especially if you're coming off a bye and you just need to be prepared to, come into that game and open it up a little bit. And they had a great great early drive. But, I think the game plan week-to-week specific stuff is just kind of problematic for them. Now, you get, Tampa Bay at home, and maybe Baker comes out slinging the ball a little bit with all of his weapons, and you could see that game kind of open up and Bryce Young, play well in the passing game. And so, I think I like Carolina a lot catching the points here. They're the most Jekyll and Hyde team out there. They're the most unreliable team. But if you get them in a matchup where they're kind of going to have to throw it because there's not this there's a team that's going to draw them into more of a shootout, I like their chances, and I think that's what might happen this week. So it's fortunate for them that they don't play the Bucs back to back and they have a week off to lose a game to Seattle at home and then go win the division because they just can't win back to back weeks. Whatever you expect from Carolina is probably the opposite's probably going to happen.
You told our audience 6 weeks ago to bet the Rams to win the whole thing. You were one of the first guys to plant the flag on the Rams. But, man, they got a good one on Thursday against Seattle. Round 2, Rams-Seahawks. How pumped are you for that one?
Yeah, I'm stoked for it. A double revenge game for Cooper Kupp and Colby Parkinson. Devontae Adams, I would be shocked. I know, I haven't seen, an update today. I've been in the car, but I would be shocked if he plays, right? Hamstring injury, you're going to the playoffs. Yeah, it's a massive game. I think both 11 wins. It's massive game for the division and for the 1 seed and all of that. But I do think you have to take the long-term view with Adams. And, I expect him to try to play great defense, run the football. Should be a knockdown, drag-out game. Darnold's got to play better in this one, of course. I still think the Rams are what I said they were, 5 weeks into the year, which is the best team in football with the MVP. And I think they'll win the game. I think it'll be a close one. I wouldn't be shocked at all if Seattle wins. The Adams thing matters. But, yeah, it's an awesome game. I'll be backing the Rams because I back the Rams every week, and it's been pretty generous to me so far in 2025.
Chances are we know the playoff teams. We're just not sure of the order. And is it going to be Pittsburgh or Baltimore? Is it going to be Tampa or Carolina? But outside of that, we know the teams. We're just not sure what the matchups are going to be. Outside of the teams in the South divisions, is there a team you expect to be in the playoffs that you've already circled and you know that you're going to be betting against them?
Betting outside of the South?
Yeah.
I think it kind of depends on – oh, man, that's a good question. I think we talked about this last week, right? These young quarterbacks are getting a lot of love, whether it's, Bo Nix or Drake May. And Bo's been to the playoffs, so it's a little different there. I don't want to fade Mike Vrabel because I think he's a great coach. He's coached a ton of playoff games. He's won a bunch of playoff games. But I do think, Drake May's just been getting love every which way. Everyone thinks he's had his moments, and he's stepped up in big spots, particularly against the Bills. I thought he played great on Sunday, even if Josh Allen was better. I think it's probably going to be one of those veterans against a younger guy who's inexperienced in the postseason. And I think the Chargers might qualify too. I don't like fading Jim Harbaugh either, but the Chargers team just really banged up right now. So I would say it's going to be probably matchup dependent on a younger quarterback when they get in the playoffs. If you're not letting me pick the Panthers, because man, I'd love to fade the Panthers in the playoffs.
I'd love to get your thoughts on Buffalo, and I know you're going to shoot me straight. You know, I'm big Bills guy this year, if you couldn't tell. Are you more in the camp that Josh Allen is going to take them on a run, or that their defense will betray them? It's really one of two boats, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I had Bills-Rams Super Bowl before the season. I know the Bills and Josh Allen too, and I think, I think that the way that this playoff bracket sets up for Josh Allen is about as good as you can get. Now, you've got the Texans defense and the Broncos defense, which are certainly problematic for Josh Allen. And, I have to do the math on it, but I mean, I don't think if he had to go to Houston, I'd be a little nervous because he's had some demons there. But, that would be the one team. If they could dodge Houston, although their defense sets up probably pretty well to slow down Houston too, right? I mean, Houston's not exactly explosive, although they've been much better the last couple of weeks. I just think the fact that Patrick Mahomes, and not that he's hurt, I don't think Josh Allen's rooting for that, but it's like the boogeyman ain't there. The Chiefs cannot show up. They have been eliminated. Mahomes is on the shelf. There is no world in which Patrick Mahomes can magically sneak in the playoffs, steal a couple wins, and suddenly you got to deal with this guy again in the postseason. I think that is going to be freeing for Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. And what you saw him do, the final drive of the first half where they scored the touchdown and, just get that momentum. They scored the touchdowns on the next 4 drives against New England. Henderson busted off those big runs, but I mean, that guy's a freak athlete and a special player. I think it could be. I don't know if this is the perfect comp, but I think the two instances, the 2006 Colts, and then I think it was the first Chiefs Super Bowl run where neither defense was great going into the playoffs, but they had this elite offense. And sometimes when you got these great offenses and you have enough talent on defense and you have a good coaching staff on defense, and Sean McDermott's a really good defensive coach, you can kind of have these moments where the defense clicks as the postseason starts going on and just feeds off the offense and creates some turnovers. So I think that's the most likely scenario. And Buffalo is, to me, this just sets up where they're like, this is it. No Mahomes. Let's go steal this thing. And I think they're going to make a run.
Well, last thing for you before we let you go here. As someone that watches a ton of ACC football, taking a quick turn as the playoff is about to start, what do you think of Miami? Both of us like them in the game, getting the 3.5. Do you think they win a game here?
Yeah, I mean, look, ACC football is absolute cheeks. First of all, let's be very clear about it. I mean, the two teams who played in the ACC championship. By the way, Virginia lost to NC State in an out-of-conference game and made the conference championship. It's nauseating. The two teams who played in the ACC championship aren't even in the playoffs. It's a total mess, hot mess. Good on the ACC for getting Miami in. Whatever, Notre Dame, get lost. Go join the conference. Grow up. It's 2025. But I would say that, yes, I like backing Miami because they've shown that they can win some big games. My only concern is that, man, Mario Cristobal in a big spot is absolutely terrifying. I mean, was it last year? He wouldn't take knees. But there's literally no time left on the clock. He just wouldn't take knees, and he could knee the game out, wouldn't do it, and lost the game because of it. So him in a big spot, if it's really close, freaks me out. But otherwise, yeah, I think I like Miami.
Thanks, Will. CBSSports.com at Will Brinson on X. Always appreciate your time, man.
All right, boys. Talk to you next week. See you.
No, you won't.
Well, maybe. Just not here. But we can still talk to him. I think people like Will Brinson. I do. Do you like him?
I love Will Brinson. Yes.
Joe O, Sammy P, let's talk some of the Super Bowl odds, the latest odds. There's some interesting things that stand out right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
It was unfortunate that we were up against the break, but Sam, I'm dying to know when Will Brinson started going into the Mario Cristobal lane that everybody predictably goes down. What was going through your brain?
I didn't really think much about it.
Here we go.
I didn't. Some people are always going to feel a certain type of way. I look at the players that he has. I mean, you have to paint the whole picture. Do I trust him walking my kid to the bus? Maybe not. I don't even have a kid. That's a bad example. But do I trust him to build a football program? Yes. Have you seen their offensive and defensive lines? I mean, those are all guys that he recruited. So he can build a monster of a team. And I've got Matoy Pearson's numbers up right here. He's got Miami as the 8th highest rated team in the country. They were like 60th 4 years ago. So it's not a question about getting players and developing players. People don't trust Mario at the end of games because of the fumble against Stanford when he was at Oregon and his decision to not knee the ball against Georgia Tech. That was the game that Brinson was talking about. I was there. It was October 2023, I'm almost positive, when all they had to do was take a knee. But they ran the ball and the running back fumbled, and then Georgia Tech went down the field and scored. So I understand all that. But like the people that drag him give him no credit for turning Miami back into a power in football.
Yeah, and earlier Felder said, his guy was like, no, they're one of the top teams. They are scary. And so, I mean, that's how we were talking about this team in the beginning of the year. It's just they had those poor losses in the middle of the season, but I know it's always tough when you're having that ACC conversation and quality of opponent, but for a month, they've looked awesome. They're like scoring 38 points per game. They saved their best for the end of the season against Pitt. In this whole argument and the yelling about Miami and Notre Dame and all that stuff in Alabama too, that's gone on. What's been lost in all of it is how good Miami has looked for the last month or so.
They've been very good for 4 straight weeks. I would also, one other quick point on Miami, for all the, you can't trust Miami, this and that. Right now, Miami would be favored on a neutral over Texas, Alabama, Vanderbilt, Ole Miss, Utah, Oklahoma, USC, Penn State, Tennessee, Clemson. The list goes on. Obviously, it goes 100-some teams. But the only teams with a higher power rating than Miami right now are Georgia, Notre Dame, Oregon, Texas Tech, Indiana, Ohio State. That's it. So to get Miami back to that point, I care much more about that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's hit on the NFL. We mentioned that we would get to futures and awards and all that. So let's do that now. You were right about the Henderson number. I don't know why I was thinking 50, but you were right. And, I was looking yesterday, at the current numbers. Henderson's the favorite for offensive rookie of the year. I'm holding Henderson. That would be the best futures result for me, but I don't even think he should be the favorite, but he is the favorite. We'll see how much he's used by New England moving forward. Plus 190. So it's not like he's the odds-on favorite, but it's really tight. Ibuka, to McMillan right there, a little separation. Then you get to Dart. I hear a lot of people talking about Tyler Shuck and that this guy should be up for offensive rookie of the year. Like, okay, I think that's a little recency bias there. Oh, he just won back-to-back games. We've got to he's a quarterback. Let's talk about him as offensive rookie of the year. He's 22-1. That's the best number. And I started to compare the numbers with Dart and Shuck. I'm like, wait, really? Is there really a chance here? Dart has 20 total touchdowns. Shuck has 8. And people are talking like he has a better chance than Dart. 12 more touchdowns for Dart. He has 1 less interception, and he's got 400 more passing yards. So if you're going to do that comparison, it's really not close between the two of them. We just need Dart to stay on the field for that ticket to be live. But, man, JSN is up to minus 475. Puka had another big game. I was thinking that he was going to be close with JSN, but the market is saying no, that he's nearly a $5 favorite.
Yeah, you've got him at what price again? JSN?
That one's 50. That one's 50.
Whoo, man. I would love
That'd
some
be
of
nice,
that.
too.
I got none of that. I would love some. Ain't got none.
Oh, well. You got a lot of bills. A lot of bills on a weekly basis.
Yeah, I know.
More.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's up to about 36,000 now if they actually win it. And here's what I'm thinking about today. Obviously, we have the Super Bowl market up. We talk about it all the time. Rams plus 350, Seahawks 7, Bills 8. But in talking to some guys in Vegas that book bets, their reasoning for floating the Bills out to that point was because it didn't look like they were going to have a home game. They were going to have to go on the road the whole way. And here's what I wanted to talk about. And again, I would prefer it. I don't need it because I assumed all along they were going to have to go road, Super Bowl. But they're only a game behind New England now. And if they can do their jobs and the Patriots lose Sunday night at Baltimore, never an easy place to go and win, all of a sudden the Bills and Patriots have the same record and the same conference record. If I told you that the Bills could be a 2 or a 3 seed, how much 8-1 would you love to have in your pocket? Because you could bet that right now at 8-1. But if they become the 2 or the 3, kiss the 8-1, bye-bye. That goes down to 6-1.
If the Bills win the division, I expect them to be the 2. They have the same amount of wins as Jacksonville, same exact record as Jacksonville right now. And Jacksonville's the 3 and Buffalo's the 6. And so obviously they would meet in the first round matchup. Yeah, you'd love to have that. You'd love to have that 8-1. So what is it if Bills, they don't get a bye? Let's say they're the 2, but that means they have home field as long as they're not playing Denver on that ride.
Well,
to
they're
the Super
favored.
Bowl.
They're favored in every game. And it's not by 2 or 3. You know, that's all it is. It's all betting math. The problem with the math with the Buffalo road path is that while they might be favored in every game, it's -1, -2. When we talk about going to Orchard Park and having the Texans come into Buffalo, that number's 4.5, 5. It just is. So that's all it is. The math becomes a lot easier if they go through that home path where they're going to be favored by more than a field goal in probably every game. I mean, they just went off as a 2-point favorite in New England. In New England. So, you know, if that game is in Buffalo, what's the number? 5.5? 6?
Yeah.
I mean, that's where we're headed.
But you know what? You know what's funny is if you look at this playoff picture right now, okay, 3-6, Jacksonville, Buffalo. Let's say the Bills win on the road in Florida. New England, Houston. Houston can easily beat the Patriots. Now they're hosting as a 6 against the Texans, which would be fascinating. Like, I look at this current playoff picture, and you're right, a lot can change. And I think some of it will. The AFC teams won't change because I don't think Indy's getting in this conversation. Maybe it ends up being Baltimore instead of Pittsburgh, but that's the only change, and that's going to be your 4 seed. But if you look at it overall right now, I'm like, oh, road team. I like a road team. Like, don't you like the Chargers against Pittsburgh or Baltimore? More so Pittsburgh, but don't you like the Bills? Don't you like the Texans against the Patriots?
I'm not sure yet. I love the Texans defense. I'd probably go under in the game. You know, D'Amico Ryans against Drake May would be exceptional theater. How the New England offense handles the Texans defense. And, you know, honestly, New England would probably try and run the ball a ton to try and navigate quarterback hits and quarterback sacks, because you don't want Drake May dropping back 40 times. That's the last thing you want against the Texans defense. New England would try and run it, but I can't wait for a potential matchup, New England against Houston. That would be a great game.
Yeah, I mean, we were starting to get into it before Brinson popped on. So many divisions are up for grabs with little football left. Mention the East, Buffalo and New England. There's the North. Is it going to be Pittsburgh or Baltimore? In the South, is it going to be Houston? Is it going to be Jacksonville, sitting as a 3 seed right now? The NFC North, of course, Chicago or Green Bay. The South, Tampa or Carolina. And then the West, maybe it ends up being decided on Thursday between Seattle and the LA Rams. One thing I don't like, and they're not going to change it, it's just how it sets up this year. The likelihood in the NFC, rather the NFC playoff picture, is that the winner of the West is going to be the 1. And then the other team in the West, the second place team, is going to be the 5, which means that 5 goes on the road, faces Tampa or Carolina, probably wins. And then they're going to one of those teams is going to be knocked out. The Rams and Seahawks are likely to play each other in the second round. Kind of sucks because those are the 2 best teams in the NFC right now.
Maybe there's a way where we can push them a little bit further down the road. I mean, you're right about the way it shakes out. The question is, are we sure that the Rams get the 1? I mean, obviously it's looking good at this point, but what if the Bears beat the Packers and the Seahawks beat the Rams?
Man, yeah.
Then all of a sudden
you're.
Yeah, right, exactly. I'm not saying the Bears would be the 1. I'm saying like you'd have Seattle be 12-3, and then I believe the Bears would be the 2 at 11-4. The Rams would be the 3 at 11-4. So this is a huge game Thursday. I think a lot of people are just penciling in the Rams to win, to have the 1 seed, and I don't know that it's that simple, man. Seattle's going to have a lot for Stafford on Thursday. I can't wait for Thursday night. Like, there's been a lot of Thursday night duds in the last 6 weeks. This is one of the best games of the season with everything on the line.
Heavyweight match, no doubt. Circa has it as Pick'em. BetMGM has Rams -1. DraftKings has Seattle -1.5. It's like, if you're looking wherever you want to go, if you want a few cents here, a few cents there, save a little bit, you can find a spot to bet it. Yeah, I agree with what you just had to say. I'm not going into it thinking this is Rams. Don't believe Devontae Adams, just the way he pulled up with the hammy in that game. No, they want him for the playoffs. They're not going to force him in on this game and make anything worse. So, man, that's going to be a phenomenal matchup, and it's going to be all eyes on Darnold. That's the only question that people have about that team, Sam Darnold. And we saw it a few weeks ago where you saw the bad Darnold pop up. Well, this is going to be a big matchup, and now they're going to be at home. So are we going to get a good version of Sam Darnold? Because that's what's holding everybody back on Seattle. It's the only thing. It's the only reason they won't completely buy it. Sam Darnold is still their quarterback, and I want to see him do it in a big spot. Well, I got news for you. Thursday's a big spot.
I'll probably bet Seattle. We got a couple days to figure this out.
Yeah.
In a pick'em game in Seattle, I'd be looking at the Seahawks. And this might surprise some Bears fans. In a coin flip right now, I'm not taking Green Bay. Not at Soldier Field.
Nope, not with Kraft out, not with Parsons out, not with Watson probably out, Zach Tom, they're terrific offensive tackle.
I can't believe they're not favored, to be honest with you. I make the Bears a short favorite.
They will. Do you think they will? I think they will.
It's very possible. I make it Chicago -1.5. That's where I'm at.
Okay. Yeah. You know where I stand on this game. I said it right after that loss. I said they're going to get them in Chicago, and they're going to split. And that was before the Parsons and Watson injuries. Yeah, that's brutal for them. I don't think the Bears are going to blitz as much as they did in that first matchup. Love just killed them again and again on that blitz. It's going to be fun. And, where we stand right now. So we've got Chicago, Green Bay again after we just saw it a couple weeks ago. And you know what? We might see it again in a few more weeks. Because as it stands, first round, Packers at Bears.
Oh, if they meet for a third time, and where's that one at, right? Who wins the North?
Yeah, we'll see. Coin flip now.
The Bears and the Packers playoffs in Chicago?
Yep. How's the group
Ben
going to
Johnson's
go?
going to take all of his clothes off if they win that game, not just the shirt. He's going to take off his pants, his jacket, everything. Shoes, kick the shoes off, throw the socks in the corner.
Man.
Get ready.
If he wins on Sunday, he's got something prepared right now for everybody to go on Bears social media. Looking forward to that. Joe O, Sammy P, if you missed our announcement earlier, we're going to share that with you next during Lightning Bets right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming up in a couple of moments. Maybe you missed the big news that revealed about an hour ago on the show. It's out there on social media, so I hope you guys make sure that you're subscribed to the show. Chicken dinner, at least the version, I guess, with me coming back. A lot of the replies, hilarious. But another reunion here of Chicken Dinner. That will start later on this week as this show is coming to a close. But we're not going to stop trying to give out the best sports betting content that we would like to consume out there. And it's going to continue with Chicken Dinner. So make sure you're subscribed. iTunes, Spotify, the podcatcher of your choice. As a reminder, at the end of this week, there won't be any more content involving us. There will be other content. The company has chosen to keep it in that podcast feed instead of giving it to us. So now we're hoping, especially if you left 5 stars, you left any sort of a review, unfortunately, now that's kind of going away, or it's going to be on a different show's feed, and you're going to be subscribed to a different show, one that you did not subscribe to. So if you're able to copy and paste it and put the 5 stars on Chicken Dinner, we would greatly appreciate it because it would give us a better chance of succeeding with this venture.
I have a list of content ideas as well. Wait till you see some of these things. For those wondering, yes, I am considering having Joe start doing walking bets. That has crossed my mind as we continue to build our digital footprint. I almost signed up.
I'll bounce.
For TikTok
You want me to
yesterday.
bounce? I'm going to bounce.
Please bounce. Yeah.
I
Teacher
will bounce
Joe.
as much as I can.
Good. I think we need to have your content be more around your foot and your need of foot surgery. But I almost signed up for TikTok yesterday because I know we need TikTok, or at least the show needs TikTok. Didn't do it. I hovered. I didn't push the button. So that's on my list of things to do. But you've already got a newsletter. You've already got a character like the bartender. There's a lot of stuff that's already built there. And, I asked Joe. I called him up a couple days ago. And I said, look, we have a brand, a feed, and a YouTube already done. Like, that's already been done. Do we want to change the name? I personally don't care. Like, I was willing to change to whatever we wanted to, but keep the feeds, keep the YouTube, keep the podcast, and keep the Twitter. Just change the name. And we thought about it for a whole weekend, and then Joe said, don't change it. And then I said, well, I'm going to put you in front. And Joe said, no, don't do that. And I said, no, it's Joe and Sam. It's not Sam and Joe. It's Joe and Sam. So you can find the link on Twitter at Chicken X Dinner, and you can subscribe to that. And as Joe said, we appreciate all your reviews on the old feed, but the old feed ain't our feed anymore. That's going to go to a different duo that will be named at a later date. So that's all I have to say. I'm excited. I hadn't looked at the notifications because I wanted to be surprised. Okay, I have 20 plus notifications on Chicken Dinner right now. So that's a good start. People are excited, I assume. Yes?
Oh, they are. They are. I've been checking on the mentions, and it's put a big smile on my face.
Good. Well,
there's some
let's post about it every day. Every day we'll post about it.
Well, it helps you get the digital footprint. That's the thing.
It's very important.
Digital footprint. Yes. I'm looking forward to it. Speaking of TikTok, you hovered, did not sign up. I do have a TikTok I've never posted. I've just looked up stuff, and it's helped with the cooking. I'm like, oh, there's got to be a TikTok on that. Oh yeah, this one has 500,000 likes. I'm sure it's pretty good. So people must like this one. So yeah, I have an account. I've just never posted on there. So anytime we can. All right, we got a lot of. I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be very funny, very funny. Man. Off and running.
I can't believe you haven't built up our TikTok. How dare you?
I haven't posted a TikTok. The first one
I
will
know.
be when GRP comes on. Maybe we should save him for Chicken Dinner. instead of on this show this week.
Maybe not.
Yes, that's true as well. Could be.
What's
All
the
right.
line in the? Isn't that Wahlberg and Alec Baldwin and Will Ferrell? Maybe not. Maybe bleep yourself.
And you know what? When we're doing chicken dinner, we can say that.
Yes, we can. Although I've come to listen to my fair share of shows. I really hate the overswearing. I do.
Yeah.
If you want to use a couple for emphasis, that's fine. I don't want to hear the F word every 5 minutes. I just don't.
Yeah.
And maybe when I was younger, because we used to swear all the time on the early chicken dinners, because you and I were, constrained radio guys who didn't get a lot of airtime. And then it was like, let's get this podcast so we could say the F word, but now I don't think it's that cool anymore. I mean, it's cool, but it's not the end all be all.
I don't like it when it's too much. Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't know if the swearing was the issue. Maybe it was wanting to put Dak Prescott in a grave every week. Maybe that would have been more of an issue on a platform like this. But
Exactly.
yeah.
We
That's what I
wore
think about it.
black shirts for every game or every week. That was the year that Dak and Zeke were rookies in Dallas, and they went 13-3. They covered, I want to say they covered 13 of 16 games, and we were like, this can't keep happening. And it kept happening. One of the shows was titled Put Your Black On, because we had decided that this was a funeral spot for the Cowboys, who then won again that week. So good times for sure.
I'm looking forward to it. And then when we record, we won't have like this big delay that we currently have. We will be able to hear ourselves. Like there's going to be a lot of things technical wise that'll be helpful as well. All right, lightning bets for this Tuesday. Where you're at, Sam?
I want to put a bet in right now. I love the way the number has moved in this bowl game. Now, it's not until next Tuesday, but the number is down to 7.5, and I completely disagree with the move. They're betting Toledo. So Louisville opened up, I got the number here. They opened up at 8.5. It got to 9.5, and now it's 7.5. So if I liked Louisville at 8.5, and now I can give out 7.5 on our show. There's a 7 offshore at Pinnacle, but 7.5 is the consensus number. Yeah, I'm in. Boca Raton Bowl, Louisville, minus 7.5.
Next Tuesday, Boca Raton Bowl. All right, very good. I'm going to go to, well, first off, before I move on to mine, so you're not doing anything with tonight, Troy, Jacksonville State?
No, I'm not going to watch.
Okay.
I'm be traveling to New York tonight. No.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care.
Oh, that's tonight? Yeah, everything bumped up this week?
Yeah, they moved us up. They moved us up a day, this week.
Okay. Gotcha. All right, I'm going to college hoops. Speaking of Louisville, let's go to Louisville, Tennessee. Tennessee, your home favorite. That now 2.5 earlier. It was sitting 2. Vols on a 3-game losing streak. I'm going to take the number 1 offensive rebounding team in America. We know traditionally they are excellent at home. None of those 3 games were true home games. And just laying that short number of 2.5 against Louisville, I'm going to take them. Louisville, they lost their only true road game this year. And I think Barnes and company, they're going to bounce back to tonight. They had 1 home loss all of last year, and that was to Kentucky. So I'm going to lay that 2.5 price. And the market has been going in that way as all those 2s are wiped off the board. So I'm taking the Vols.
Nice.
Jake, did you have anything that you want to jump in on, even if it's baseball related?
Nothing baseball related, but I joined you guys on Texas Tech a couple weeks ago outright, and the exact is too. I love the Texas Tech over Georgia. I'll put that one in too. Like makes me shiver a little bit.
If you really think about it, 20 to 1.
Is that 20? Okay.
20 is Texas Tech over Georgia. Georgia over Tech is 17. Here's the thing. You know that Paul can't have nice things. So Georgia is going to lose in excruciating fashion in the title game.
Oh, we go against the mush pan too. Everything's coming up Texas Tech.
Yeah, like he'll get there. He'll get Georgia to the title game, but then they'll lose.
They'll be up at halftime too, and then he's gonna say, "I didn't send the bulldog emoji. I thought about it, but I didn't." And then they just lose,
just fall apart.
Yeah, man.
He did have the Dolphins as his last pick in the contest last night too. He kind of knew it. He was saying earlier, like, it's not going to go well tonight, and he was right. He was right on that. So I'm just looking at the Oregon numbers. Okay, yeah, it's like the same numbers. Like, or if you go Oregon to beat Georgia, it's 19-1. Not much different at all, And you said not Indiana, Ohio State is -125. You get the field versus them.
You get 12 teams in the playoff. 10 of them go with the field, obviously. So -125 to get every team that is not Ohio State or Indiana.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting bet. Pretty good bet. Did we failed to mention it earlier? Did you see what Cooper Flagg was able to accomplish last night?
No.
Dude was on 42 points. You know me. This is not time where I'm going out of my way to mention the NBA, but he puts up 42 points in a loss at Utah, and he is the third teenager ever with a 45-5 game. That's what he did last night. The other two teenagers to do this in the NBA as a teenager, LeBron and KD. Now Cooper Flagg's on that list.
Not even Kobe. I would have guessed Kobe for sure. No, I did not see it. Good for him. I was on chili duty last night. Whew. Chili. Came out perfect.
Yeah?
I did chili last night on the stove. Outstanding.
It's a good call. Good call this time of year. All right, we're back tomorrow. This has been Bet Sweats. We're back 9 a.m. Eastern time. Make sure you subscribe to Chicken Dinner, people. Do that for us, please. Right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre.
You ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up? Hello. Welcome to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM itself. I am not Femi Abebefe. I am Jake Hassan, and I'm here for my 1 hour of yard time before I get shoved back into the cage. So it's a great day to be alive, I guess, as some people are telling me. It is definitely a day that ends in Y. So it is Tuesday. It is December 16th. The fun part about running the board and also hosting is you forget that you're in charge of turning the music down, which is what just happened for the last 30 seconds, which is why I was blasting as I introed the show. But that's neither here nor there. As I was saying, I'm Jake Hassan. I am here for the next hour with you before Nick Costos takes over until 7 p.m. Eastern, where he will join us to talk about the upcoming Thursday night football game between the Seahawks and the Rams. But for now, it is time to tell you that you can find us across all platforms, which I am told is 24/7, 365 on the BetMGM Network and the free Odyssey app. You can also watch us, as it is a visual show, on Roku, Fubo, Samsung TV Plus, and more, including the BetMGM Network on Twitch and YouTube. For whatever reason, you only want to listen to us. Again, it is a visual show, so you should be watching. But you can do that at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. If you would like to laugh and giggle and occasionally see a sports take, I'm on Twitter at Jake_Hassan, Hassan, Or if you want to see some weird memes that have nothing to do with anything, and also the occasional sports take, I'm on Instagram at Hassan_Jake. I know that there is not a lot of consistency there. I've been yelled at it for it a lot. It is what it is. Blame the people who took all other iterations of my name on Instagram and on Twitter. We have the whole crew here with us today, not just myself, but the handsome Tyler Morales is also here. The also handsome Bill Zimmerman is also here. The also handsome Mike Brown is here. And Eddie Bates is here too. But for now, it is just me, solo dolo, for the next hour. Love you too, Eddie. Let's start and talk about definitely a game of all time that happened last night. Monday Night Football between the Dolphins and the Steelers. And you may have heard, but the Dolphins have now lost about 1 million straight games when it's 40 degrees or colder. I don't know why Tua can't handle the cold. Mike McDaniel and his short pants can't handle the cold. Also, Mike McDaniel, what are we doing with the glasses? Man, I get you need to distract everybody from the horrible job you're doing as an NFL coach. I've said this before, and I haven't said it in far too long. Just be normal. Just be normal. You just coach the football team. I don't know if he was going for like bootleg Harry Carey. It was all very bizarre. Just coach the football team, my man. And Dolphins lose in just horrifying fashion. It was, like I said, a game of all time. The Steelers win 28-15. I was talking to Tyler before we came on the air. This wasn't even a game that was so bad that it was good, like last Monday night. This was just a bad game. Like, the watchability factor of this game was like a 2 out of 10 at best. If you woke up this morning and you look at the box score and you go, 28-15, wasn't really that big of a blowout. No. It was a couple of garbage time touchdowns by the Dolphins. It was the Steelers the entire way, basically from opening kick going forward. It was just two completely different levels of football. And it was always going to be the Steelers, apparently. So, a game of all time, for sure. I'm glad that I didn't put it on the main TV. I've been burning through the wire recently, had the football game on the second screen. But you don't care about that. You care about this dumb game. Steelers improved to 2-11 all time in games without TJ Watt, which seems kind of crazy. They continue to lead the AFC North. They are now minus 135 to win that division. The Ravens plus 110. But to keep this on this game, and we'll talk about the AFC North as a whole in a second, and the Steelers, and if you should bet against them, spoiler alert, probably not. But we'll get to that in a second. The game itself, when you think about the playoffs and the Steelers are leading the AFC North and they're probably going to be the 4 seed, does this team scare anybody? Cool, you put up 28 points. Cool, Aaron Rodgers throws a couple touchdown passes. Oh, it's going to be fun. He's going to lock in. Who is scared of this team? Anybody? Anybody on line 1? No. The phone lines are dead, mostly because we don't take calls. But anyway, if you're the Buffalo Bills, and let's say you have to go to Pittsburgh for your first game, you have to be licking your chops right now. How could you not be? Look, geriatric Aaron Rodgers, and oh, cool, we'll talk about how Mike Tomlin's never had a losing season again. Take that into next year and use that as a talking point when we're in February or March, whatever, probably the whole spring and summer. But you look at this Steelers team, and you should be, if you're a fan of the Bills or any of these teams in that 7-6 seed range, notice how I didn't do the vice versa of that for a reason. Let the joke die. But if you're one of these bottom teams, you have to be dying to go to Pittsburgh for your first game because they are so aggressively mediocre that it is almost laughable. But we are cruising head-on, headlong, unstoppable force versus very movable object to this Week 18 game where it's going to be the Steelers and it's going to be the Ravens. And that game probably is for that division, maybe. Granted, the Steelers already have one game on that, so the Ravens desperately need to win the second one. But bad news for the Ravens is that Pittsburgh's final games are Detroit, why did I say it like that, at Cleveland, then it's home Baltimore. Baltimore has New England, then they have to go to Green Bay, and then that Pittsburgh game. Seems not great for the Ravens. even Green Bay without Micah Parsons, fine, whatever. You want to change your handicap on that game. It's still Lambeau at the end of December. Does anyone think that's going to be fun for the Ravens? You can make the argument all you want that, Lamar Jackson's looking better. Maybe he's finally shaken off that injury. Fact of the matter is they are way behind the 8 ball here, and the odds tell you that. I'm not saying go rush and bet -135 on Pittsburgh to win the division. They could easily drop the game against Cleveland because, what does the NFL want? The NFL wants this Week 18 game to mean something. Okay, cool. So probably Shedeur Sanders probably just goes off after he got embarrassed by mine and Bill Zimmerman's Chicago Bears, not to brag. Maybe talk about that a little bit in headlines before we get to the actual headlines themselves. It's called the tease. It's coming up in like 10 minutes. But I just think this is right. This is probably Pittsburgh, and you probably, if you really want to bet the -135, you can wheel it with the Spurs tonight. Talk about that in like 10 minutes as well in the NBA Cup tonight. But I don't see how you want to try and find the hashtag value on the Ravens. They are so far behind the 8 ball, but don't want to bet the Pittsburgh Steelers in the playoffs. As far as the Dolphins side of this goes, I guess they're just going to run this back. Mike McDaniel, I feel like we've been waiting for him to get fired, and it just doesn't happen. And this guy just gets to go up to the podium time after time and just basically throw his hands up and go, I don't know. If anybody wants to tell me what to do, please do. Gets up at the podium yesterday, and he says all options are on the table regarding benching Tua. That, to me, translation is just, I don't know, I'll try and save my job however I can. By the way, the backup in Miami is Zach Wilson. Former New York Jets great. Sorry, Mike Brown. So you're going from bad to worse if you're Mike McDaniel. I don't know how Zach Wilson gives you a better chance to win. Might as well stick with Tua. At least there's a little bit of upside there. He threw a couple touchdowns yesterday. Again, they didn't matter whatsoever. By the way, the room was on Devin Achane over his rushing total. Way under. So, like I said, Miami 14 straight losses in 40 degrees or colder. Seems like a good opportunity to continue betting against the Dolphins. Remember when people were saying that they might sneak into the playoffs? Very fun times. Very, very cool. So I'm going to be against the Dolphins going the rest of the way. I'm going to be against the Dolphins in every situation that I can be, especially if we get this benching of Tua and Zach Wilson. I don't know if you're the Dolphins how you run this back. Like, you have to do something. You have to fire McDaniel. You have to move on from the quarterback because clearly this isn't working anymore. Like, Mike McDaniel's doing the cool guy, the glasses, the pants, like we talked about, and it's just not working. If you want to convince yourself that, Tyreek Hill comes back next year, and with better health, maybe this works, or it's just the same thing that it's continued to be since last year. I mean, good luck getting out of the Tua contract, I guess. I'm sure you could find someone that would be willing to take on that contract. Hey, maybe the Steelers give it a shot, and they just move on from Aaron Rodgers after he definitely gets his teeth kicked in the playoffs. Who knows? That's why I get paid sort of to be on the air and on the radio, mostly behind the scenes, but sometimes here. And that's why I'm not an NFL GM or head coach. I do not envy anybody who has to make those decisions. Other divisions that are kind of up for grabs, far be it to make things about myself. But let's talk about the NFC North for a second. Packers seem vulnerable. Micah Parsons' knee explodes. He's out for the rest of the year. I know it's Toyotathon, and we all want to talk about how Jordan Love's the greatest quarterback to ever walk the face of the earth now because he's suddenly consistent again. But he's also been fairly inconsistent, all of the rest of the year. And now here come the Chicago Bears trying to get in a revenge spot in Chicago. Post-game locker room, they're all saying, this is great that we put a beat down on the Cleveland Browns, but also we're already thinking about next week against the Packers. Short week, fine, cool. I think I'm a jaded Bears fan. Everybody knows this. And I mean, everybody in our show chat will tell you that too, because every time the Chicago Bears come up, I'm the first person to say we all need to relax because this is the Chicago Bears we're talking about, and they are bound to disappoint us. How do I know? I've lived as a Bears fan for 28 years of my life. Cue Tyler Morales saying, no, Caleb's figured it out. no, Caleb's on the upswing. He's going to figure it out. He's an elite quarterback. Cue also Bill Zimmerman saying, this is a different Chicago Bears. That's your trauma talking. Yes, it is my trauma talking. Has anybody watched this team for the last, let's even say 25 years? So even me saying that, I kind of think we should bet the Bears to win the NFC North. I think they are absolutely licking their chops. I said that twice already now in this segment. Need to stop doing that immediately. I think they're looking forward to this game. I'm going to say it. It took until December 16th. I think this is a different Chicago Bears team. I don't think they're shaking in their boots when they think about the Green Bay Packers anymore. Ben Johnson clearly is a different type of guy. It's not fake bravado. It's not a shtick of good, better, best. Yeah! Like, the team clearly has bought into this, and the team clearly believes in what he is selling. The way that this defense is playing, I know it was Shadur Sanders, and he turned the ball over a million times because he's a rookie quarterback still figuring it out. But the Bears are getting reinforcements. Tremaine Edmonds maybe comes off the IR, and I'll give credit to Tyler Morales. He was buying Caleb stock all year long, even throughout the early season struggles. I audibly said, oh my God, on the second touchdown throw to DJ Moore. So I think the Bears see a vulnerable team, and then you have the San Francisco 49ers in Week 18 against the Detroit Lions. I'm not saying the Bears are going to win out, but I wouldn't be shocked. A banged-up 49ers team and a Lions team that's maybe going to have nothing to play for, I can see how we're going to get there. And again, that is me, jaded Bears fan, Jake Hassan, saying that. At Jake_Hassan on Twitter, at Hassan_Jake on Instagram. So I'll be the first person to post the victory videos and Ben Johnson screaming in the locker room because it is fun. And this is a fun team to root for. Am I saying that the Bears are going to blow out Green Bay come Saturday night? Which, oh my God, a game against the Packers on a Saturday night for the Chicago Bears. This city might burn, win or lose. And I'll probably be the first person out on the streets. But I'm generally in the streets anyway for anybody who knows me and follows me on any kind of socials. But I think they could do it. I think this is a new age for the Chicago Bears. Why did I say Chicago like that? I don't know. But I'm into it. I'm buying what the Chicago Bears are selling. I'm not going to say Super Bowl. Maybe they win a playoff game. But next year we're back. Next year we're fully back. As long as Ben Johnson gets a new catchphrase, I don't need to do good, better, best for 2 years in a row. I got to get something new. Marinate on something else. Because you do good, better, best 2 years in a row for a full calendar year, can't have it. So that is what we are. Just talked myself into a corner. That's Monday Night Football. That's the AFC North. That's the NFC North. Not saying to go rush the Steelers, but maybe start to rush to bet the Bears because they win this game against the Packers. You're not going to be getting plus money on the Chicago Bears to win the NFC North. That is segment number 1 with yours truly. We are going to take a break here on the BetMGM Network on You Better You Bet. On the other side, Bill Zimmerman joins me to read very well and very eloquently the headlines that we have for today, all the news and notes that you need to know and that your little heart could desire. That's coming up next here on You Better You Bet. Stick around. We will be right back on the BetMGM Network on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. I am Jake Hassan, here with you for the next 40 minutes or so before Nick Costos joins us, and he will take you all the way till 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Nick's going to open the show talking about Thursday Night Football, the upcoming battle for the number 1 seed in the NFC between the Seahawks and the Rams. In the next segment, about 20 minutes from now, I have placed a college football exacta for the national championship. I've decided I am absolutely and completely obsessed with one team and on one side of the bracket, and I really, really like another team on the other side of the bracket. So I said, I'm not going to be a coward, and I'm just going to play the exacta because I don't want to be sitting there come national title game and say, wow, what an idiot I am. Now, when it doesn't even come close to hitting, I will probably be saying that anyway, but let's actually get there first. In about 20 minutes, we'll tell you about that game, and we'll be talking about the national title and the exacta. But you have to wait for that. It's in about 20 minutes. Again, that is what we call a tease. I've also been informed that we are a bunch of illiterate people on this show. Bill Zimmerman joins us right now. Please tell the people how you have tried to sabotage me in this segment. Thank you, Bill.
I 100% sabotage you, Jake. Yes, your tease about Nick Costos talking about the big Thursday night matchup, which 100% would be something he'd want to talk about with the Seahawks and the Rams. That's what I put on the rundown. I put TNF instead of MNF, which, of course, where he'll be starting Monday Night Football with a chance Tua could be benched. Steelers in control of the AFC North. That's where Mr. Costos will be starting today's show. But I screwed you all, including you, Jake, on the rundown.
I mean, in your defense, I probably should have had better critical thinking skills and thought, it is Tuesday, and while Nick Costos is a football junkie, it would be pretty weird for him to start with Thursday Night Football 48 hours ahead of the game, especially because, I've only worked on this show for 4 years. Seems like maybe a miss by
not as
me,
long as Tyler Morales.
That's true. At least AI can't do this job, so I guess that's why I'm still here. Got to give that one to myself. But Bill, let's get into the headlines. What is the first thing we need to know for today?
Jake, let's start with a little college football and not the college football playoff. News coming out today that Arch Manning, the Texas quarterback, he is not headed to the NFL draft. He is not headed to the transfer portal. He will, in fact, return to Texas next season and be the team's quarterback for 2026. Arch Manning, a bit of a punching bag on this show for several weeks, but to his credit, Jake, over his last 5 games, he was pretty tremendous, averaged about 300 yards passing per game, 12 touchdowns, 2 interceptions over that stretch. So Arch Manning poised to really have probably one heck of a season in 2026 and still maybe, the number 1 pick in the upcoming NFL draft in 2027.
Yeah, just give me 1 second here, Bill, because I need to close the chat before Addie Manning absolutely makes this computer explode from spanning our show tab. No, I mean, is anyone really surprised? If this isn't September when we were talking about Arch of, well, if he plays well, could be the number 1 overall pick, could declare early. And then his grandpa's coming out saying, no, he's going back to school. And then that quickly became, oh, no, he needs to go back to school. This isn't even going to be a conversation come draft time because for as good as those last 5 games are, Addy, sit down. I will give him his flowers in a second. I know those last 5 games were really good, but we can't ignore the beginning and the middle of the season, too. I mean, this was clearly a kid who needed more seasoning and needs more time at school and needs more time in college football to figure out the kinks. Maybe he's awesome. Maybe he does take those last 5 games and just rolls that right over into 2026. And maybe he's awesome. And I hope he is because that's going to give us betting opportunities. That's going to give us a lot of fun games to bet on. And you know how this is going to go, where he's probably going to be near the top of the odds board for Heisman favorites once again. But just look at this year. Was Fernando Mendoza near the top of anyone's board when they first opened? That's a resounding no. So I'm not going to be rushing to bet Arch at 3-1 to win the Heisman next year and probably won't be rushing to bet Texas for the national title. So this is the right move all along, and I don't think anybody is disagreeing with that despite how good the last few games were for Arch Manning at Texas. Bill, hit me with the next headline.
All right, Jake, we got some NFL news and notes to talk about here. We already knew this one, of course, talked about it yesterday. Patrick Mahomes tears his ACL and his LCL. He underwent surgery today to repair both. Now, his timeline, the Chiefs are hopeful he'll be back for the start of next season. That's ways away off. That's why Mahomes went and got the surgery as quickly as he did. We'll see how his rehab progresses. But in the meantime, it's going to be Gardner Minshew. And just how bad are the Tennessee Titans, who the Chiefs are playing this week? With Gardner Minshew, the Kansas City Chiefs are still a 3.5-point road favorite in Tennessee.
On the Tennessee side, is 3.5 too small? Has anybody watched this team play football over the last couple of months? They stink, baby. And Gardner Minshew, I know we all make fun of him. At least we know that he could win football games. I know he threw the horrible interception at the end of the game against the Chargers to lose them the game. But he's still a guy that can win you a football game, and he's probably a top-tier backup quarterback, at least. And again, the Tennessee Titans are so atrocious. But this is more about the Kansas City Chiefs and about Patrick Mahomes. I don't think anybody's surprised that he got this done as fast as possible. People were already saying memes. Good job, Jake. Only like I've been on the internet since I was born. But people are already posting memes of Patrick Mahomes. Oh, yeah, he's probably already doing one-legged squats and doing the rehab already, which might be true. The guy's an insane person. But most importantly, it's a big day for all the doctors on Twitter and all the medical experts on Twitter who are saying, well, yeah, he could be back in 8 months. Oh, he could be back by week 1 of the season. Okay, yeah, with no training camp, no preseason. How do we all think that's going to go? I feel like the Kansas City Chiefs probably have to treat this as carefully as possible because it's the best quarterback in football. And you hope that you can tread water, at least in the first couple weeks of the season next year, and then he comes back and you can maybe go on a run. But also there's a lot of unknowns here. Is Andy Reid going to retire? Does Andy Reid want to play a season without Patrick Mahomes? It's hard to say. I saw a mock draft on Twitter the other day of the Chiefs taking Diego Pavia in the 2nd round. You think Andy Reid wants to sign up for that? Also, should Diego Pavia be a 2nd-round pick in the NFL draft? That's something we could debate over the next couple of months. We'll see how it goes with Patrick Mahomes. I'm sure he's going to try and get back as soon as possible and keep the Super Bowl window open for the Kansas City Chiefs as long as possible. But for now, he's on the shelf. And honestly, I think I'm laying the 3.5 with the Chiefs this week against the Tennessee Titans. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Jake, a massive game on Thursday Night Football, a game so big that Nick Kostos is going to lead with it on Tuesday. Actually, he won't. He will with Monday Night Football, but it is the Rams and the Seahawks. The winner of this one probably wins the NFC West, certainly puts themselves in pole position for that one, and also the driver's seat for the number 1 seed. Rams are dealing with a Devontae Adams hamstring injury, but Sean McVay says he will be given every chance to play on Thursday. We'll see if he can actually play on the short turnaround. But Jake, Rams are currently a 1-point road favorite in Seattle.
Obviously makes sense that you want to try and have Adams and you're going to give him, quote, every opportunity to play in this game. But also, if this is going to be the Sam Darnold game from the first Rams game where he turns the ball over 4 times, maybe you don't even need Devontae Adams. Maybe Puka Nacua is enough, and you just let Stafford sling that thing to Nacua 15 times like he did last week against the Lions. Maybe that's enough. I think that's the biggest question in this one of what kind of Darnold are you going to get? Oh, the Darnold that almost lost to Phillip Rivers just a couple days ago and turned the ball over 4 times in the first meeting? Or are you going to get the Sam Darnold from early in the year, even from a couple weeks ago where, Twitter experts and hashtag gambling Twitter was saying, should we be betting Darnold MVP? Which was never a thing. Obviously, never should have been. If you would like to, I will book you on that. My Venmo is Jake Hassan, by the way. Anyway, I think the Rams are the side here. I never want to bet Darnold in a game that has actual implications because he sees ghosts. He melts. His brain just starts to malfunction in games that he has things on the line and that there are a lot of stakes. Cool, you want to go win meaningless games and beat the Colts at the last second. All right, well, this game actually matters, and I'm good with that. Regardless of if Adams is in or not, I don't know how you're not on the Rams, the way that they've looked, and especially how they looked in the second half of that game in the Lions where they came back and, won. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Jake, let's move over to the hardwood because tonight we have the game we've all been waiting for. from Las Vegas. It is the NBA Cup final. The San Antonio Spurs and the New York Knicks. Over at BetMGM right now, the New York Knicks are a 2.5-point favorite. Total points in this one, 233.5. If you're a fan of Wemby and the Spurs and think they're going to pull this one off, you can get them on the money line right now at plus 115. Jake, how are you making this one legendary over at BetMGM?
Yeah, I'm trying to make it legendary, mostly in the last 28 years of experience. I make it aggressively mediocre, but we're going to try and make it legendary with the Spurs on the money line. I know you're all the people who have listened to me and followed me for a long time. Oh, Jake hates New York. Oh, Jake's anti-New York. All of which are true, yes. However, I'm betting the Spurs because any team that beats the Thunder in any capacity, I'm going to be way in. And you're going to give me petty Victor Wembanyama going up to the podium after the game saying, yeah, we just win basketball games the right way. We're just playing clean basketball. Give me all of that. And also, for the record, if you look at the NBA Cup and its, very storied history of 3 years, that teams like this Spurs team, these are kind of the teams that figure it out and they win the NBA Cup. These young, up-and-coming teams that are maybe a year away from being true contenders. The Knicks don't care about the NBA Cup. The Knicks want to finally get over the hump and get to a NBA Finals and actually win a game in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Knicks don't care about the mid-season tournament. Yeah, they're here, cool, great. But also, speaking of teams that melt down like Sam Darnold have their brain malfunction in big spots, I present to you the New York Knicks from the last 5 years. So give me the best player on the floor. Give me the young team that wants $100,000 in their bank account because, hey, they're already in Vegas too, by the way. Think they don't have plans for that money if that case comes down from the ceiling? I like the Spurs. It's also a price play for me. I think that this is a little bit too much big, whatever. English, that's good. Only like speaking is my job. Anyway. Price discrepancy, I think this should be way closer to a pick'em. Give me the Spurs on the money line outright. Let's make it legendary with a plus 120. How about it? Bill, hit me with the last one.
Jake, let's wrap up with a little baseball because the hot stove has been sizzling pretty good. We had the winter meetings last week in Orlando, had a couple major signings coming out of there. Pete Alonso being the big one, Edwin Diaz as well, both leaving the New York Mets for perhaps greener pastures. But of course, let's lean on your baseball expertise. Let's look at the hot stove so far. Who are your winners and losers so far in this baseball offseason?
Yeah, Bill, when we were talking earlier, planning out this first hour, you go, we'll get 5. I don't know if we'll get to it because, Femi usually goes long. But if we have baseball on the docket, damn it, I'm going to get to baseball, okay? Because I'm fiending because it's football and nobody wants to talk baseball. Nobody wants to talk about the Japanese high schoolers throwing 99 even though he's like 180 pounds. Nobody wants to talk about that with me. So when Jake Hassan is on the air, I promise the people listening and watching right now, I'm going to carve out some time for it. And we got about 2 minutes here to talk about it. The biggest loser, let's start with that. How is it not the New York Mets? Because you have two guys walk away from your franchise, Edwin Diaz and Pete Alonso. Like, this isn't Travis Jankowski walking away. These are franchise cornerstones who are the best or top 4 or 5 at their respective positions. And you just let them walk because immediately after both of those signings, what do we hear from Jeff Passan, Ken Rosenthal, the baseball insiders? Oh, the Mets weren't comfortable with where those contracts went money-wise. Hello? I was told that Steve Cohen was coming into this thing because he had just money to spend. Remember when Steve Cohen bought the Mets and then immediately, like 48 hours later, bought a piece of weird art for about $100 million? Does anyone remember that? I do. But no, let's not bring Edwin Diaz back because it went into $50 million range and we were only willing to offer him $41 million. Oh, let's not bring back Pete Alonso, who's our franchise leader, single season home run leader for home runs. Let's not bring him back because the Orioles paid him about $5 million more per season than we were comfortable with. But you're going to bring in Jorge Polanco, 32 years old, has had exactly 2 good seasons over his 10-year career. Oh, and by the way, he's never played first base except for like 2 games with Seattle last year. Yeah, let's do that. That makes a ton of sense to me. Whatever. More power to you. This is, again, just going to be when the Mets are favored to win the NL East. I want nothing to do with them. The other team in the NL East, I give the Phillies credit. they're trying to fix the issues that they have in their lineup, which, of course, we all know is too many white guys from like somewhere on the East Coast. They finally bring in somebody with a little bit of flair, complimentary, with Adolis Garcia. He's going to have the biggest chain in Philadelphia, and I think that's awesome. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully he can turn it around. It's been washed for about 2 years, but hey, maybe the Phillies get something out of him. Maybe the Phillies, he can turn it back to 2023. I think the team that we should be betting on in the NL East might be the Atlanta Braves. See, I told that 3 minutes wasn't even enough. And that was just the NL East. That was 2 teams. I could do this for days, people. Days. But we only have 1 segment left. And in that last segment, on the other side, I'm going to tell you the college football exacta that I put in today at 20-1 because I'm obsessed with one team. I think they're going to win it all. Tell you that coming up next on the BetMGM Network. You better you bet college football on the other side.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM. I am Jake Hassan with you for like 13 more minutes or so. The nice thing about operating the board and hosting is that just the internal clock that runs this show is always stuck in my head. It actually haunts my nightmares sometimes. I know Mike Brown can relate to this. Sometimes I do wake up thinking, oh God, I missed the break. It's really fun. I really love working in media. I am done in about 13 minutes. Nick Costos joins us at the top of the hour. He will be talking about Monday Night Football. Monday Night Football. Not Thursday Night Football, as that game is more than 48 hours away still. And such, the timeline makes way more sense for Nick to talk about, the game that happened last night, where I'm sure he will have only nice things to say about Mike McDaniel and Tua Tagovailoa, and I'm sure he will definitely give flowers to his guy, Aaron Rodgers. That's coming up at the top of the hour. But for now, I'm going to talk some college football. But before I do that, I'm going to remind you, hey, before I get shoved back into the cage and shackled just to this board and the camera turns off, you can follow me on Twitter at Jake_Hassan, Hassan, or on Instagram at Hassan_Jake. I'm way more fun on Twitter than on Instagram. Trying to correct that, but I'm way more in the Twitter streets. Sorry. I'm like 70 followers away from 2,000. If anybody cares about that, I'm probably the only one. Dead internet theory anyway. Everybody's a bot. Just like the bot that just liked my tweet from about, 9 months ago that had nothing to do with anything. Really good product. Really, really awesome times that we live in. But anyway, if you're a real person, you've enjoyed what you've seen over the last 40 minutes or so, or even if you haven't, and if you haven't, keep it to yourself, please. Thanks. I'm very fragile. You can follow me at Jake_Hassan and Hassan_Jake, Twitter and Instagram, respectively. But let's talk some college football. Haven't yet today. And I teased that there is a team that I am absolutely obsessed with. And I'll talk about that in a minute because I'm going to keep making you wait for that. There's a market open out there that is, you can take Ohio State and Indiana, the top 2 seeds in the tournament, the top 2 teams that are favored to win the whole damn thing. And all credit to Indiana and Heisman winner Fernando Mendoza, and all credit to Ohio State, who's been awesome and just beat the hell out of teams all year long. Not taking anything away from them. But I'm not dying to bet minus 105 on one of those 2 teams to win the title, and then I get minus 125 for all 10 other teams. Fine, you want to throw out James Madison and Tulane, cool, I get it. Even if you want to throw out Ole Miss because they were abandoned. Dad left for milk and never came home. Except Dad told you he was never coming home and said, actually, I'm going to take way more money down the road at LSU. So you want to throw out those teams, fine. I still get Georgia, still get Oregon, still get Texas Tech. Most notably, those are, I would say, the biggest ones that you get and all that. Sure, throw in Miami and Texas A&M just for funsies. But I don't think it's a bad bet to take the field, and the reason why is I don't love Indiana. Indiana now loses one of their key defensive starters in the Big Ten championship game. He's out for the season. And I know Kurt Cignetti saying that Omar Cooper Jr.'s injury isn't significant. He expects him to be good by the time the playoff games actually start. But that's not great if he's already entering this game banged up. And I'm not going to say that eventually the magic carpet ride has to end, but it kind of feels like it does. I like Indiana, but remember what happened last year when they made the playoff and they got punked by Notre Dame in the very first game. Of course, that's last year's team. That isn't this year's team. Things change. But I think Indiana, once they get to, let's say, Texas Tech, think they're in for a bad time. Honestly, I kind of think Indiana might even be in for a bad time against a team like Oklahoma. You want to give me that Venables defense against this Indiana team that maybe is already banged up. And maybe, I know a lot of whataboutisms right now, a lot of ifs, a lot of maybes, of course. But hey, the games haven't started yet, and it's Tuesday, and we got to talk about something. I could think Indiana's in for a bad time there. Then Ohio State. I mean, I am not a Ryan Day guy. I'm just not. I never have been. I think if push comes to shove, he is always going to make the wrong decision. Ryan Day is a poor man's Nick Sirianni. Like, just doesn't have it. Just does weird stuff and has weird quotes for the camera when things are going well, and then just kind of shrivels and doesn't have actual answers when things get tough. So I've never been a Ryan Day guy, and we've all had this debate about Julian Sayin all year long. Is he good? Is he a product of his environment? So because of that, you take me to a semi game against Georgia. I'm trusting Kirby Smart and Gunnar Stockton 1,000,000 times out of 1,000,000 when it's Kirby and Stockton against Sayin and Day. So I think you can see where I'm going with this. I love Texas Tech. I am obsessed with this team. Everybody and their mother wants to rush to tell you, oh, well, it's the Big 12. Oh, who did they beat? Okay, it's not just that they beat these teams in the Big 12 and they almost ran the table. They looked awesome doing it. They kicked everybody's teeth in, including BYU twice. Every single game that they were fully healthy, and they had Bear healthy, awesome name for a quarterback. Every time that he was healthy, they beat teams by like 28 every single time. And that defense is sick. Some argue that Jacob Rodriguez doesn't know how to wear a cowboy hat correctly. That's not for me to say. I'm from Chicago. You want to go on the internet and debate with people about that? Go for it. I don't really care, neither here nor there, because he's awesome and that team is awesome. And I was talking to Michael Felder, and he goes, yeah, you could just beat like these Texas Tech, this team, Joey McGuire. Like, this isn't they want to spread it out and score 1,000,000 points, even though they do anyway. They want to put you in the dirt. Like, they want to prove a point and embarrass you. So even though Texas Tech is probably on a collision course with Indiana, I think that defense can rattle Fernando Mendoza. I think they can make his voice crack like he's given his Heisman speech a couple times. I think they could rattle this Indiana team. And I think that offense could absolutely keep up with Indiana. No, not discrediting Indiana in their offense and what they can do. And Kurt Cignetti's awesome. Can make the argument that he should have a statue already for turning this Indiana program around and making them relevant again. But I think Texas Tech, everybody's so quick to say, they didn't beat anybody. They're not that great. Oh, it's the Big 12. I think they're taking that, and that's bulletin board material, my friends. And I think they're going to be on an absolute warpath. And before you can say, oh, Jake, you're looking too far ahead. Who's to say they even get to Indiana? They're going to have to get past Oregon first. And I'm discounting James Madison because, Oregon's a 22-point favorite in that game. Sorry. But I'm not afraid of Oregon at all. They looked totally vulnerable all year long. They've had a misstep a couple times this year. Meanwhile, Texas Tech has just punched everybody in the mouth right away. And so for those reasons, today, December 16th, 2025, I, Jake Raymond Hassan of Chicago, Illinois, that's as far as I'm going to go because I'm not going to give like my mother's maiden name or the name of my first pet. Not that I'm worth a whole lot. You can go have all $27 in my bank account. But I put an exacta on Texas Tech over Georgia, 20-1. The more that I look at this bracket and the more that I look at the potential matchups, I just keep coming back to these two teams. And I've been coming back to Texas Tech for a couple of weeks now. I was on the better angle with Kate Constable this past Saturday, and we had Nicole Auerbach on, who, is also a friend of this show now that I think about it, but knows her stuff when it comes to college football. And she goes, honestly, I would have been fine if it was just a 4-team playoff this year, because I think the 4 teams at the top are far and away the best. That sent a shiver down my spine. I was like, ooh, all right. As somebody that likes Texas Tech, yeah, let's rock. And that's how I started thinking about these exactas, because myself and Tyler Morales will tell you this too. Went to the Ken Barkley school of thought of, well, if you really like something, might as well start trying to wheel it with other stuff to get better hashtag value. Now, maybe I'm the idiot. Many people have said it. I say it a lot as well. And most times it's true. But I don't want to be sitting here on the sideline come national title game and it's Texas Tech versus Georgia. And I'm like, crap. Why didn't I just bet it? So I'm taking it. I am sticking to my guns. if you want to go on the other side, and if you think Georgia's the better team, if you don't like Texas Tech, Georgia over Texas Tech exactly is 17-1. Still pretty decent value. Because again, you go to this 2 teams versus the field. Indiana and Ohio State are sucking up a ton of the win probability here. So play with it. Hated that turn of phrase. Probably shouldn't have used that, but I digress. Figure out some stuff. Figure out some hashtag value, and maybe we all just win. Last thing on the college football, because I think I'm going to bet Tulane against Ole Miss, because this is completely Jakey narratives. I'm not super in the weeds on Tulane football, but think about it this way. Like I said with Ole Miss, Dad left and said he ain't coming back. Dad went out for cigarettes and said good luck. Walked out on you. Just said, see you later. I'm chasing the bag at LSU. And so we're all wondering how much these kids are actually going to go to war for this program. They're thinking about the transfer portal, brother. But on the other side, because I know, yes, John Summerall is also leaving Tulane, but I feel like those kids are like, oh, yeah, he had to take that job. Like, obviously, he was going to leave Tulane for Florida. Like, they're probably stoked for him. Probably. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like I'm in the locker room, but I'm betting Tulane. Give me the green wave outright over Ole Miss. Jakey narratives, don't care. I'm way in. Can't wait to see how it loses. Because, it's a giant spread, and it's the SEC against Tulane. So that'll be super fun. What's also going to be super fun is the next 3 hours of the show, because Nick Costos is logged in. I could see it. Also, I could see him. You look very handsome today, my friend. But he's going to be on to talk Monday Night Football on the other side. That is coming up to start the hour. This is You Better You Bet. We're here until 7 p.m. Eastern. I'm going back to my shackles at this board. See you later at Jake_Hassan on Twitter, at Hassan_Jake on Instagram. Bye.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
I'm going to say something now that some may take as a hot take, and I don't really care because I know that I'm right.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
I can put this chapter to bed, find a new horse to ride, and call a spade a spade. Kansas City, it's the single most disappointing regular season in the history of the National Football League. I think if you wanted to make a case for the Buffalo Bills, this is the year. No Kansas City. Can they get over the hump and get to a Super Bowl? I think we know our AFC playoff teams at this point. It's just who's going to win the AFC North. Which one has the best quarterback? The figurative and the literal Red Sea has parted for Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, terrific Football Tuesday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, our unbelievable crew. Femi Abebefe back with me coming up tomorrow on a wonderful Wednesday. And speaking of our unbelievable crew, what a tip of the cap to our excellent engineer on You Better You Bet. Our friend, the great Jake Hassan, holding it down from 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern time. Jakey narrative at the end. I laughed at Jake saying Lane Kiffin was like the dad that went out for cigarettes and didn't come back. Jake gave you a bunch of great one-liners, gave you some great betting opinion. Jake on Twitter at Jake, is it double underscore? How many underscores, Jake, are in your Twitter handle? Jake at double underscore Hassan. And then he flips that on Instagram, Hassan underscore Jake. We gotta work on your social media, like your ats. It's terrible. It's really bad. But the good news is the show was great. Jake did a great job. Thank you very much to Jake the Snake Hassan. Femi Abebefe back tomorrow, along with you here on the Odyssey app, on Sirius XM, on YouTube, on Twitch, on radio stations nationwide. We are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, the biggest game thus far in the NBA season was played last night with Houston and Denver. And that provides a great appetizer for tonight, when the next biggest game of the NBA season will be played in Las Vegas, Nevada, one of my favorite places on the planet. NBA Cup Final. My New York Knicks looking for revenge for losing the 99 finals to the San Antonio Spurs. The Knicks against Wemby. Oh, baby. So we will talk about the Rockets and the Nuggets and their classic last night in Denver that went to overtime, 128-125 by Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets. I will preview the NBA Cup Final tonight with the Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs, and we will have a discussion here on the show. Are these the four most likely teams that could beat the Oklahoma City Thunder when it matters the most? Which one has the best chance of doing it when it matters the most? And are these teams 2 through 5 best teams in the NBA behind 24-2 Oklahoma City? We will discuss Talking Hoops coming up next hour here on the show. And we got a lot of college sports on the docket as well. We'll get into some college basketball off the weekend that was, some big picture storylines, including Arizona becoming the first team in the history of college basketball to accomplish something amazing. I'm going to tell you what it is and why it's so damn impressive. And I'm also going to tell you why the team that could potentially hold the keys to who wins this year's national championship in college basketball, and certainly who wins the Big 12, is the Kansas Jayhawks. I'm going to tell you why and why I think it's going to be a massive story as we move along coming up here in the next few weeks. Not being talked about yet. I think it will. We'll get to that next hour here on the show. We will also do some college football today, where Arch Manning has announced he will return. And by Arch Manning, I mean his dad texted someone from ESPN. Arch Manning will return to Texas next season. And we'll go over the ripple effects that this will have on both the 2026 NFL draft and the 2027 NFL draft, with Arch Manning back at Texas for at least one more year. And on this terrific Football Tuesday, we will bring you 4 phenomenal guests. And they're all amazing. Bill Zimmerman worked overtime today. How about Sean McDonough popping on later this hour? Sean will have play-by-play for you coming up of Miami and A&M on Saturday at noon on ESPN, along with Greg McElroy. Sean McDonough, friend of the show, returns to You Better You Bet. We'll be joined by 2 Tuesday regulars, Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL Insider, and the whale capper, Drew Dinsick of NBC Sports and the Deep Dive Podcast, along with On3's national college football reporter, America's college football insider, my friend, Brett McMurphy, to talk about the latest at Michigan with the Wolverines coaching search and all of Brett's thoughts and opinions on the college football playoff. McDonough, Schlereth, McMurphy, Dinsick, today on You Better You Bet with Costos and you. And in the final hour, the power hour of the show, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. I got a couple college basketball wagers coming your way, and I'm going to attempt to find a bet for the NBA Cup final with the Knicks and the Spurs. Well, I'll talk about that a little later. I'm just going to preface all of it by saying I think I might be on the sidelines and just consume the NBA Cup final tonight as a fan and not have a cent of money on it and just root like crazy for my New York Knicks. I have yet to have the conversation with my wife because normally, Tuesday, there's no football. So Tuesday is usually a day this time of year where we watch I'm being sincere. This is how it goes. My daughter gets put to bed. We go upstairs. We watch a Christmas movie until my wife falls asleep. And then I go downstairs and play video games until I want to fall asleep. It's very, very romantic. I have not yet told my wife that the NBA Cup final is tonight and the Knicks are in it. And I am going to watch the game tonight. So we'll see how that goes. Tune in around 7:30 p.m. Eastern at the Nick Costos Estate to find out how mad Nick's wife is at him for watching NBA. That's a story for another time. But we officially begin terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet with Monday Night Football and the ensuing news that broke a couple hours ago out of Miami. As the Pittsburgh Steelers just whip, demolish, destroy the Dolphins last night. I used to do like a bit, like an off-air bit, just like try and make people laugh. I don't know, before I was on the air, where I would joke and say that I would want if I wanted a tuna fish sandwich, that I would go to like the counter of the deli and ask for extra dolphin in the sandwich. Because at the time it was like no dolphins were made in this tuna fish on like the can of tuna fish. I'd be like, you know what? I want extra dolphin in my tuna fish. Give me more dolphin. I want a piece of flipper in my damn tuna fish sandwich. This is what this was last night. The Pittsburgh Steelers wanted extra dolphin in their sandwich. Just an obliteration of Miami. Final score 28-15, which is a flattering final score line for the Miami Dolphins. This game was nowhere near close, just a 13-point margin of victory. And it's really funny how the game turned out, because I'm guessing like you, our listeners and viewers, you watch the game also, right? Your money on the game, maybe MVS anytime touchdown. Shout out to us. Shout out to me for that bet. Because it looked like early on in this game that the Miami Dolphins had come to play. Like their first drive of the game, and I thought Troy Aikman and Joe Buck did a great job of highlighting this. Devon Achane on a second down run has a chance like where if Alec Ingold, the fullback, completes his block, Achane's gone. It's like a 60-yard touchdown run. Hope maybe would have cashed my Achane over rushing yards if that had happened. Alas, it was not meant to be. But in that moment, I'm thinking, wow, like they're a missed block away from being up 7-0. And then the Miami defense comes to play. And Jordan Brooks, who's an absolute monster, especially in IDP formats in dynasty leagues where you can play defensive players. I traded him to Bill Zimmerman in one of those leagues. Got a first-round pick out of it. That was pretty awesome. Jordan Brooks comes to play. And it's a hard-hitting game in the cold. And I'm sitting there thinking, man, this is a different Miami Dolphins team. It's freezing out. They're running the ball. They're playing smash mouth. The defense is getting after that ass. And I'm anticipating a fun, low-scoring football game. And maybe, just maybe, the Miami Dolphins have the opportunity to rewrite the narrative about them in the Mike McDaniel era. As a famous philosopher once said, because from there on out, after Miami took a 3-0 lead on a Riley Patterson field goal, this was just a one-sided beatdown from the Steelers to the Miami Dolphins. And we'll get to the Steelers part of it. We'll talk about Aaron Rodgers and the ultimate upside, if there is one, for the 2025 Pittsburgh Steelers. But the big story coming out of last night's game, even without the news that we got a couple hours ago from Mike McDaniel, which I will tell you about and we will discuss in a moment, Tua Tagovailoa was horrendous. Horrendous last night. Absolutely miserable. As brutal as it gets. Like non-functional National Football League quarterback. Now, I will say that people can be box score monkeys if like all you do is look at a box score and like frame opinions off of that. If you looked at this, you'd be like, you went 22 of 28 for 253 yards, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Couldn't have been that bad. Well, did you watch the game? Because he was that bad. And I reached a point in the second half where I even tweeted at the Costos on Twitter, at the Costos on Instagram, there's no point for him to finish this game. Like, Zach Wilson was the backup. Quinn Ewers was the emergency 3. Like, put Zach Wilson in. It can't be worse than this with Tua Tagovailoa. Tua was throwing terrible passes. And when I say terrible passes, I'm talking bad reads where he's throwing the ball right to defenders. He's throwing wounded ducks where you throw the ball in the air and it's like someone's like what's that called? The shooting where you shoot the thing in the air and all of a sudden the ball dies and lands. I think it's a name and I don't want to say it if I'm wrong. I think people will laugh at me if I say this and I'm wrong. So it is skeet shooting. Shout out to Lil Jon. From the windows to the walls. I just didn't want to be wrong about that, so I was right. Where but this ball goes from Tua's hand to the defender. It's so bad. Like, he's so bad. And when things break down in the pocket, he's got nothing. Zero. Can I ask a sincere question to everybody? Sincere. If Aaron Rodgers and Tua Tagovailoa, right, are in an identical situation, and things have broken down around them, and in a split second, they have to, A, decide to run for the first down, and B, have the athleticism to run for the first down. Like a 2 or 3 yards is what you need. Who's got a better chance of getting the first down? It's Rodgers, right? It's Rodgers, and he's my age. It's unbelievable. Tua can't move. He tap dances in the pocket like he's Fred Astaire. He bounces from one spot to the next. He's got absolutely no wheels. He's got no arm strength. Like, he apparently can't read defenses, but I'll tell you what. He's got really good-looking fake teeth. And I don't even mean that as an insult. I might get fake teeth at some point. He got that fake-ass smile. He got that Hollywood smile where you look at it and you say, there ain't no way this guy's teeth are that white or that straight without money being poured into it. And he's smiling on the sidelines like this is some laugh riot. I remember I went to visit family in San Francisco back in 2007. We went to a famous comedy club. I don't remember what it was because I'm blown. I've smoked a lot of weed, but whatever. This famous comedy club in San Francisco, Robin Williams came out unannounced and did like an hour off the top of his head. I remember walking out of that comedy club smiling like the Cheshire Cat. Like, that's Tua after throwing 3 straight passes into the dirt. What's he smiling about? Maybe he's smiling about the fact that he's filthy, stinking rich. And has what I would consider to be, and I'll give you a couple, there's one real contender in sports right now. I'll talk about it on the other side. He might have the single worst contract in professional sports. The bad news for him, that contract ain't going to exist for much longer. Because Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel said something a few hours ago that has put Tua Tagovailoa firmly on the clock. I'm going to tell you what Mike McDaniel said, what it means, and how we can use that information to make a valuable bet coming up this Sunday and more. It's You Better You Bet on a Tuesday. We are just getting started on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The quarterback play last night was not good enough, and so for me, everything's on the table.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
How about our excellent engineer, Jake Hassan, hosting the 3 to 4 o'clock hour Eastern time today on You Better You Bet, pulling all the relevant audio. Jake, the absolute best. That sound courtesy of Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel, addressing the news media. So there you have it. Mike McDaniel would add that there will be more clarity tomorrow. Tomorrow meaning Wednesday. I think you, our audience, know this, right? If you've been with the show for any period of time, whether it's, me and Ken, me and Femi, me solo. I think my success rate in predicting things like this is close to 100%, if not 100%. Like, what is the coach translation of this? And then, is there a way we could potentially take this to the betting market, right? Tua Tagovailoa is getting benched. It's over. You don't come out and say what Mike McDaniel did. And Jake, I'm going to ask you to play the audio in a second. Just have it ready, please. You don't come out and say something like this if you don't have the intention of making a quarterback change. Like, could you imagine he gets up there tomorrow and goes, well, actually, all good. Tua's going to start this week. Listen to what he said. Jake, please play it again.
The quarterback play last night was not good enough, and so for me, everything's on the table.
Yeah, everything on the table means he's benching Tua. So the Miami Dolphins will have a different starting quarterback this week. I think it's close to 100% that that's the case. And it will either be, and get the laugh track ready, former Jet Zach Wilson. I think that's the most likely. Or former Texas quarterback. And we'll get to the guy that he started over last year, and a lot of people were upset about it, especially in the college football playoff game against Ohio State, Quinn Ewers. So it's going to be one of those two starting. The side and total right now for Miami's game this weekend. Miami hosts the Cincinnati Bengals. And Zach Taylor has already come out and said that Joe Burrow is going to start the rest of the season despite the Bengals being eliminated. And let me tell you something. If Joe Burrow doesn't play the rest of the year, after all the bitching and moaning he did, and all I want to do was go out and play and have fun with the boys, whatever, and he doesn't play, like something's up. Of course Joe Burrow is going to play. The Bengals are currently 2.5-point road favorites at Miami. The total's 50.5. Okay. I want you, the listener, you, the viewer, right now, to think about this game. If I told you that Zach Wilson or Quinn Ewers were starting for the Miami Dolphins on Sunday, I think that's what's going to be the case. And they were hosting Cincinnati, even with the Bengals defense being what it is. And Cincinnati was less than a 3-point road favorite. What would you want to do? Now, I can't guarantee that Tua is going to be benched. I can't guarantee that. But I feel good enough about it that I bet Cincinnati. I bet some Bengals. Like, please. This is going to be, in all likelihood, it's all likely going to be Zach Wilson. I wouldn't be shocked if it were Quinn Ewers either for the Miami Dolphins. So I think Tua Tagovailoa's time as Miami Dolphins starting quarterback is over. I think that was probably last night against the Steelers was the last game he will start as Miami Dolphins quarterback. And the Tua era ends, not with the bang, but with a freezing cold whimper. And I think we can actually have this conversation now. We were going to have it anyway, but I think this is now fully accelerated by Mike McDaniel's comments earlier today. Tua Tagovailoa is not going to be on the Dolphins next year. He's just not. He isn't. You cannot bring him back. Whether it's a new head coach or Mike McDaniel comes back, it cannot be Tua Tagovailoa. He stinks. It's obvious he stinks. The head coach is telling you he stinks. You can't look these players in the face and say this is the guy next year. We're not going to have to be the ones that pay for it. That'll be Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross. Because of the way Tua's contract, the way it's constructed, it basically doesn't matter when they cut him. They're going to have to pay so much money to him And they're going to have to eat. So we're talking like an upwards of $60 million they're going to have to blow here to get Tua Tagovailoa off the roster. It's the worst contract in sports. Tua signed last July, for like a year and a half ago, a 4-year, $212 million contract. The worst contract in sports. Now, there are a couple others we can put in the conversation, right? The historical one that I will always go back to as a Yankee fan is Jacoby Ellsbury, who basically stole money from the Yankees for years and like never played. But even if you want to look at, Joel Embiid, who's got a awful contract from the Sixers, it's awful because he's always hurt. Like, that's why it's not awful because he sucks. It's awful because he's always hurt. Even if you want to say, like, Deshaun Watson obviously has a terrible contract and it's guaranteed, like, what? Injuries play a part in that also, and I'm not defending Deshaun Watson, but he's been hurt a lot. He hasn't been good, but he's also been injured. Like, Tua, outside of the concussions, he's just bad. He's terrible. I don't know what the hell's happened here with Tua. And it doesn't really matter. He'll be on a different team next year if the Dolphins have any sense, and they'll move forward with a new quarterback. And as far as Miami and the coaching situation goes, right, with Mike McDaniel, I mean this, and I killed him before the year. Femi and I talked about this yesterday. I give Mike McDaniel a ton of credit for the morphing of this Dolphins offense into this run-first offense that propelled them on this 4-game win streak that obviously lose last night. They were 6-7 going into last night's game. And I think he gets a ton of credit for that. He's not out of the woods. If this is going to be a disaster the rest of the season, he could easily be out. I also think he could easily save his job. And here's how it happens. And I think people should be able to figure this out without me saying it, but I'm the one with the microphone, so I'll say it. If it's true, and he does come from this tree, right? If Mike McDaniel is really like his old boss, Kyle Shanahan, if that's really what this is, then he should be able to take Zach Wilson or take Quinn Ewers and fashion a functional offense around either one. Functional offense does not mean greatest show on turf St. Louis Rams or 2007 Patriots. That is not what I'm saying. But it should be able to be functional. It should look better than it's looked with Tua. And both guys, Wilson and Ewers, obviously have more athleticism and mobility than Tua. And that's a huge win right off the jump. So if the final 3 games of the season, assuming I'm right and Tua gets benched, and the Dolphins off, even if they lose all 3 games, but the offense looks functional, I think that's probably enough to get Mike McDaniel back. Where if you're Mike McDaniel or you're Mike McDaniel's agent and you're making the pitch to Stephen Ross before they hire a new GM, it's, look, like the quarterback's bad. Give us a new quarterback and, like, look, he's going to cook. I don't think they would say it like that. Listen, that's how I talk. He'll cook with a new quarterback. So I think for Mike McDaniel, last night was an unmitigated disaster. F-, on a national stage. They looked like they were freezing. This looked like every Mike McDaniel coached Dolphins game that's been played in the cold. F-. So he has gone, for me at least, from being on the right side of questionable to come back to now probably being slightly on the wrong side. But he can pull it out of the fire. He needs to bench Tua. He knows it. He's going to bench Tua. And then we'll see if the offense can be functional with either Zach Wilson or Quinn Ewers rest of the season. Because, look, no matter how you feel about, and I'll just use Zach Wilson for an example, last point on the Dolphins here. If you put Zach Wilson on the 49ers, like, you don't think Kyle Shanahan's turning him into, like, at least a passable NFL quarterback? Like, come on. Like, I don't think Zach Wilson's not good. He's also not Trey Lance. Like, he's had some good games in the NFL. I think Kyle Shanahan could turn him into a passable quarterback. If Mike McDaniel can, I think it'll be enough for Mike McDaniel to keep his job. I don't even know if I'd argue against that for the Miami Dolphins. You bet on this Tuesday, breaking down Monday Night Football on the BetMGM network. Let's talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers and their win last night. I really feel Femi texted our You Better You Bet group chat last night saying, I wish I had bet more money, meaning Femi. I didn't bet the game. Femi saying, I wish I had bet more money on the Pittsburgh Steelers. And in that moment, I'm not going to front. I also wish I had bet money, dollar singular, and more on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because as the game's playing out, it's one of those moments where you think to yourself, man, the Dolphins look really cold. And Aaron Rodgers looks right at home. And the game's in Pittsburgh. Probably a mistake not to lay 3 with the Pittsburgh Steelers. But alas, such is life. Aaron Rodgers had a couple throws in last night's game where he looked like old Aaron Rodgers, slinging the football. 23 of 27, over 200 passing yards, couple touchdowns. And this was really for Pittsburgh. And I think what's most likely is that this is like quality of opponents. Like if the Steelers played one of the better, the Steelers played like the Bills last night. I don't think it goes this way. But this was like a men against boys game. I was like struck by the physicality. And maybe I shouldn't have been, because this is what the Dolphins do in the cold. Like on the DK Metcalf touchdown, Minka Fitzpatrick might as well have been like a human pinball, like a human bumper car, just bouncing off of DK Metcalf on Metcalf's way to the end zone. Men against boys. How about the Darnell Washington, who's 6'7"? The little pass in the flat to Darnell Washington, where it takes like 19 Miami Dolphins to tackle him. And it felt to me watching it like this is every year there's a spot in the Royal Rumble. And even if you're not a big wrestling fan, you've probably seen the Royal Rumble at one point or another, where there's a giant in the ring. Not like a literal giant, but like Andre the Giant, the Big Show, Omos, who's tremendous. I'd love to see Omos more involved. You got like this, the Great Khali, like this absolute freak show, like 7 feet tall, and you can't teach that. And it takes like 8 WWE superstars all decide to band together, even though it's every man for himself. Famously, that's the tagline. And they all band together to try to eliminate this gigantic human being. This was like the Miami Dolphins trying to tackle Darnell Washington. It took like 7 of them. It literally looked like in Game of Thrones when one the Giants would go into a battle and like it just like smack like 8 humans with like with his hand, just like knock them all out of the way. It was ridiculous. Men against boys. And the quarterback played well. And Renegade did not get booed. And the Steelers stayed ahead of the Baltimore Ravens in the standings in the AFC North. And no matter what happens now over the next couple weeks, if the Steelers beat the Ravens in Week 18 in Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh will win the AFC North, and Aaron Rodgers will play a playoff game at home in Pittsburgh. And I'll cash my Steelers playoff bet, and I very much hope that happens. And look, I'm an Aaron Rodgers fan, and I'm very honest about that. I know a lot of people don't like him. I'm not here to try and change your minds. I enjoy Aaron Rodgers. And I think Rodgers with the Steelers is fun. Another legacy franchise. But if we're trying to really project this forward, right, and think about, okay, let's say it's the Steelers and it's not the Ravens in the playoffs as the AFC North champion. How far can they take it? And this is where the Pittsburgh Steelers feel to me like Donkey Kong Country 2, Diddy Kong's Quest. They feel like Super Mario World or Super Mario 64. They feel like Metal Gear Solid 2. They feel like Ghost of Yotai. A more fun version of the original that ultimately ends the same way. Yeah, Donkey Kong 2 is better than Donkey Kong Country. It is. Metal Gear 2, the gameplay is better than Metal Gear 1. Same with Ghost of Yotai. Super Mario World's better than Super Mario 3, the way Mario 64 is better than Super Mario World. In the same way that the Aaron Rodgers are way more fun than the Russell Wilson-led Pittsburgh Steelers or the Kenny Pickett / Mason Rudolph-led Pittsburgh Steelers. Still going to end the same way. They're going to lose in the first round. Now, maybe they get, like, who knows what the circumstances, like they get the Chargers in the first round and, like, Justin Herbert's not 100% and more offensive linemen get hurt. Of course, there are scenarios where they can win. But this is going to be like, great. It's a more fun version of something we've already been through. They don't get down. That being said, Steelers will be in Detroit. They're currently 7-point dogs. Let's see how that betting market moves over the course of the week. I don't see why the Steelers can't keep that game within shouting distance. On the other side, we'll be joined by ESPN play-by-play man Sean McDonough. He'll be on the call of Miami and Texas A&M this Saturday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
coming up with some tempo here. Keeper, touchdown! Marcel Reed. The magic continues and the Aggies stretch the lead.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
The CW and ESPN courtesy of The Call, setting up what should be an amazing college football playoff game in the first round on Saturday at noon at Kyle Field as Texas A&M hosts Miami. The Aggies 3.5-point favorites in that game against Carson Beck, Mario Cristobal, and the Miami Hurricanes. Coming up next hour on the show, Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, our good friend Mark Schlereth. I'm going to ask Mark, are the Buffalo Bills going to win the AFC now with Kansas City out? We'll talk to Mark about more in the NFL, but that will definitely be one of the questions. We'll get into college hoops next hour as well. I'm going to tell you the player that holds the key to the entire college basketball season, and we will preview tonight's NBA Cup final in Vegas between my New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs. We've been waiting for revenge on San Antonio since the 1999 NBA Finals. We're waiting a long time for revenge. Hopefully the Knicks get it tonight. But joining us right now is friend of the show, and I know it's a very busy week for him because he'll be calling the aforementioned game between Miami and Texas A&M. So very much appreciate him taking a couple minutes out of his schedule to join us here on the show. I think this is like the fourth time we've had him on. Every time is an absolute treat. Broadcasting play-by-play legend, the great Sean McDonough. And again, Sean will be on the call along with our friend Greg McElroy, Molly McGrath, Taylor McGregor, coming up on Saturday at noon Eastern on ESPN with Miami and Texas A&M. Sean, welcome back to the show. Happy holidays to you and your family. How are you?
I'm doing well, my friend. How are you? Thank you for the kind introduction. Always nice to be with you.
It is always great to have you on the show. And, I was listening to, and I think Greg does such a great job. And I love his college football podcast that's put out by ESPN. I check it out every once in a while. I think he is sensational. And Greg was talking about last year calling like the Notre Dame-Indiana game and just like how awesome the college football playoff is and gearing up to call a college football playoff game. Do you find yourself this week, Sean, as someone who has called a million gigantic sporting events? This one is still relatively new, right? The college football playoff in this format. Do you find yourself saying, like, man, like, this is awesome, something new here as you get set to call Miami and A&M?
Absolutely. And I would share what Greg said to you last year. That was my experience as well. To have it be the first college football playoff and have the first game ever played on the campus be at Notre Dame, on a gorgeous, cold winter night. It was really magical to be there and so exciting. And, I feel a similar way about this. It's you're talking about Kyle Field. There's going to be over 100,000 people there going crazy. Neither one of these two teams have ever been in the playoff. Obviously, the 12-team playoff is new, but we had the 4-team playoff before that. So, and yet they're, two of the best programs in the country. So I think it's a great matchup as well. I think it's going to be an even football game. It's very hard to predict how it may go. And just fired up to have the opportunity to be there with my great teammates who you mentioned.
The vibes are going to be through the roof, right? As the broadcast. And we'll see how the game goes and if the crowd gets taken out of it by Miami. But I'm expecting to turn on my TV on Saturday, check out you and Greg and company, and just be kind of overwhelmed by like the emotion of the moments with the crowd going nuts. I think this is going to be a spectacle. I'm guessing you agree with that.
I really do, and it's interesting that you bring that up, Nick, because I talked with our producer, Brian Ryder, earlier today, just batting around some ideas about how we're going to come on the air, what we want to talk about, the opening. And one of the first thing I said to him was, I think we need to milk the scene because I think it's going to be amazing. As you know, that's one of the great venues in college football. There's so many great venues and traditions around college football, but I'm not sure any place really surpasses Kyle Field. And I just think that place is going to be vibrating on Saturday morning, local time, 11 a.m., when we come on the air in College Station. So I think that's job one for us as announcers is to lay out in the big moments and let the people who are watching enjoy the crowd noise and the great pictures provided by our crew, because I think that's a big part of what's going to make this entire college football playoff is the atmosphere, especially in these on-campus games in the first round.
And I think there should be more on campus. I think that would be, if it's going to expand, they're going to change it at all, more on campus games, because it's absolutely electric. Sean, I want to ask you this. This is not meant to be like a gotcha question or like leading you into something. Just the way like you think about broadcasting. And I think people got a glimpse into that with, the conversation you recounted with you and your producer talking about like laying out and letting the scene kind of like tell the story when you guys first come on the air. You guys plan on talking about Notre Dame at all? Only because obviously like these two teams beat Notre Dame. Miami made it in against Notre Dame. So this is not meant like to stoke the fires of angry Notre Dame fans. I'm just curious with the way your mind works. Is that a point of discussion at any point for you guys before the ball is actually kicked off that Notre Dame's out and Miami is in this game?
Yeah, I think it'll probably come up at some point, in part because, both of these teams played Notre Dame. And obviously, the determining factor for Miami getting into the field was, instead of Notre Dame, was the head-to-head win. So I think especially as we get into the beginning of the game and we're recapping the season that these two schools had, you have to talk about Notre Dame because, by far, I think the biggest win for both of these two schools was against Notre Dame. So I don't think we need to belabor the whole process and get into a deep dive on why was it Miami instead of Notre Dame, or did Notre Dame deserve it more than Miami or Alabama? Because there's, as you know, Nick, and I'm sure you've talked about on your show, and it's certainly been discussed at great length in many platforms on ESPN programming. It's been discussed and dissected, and people have made their points. So I do think people, for the most part, really for the most part, are tuning in to watch this game. I'm not sure they want to spend a lot of time revisiting that history, but I do think at some point it's worthy of a mention.
I'll just say this, which is neither here nor there, but just from a betting perspective, bettors were going to be on Notre Dame to win the playoff at price. I don't know if bettors feel the same way about Miami. I think that's like an interesting wrinkle. Not that it matters in your world, but I do think that's interesting as we get set for this game. You bet on this Tuesday. The great Sean McDonough is with us, legendary play-by-play broadcaster. Sean, Greg McElroy, Molly McGrath, Taylor McGregor will be on the call Saturday, noon Eastern on ESPN, Miami and Texas A&M in the college football playoff. And Sean, you said something earlier in this interview that you are so right about. This is a really tough game to predict. Now, I'm not going to ask you to predict like the winner of the game, but what I do want to ask you, in a game with a tight point spread, A&M's a 3.5-point favorite. The total of the game is 51.5. Again, this is not Sean McDonough's best bet, not who you think's going to win the game, but you've done, I'm sure, extensive study of these teams. You know these teams. What would you say is the single biggest on-field thing that will dictate who wins this game and moves on to the next round against Ohio State?
Well, I think the biggest thing working in Miami's favor is the turnover margin. They're one of the very best teams in the league, in college football, I should say, at taking the football away. They were +9 in turnover margin, which was second best in the ACC during the regular season and among the best in the country. And Texas A&M was -7, which I believe is the worst number in turnover margin for any team in the 12-team field. So, and it was among the worst in the SEC. If memory serves, I think only Kentucky and Arkansas were worse. So, if Miami wins the turnover margin by a couple, it's really going to help their chances. There are a lot of similarities between the two teams. To me, the Carson Beck is an interesting story because he's been around forever. Obviously, he's never played in a college football playoff game. But they have dynamic receivers on both sides, and each team has one of the best defensive ends in the country, and All-Americans in Howell for Texas A&M and Bain for Miami. So I think if one of those guys is more disruptive than the other, that would help. But I think in this game, the turnover margin is going to be key, and if Miami wins, I'm betting that they would be guessing that they would be a plus in the turnovers.
And just for people that don't know about Miami's Ruben Bain, if you look right now at markets that have it up, number 1 overall pick in next year's draft, Fernando Mendoza is the favorite. Dante Moore is the second choice, the Oregon quarterback. Ruben Bain is third. This guy is an absolute monster if you haven't seen him play this year. Sean, I want to close with this. Our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, just sent this to me. So the website Awful Announcing, which is one of like the sports media websites of records, right, that everyone follows on social media, comment and write about all the things going on in sports media, they're doing their year-end awards, and I think they just came out with this. They named you as their best college football play-by-play announcer for this year, that you were number one, and that your strong partnership and chemistry with Greg McElroy is one of the main reasons why. Just, I'm sure you'll give us a very humble answer here because I've had you on enough to know, I've spoken to you enough to know you're a humble guy. But do you have a response to that? Like, you were named by like one of the sports media website of records, the single best college football play-by-play announcer. Sean McDonough's reaction to that is what and why?
Well, one of appreciation, because I do enjoy their website. I do think the people who write for the website, pay a lot of attention to our business and have informed opinions. So I really appreciate it, particularly given, how many outstanding college football play-by-play people there are out there, just at our network alone. And certainly I have great appreciation for the people who are doing this at Fox and CBS and NBC and elsewhere. So, yeah, it means a lot to me. I was blessed. Their readers earlier, maybe a month or so ago, came out with a survey about the best college football teams, and their voters voted Greg and Molly and me as the top team, which I, again, not to be falsely humble, but I appreciate even more because I really do think when you do a game, it's a collaborative effort. It's not just the announcers, but producer, director, and everybody else is involved in the show. On our group, I think on a typical week, we have about 65 people who are on the crew to work together to try to put on the best broadcast that we can. So I really appreciated that even more just because it came from the viewers, and it was an acknowledgement of the work of our team.
You guys, and I think the thing that stands out to me, you got, in addition to being talented, you guys are supremely prepared. I really appreciate you coming on the show, Sean, this week. Have a great call, I know you will, of the game coming up on Saturday at Kyle Field.
I appreciate it, Nick. Always a pleasure. Thanks for having me on, and happy holidays to you and all of your listeners.
Merry Christmas to you and your family as well. Hour number 2 coming up next. Odyssey Insider, NFL Insider Mark Schlereth starts it off.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, our incredible crew, Femi Abebefe back with us tomorrow, and you here on the BetMGM Network. First hour of the show, mostly recap of the Miami Dolphins' loss last night to the Pittsburgh Steelers, why this needs to be it and will be it for Tua Tagovailoa as Miami Dolphins starting quarterback. I do think there's an avenue for Mike McDaniel to save his job. We'll see what happens over the course of the next 3 weeks. And why the Pittsburgh Steelers are more fun this year than they've been the last couple of years with Russell Wilson, with Kenny Pickett, and Mason Rudolph. But I think ultimately are headed towards the same ending, a likely loss on Wild Card Weekend. And always enjoy catching up with our friend Sean McDonough, who will be on the call of Miami and Texas A&M this Saturday on ESPN along with Greg McElroy. Great conversation there about that college football playoff game. 20 minutes from now, we will recap last night's stunner in the NBA. Great game that went to overtime between the Houston Rockets and the Denver Nuggets, and get you set for the NBA Cup final tonight between my New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs. But joining us right now to kick off hour number 2, our friend, Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. It's a true story, Stink. I'm at the gym yesterday morning. It's like a humble brag. I went and worked out yesterday. Biceps, chest, a little cardio, 42 minutes in and out. And I thought of you. It's because you publicly shamed me on the show. You have basically saved like 3 hours a week for me by getting me in and out of the gym. So thank you very much for that, my friend. How are you?
That's right. Why would you spend 2 hours in the gym if you get the same amount of work done in 42 minutes? You shouldn't. You just get in, you get your stuff done, you get out. Perfect. I'm proud of you. Way to go, Nick.
Thank you. That does mean something. I'm not even being sarcastic. That does mean something to me. All right, let's talk some football.
All right.
Dolphins lose last night. I know, like, you came on with us in the offseason, like a critic of, I think that's fair to say, of Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel and the program that he had been building in Miami. I really felt like, Stink, going into last night's game, that Mike McDaniel had turned this around. More of a smash-mouth team, like running the ball. I thought the change in offensive scheme and philosophy was really interesting. And then they play in the cold and get absolutely whooped by the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Mike McDaniel, a couple hours ago, in case you missed it, because it was like pretty recently, said that he's leaving the door open for a quarterback change, which to me means that Tua's done. They're going to bench Tua. I think they'll cut him in the offseason. I think he's played his last game as a Miami Dolphin. Where are you at right now on Mike McDaniel as the Miami Dolphins head coach, and if that should continue, and what they should do with Tua Tagovailoa?
Yeah, well, really interesting. In regards to Tua, and having done a couple of Miami games this year, he is still an unbelievable anticipatory thrower. When he is thrown off a play action into a window that hasn't necessarily materialized yet, right? Where somebody is cutting into a window in that intermediate range, 10 to 12 yards in cutting routes. There's nobody who throws the ball any better in those situations. But you can't live there for 35 plays in a row. The teams won't let you do that, right? They're going to take that stuff away. When it comes to the drop back game, when it comes to having any pressure in the pocket, in his face, when it is not a rhythm throw out of his hands in under 2 seconds, it's as though he's never played before. It's unbelievable how bad that can be. And it was interesting in the last game I called, which was several weeks ago, of Miami. he was dreadful in that game because the team, the team they were playing just kind of shut down those alleys. They wouldn't let them throw those play action games. They're going to play them in a shell defense where those safeties are down, where you're taking those throws away. And like I said, he was just absolutely dreadful in that particular game. So, yeah, I'm thinking they're going to move on from him. I do like the run game. I do like what they've done in the run game. But, the complementary nature of football between offense, defense, and special teams, but also just offense to offense. Like if you can run the ball, you'll open up some of your play action. You'll do those things. But the bottom line is, if you can't make a team pay based upon what they're giving you, because every defense that you call gives something up. And if your quarterback can't make you pay in those situations, well, it becomes very, very difficult to win. And Tua is very limited. He does one thing exceptionally well, but the rest of the game is just bull. It's just meh. And that's the issue in Miami.
Do you think Mike McDaniel has the kind of coaching upside that, he used to work for Kyle Shanahan, right, from that same tree? Like Kyle Shanahan, it feels like, could take Zach Wilson, who might start this weekend for Miami against the Bengals, could take Quinn Ewers, right, the rookie out of Texas, and fashion like a functional offense around him. Do you think Mike McDaniel's got the chops to do that? Because, my opinion here, Stink, and I'd love yours. If Mike McDaniel, even if it doesn't translate in terms of wins right down the stretch here, if the offense looks functional with Zach Wilson or Quinn Ewers, I think that's going to be enough for him to come back, and they'll give him a new quarterback next year. So it's kind of like a two-parter. Do you think that he's got the chops to do that? And do you agree with my assertion that'll be enough to bring him back if he does?
Yeah, I think what they've been able to do, the start they had, what did they start off 1-6? And, and they were viable here up until they lost in the cold in Pittsburgh. Like they were making a push toward being a potential wild card team. I do think that Mike is a really good coach. The crazy thing is every time I see him, he was my ball boy when I was in Denver. So when I played in Denver, he was our ball boy. I remember him as a 16-year-old, like, hey kid, go get me some tape for my fingers. So, it's crazy, but no, he's a very smart offensive coach, understanding how to exploit a defense. The issue I think that you get into is they have been so exceptionally gifted from just a pure talent standpoint that they have been able to out-talent some teams. And the thing that Kyle does is it doesn't matter what you've got. I mean, you look at what they've done. They've done it with a bunch of also-ran wide receivers. They have done it with their number one wide receiver who is disgruntled and doesn't show up. They have done it with, Kittle being out, with a hodgepodge at the offensive line. They've done it with their backup quarterback. Like, there's very few people that can put a functional offense together when they've got nothing but backups. Kyle is one of the very few that can do that in this league. But I still think Mike McDaniels is pretty good. And like you said, if he comes out there and shows that they are functional, that they can operate with a backup quarterback, then I do think he'll retain his job and they will just move on from the quarterback.
You better you bet on this Tuesday. Our guest, Odyssey Sports NFL insider Mark Schlereth. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Mark, how would you put the Kansas City Chiefs season into perspective?
I would say it's been glorious for me to watch them lose games and to fall off. Listen, I think the thing that always, I was always incredibly respectful of, and kind of almost in awe of, is their ability to make plays in crunch time. Like that for 7 years, man, when it was nut cutting time, they cut nuts. That's what they did. And they were phenomenal at it, right? And I look at them this year, they haven't had that same magic. When they needed a big third down conversion, It wasn't off script. Hey, Mahomes and Kelsey are on the exact same page, and they're running some back schoolyard, play that they just devised in their head. And they're both on the same page, and they complete it, and next thing you know, they're off and running. Or when they needed a big stop on the defensive side of the ball, they were always able to get that big stop and give their offense an opportunity to get back on the field. They didn't get that done this year. They couldn't get that done this year. And that to me was the biggest issue that they had all season long, is they couldn't make those plays. And part of it, I've got to believe they went on a historic run. There is nobody over a 7-year period, regular season and playoffs, that have won more games than the Kansas City Chiefs did over the last 7 years. And sometimes you just run out of gas, man. Sometimes you're just physically, emotionally, mentally, you're beat, you're tired. And I think that's been the issue this year. And their inability to do what they've always done, is create those big time plays in those big time moments. And they just could not consistently get that done on either side of the ball.
Yeah, it's real 6-8 and eliminated before Christmas for the Kansas City Chiefs is pretty nuts. And Mark, what I said on the show yesterday, I'm guessing you'll agree. I think we've reached the point where no more excuses for Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Now with Kansas City out, whether or not Buffalo wins the AFC East or not with the comeback Sunday in Foxborough against Drake May and the Patriots, what would you say to somebody who would want to make a bet and say, Buffalo, whether the Bills win the division or not, Buffalo's got Josh Allen. They are the team most likely to win the AFC. Whether they have to go to New England, whether they have to go to Denver, whether they got to play Jacksonville, whether they have to play Houston, what would you say to the idea that Buffalo is the best team in the AFC because Buffalo has Josh Allen?
I would say they're not the best team in the AFC, and I don't even think they're close to the best team in the AFC. They just have the best quarterback in the AFC. And, say what you want about the way Buffalo operates. Too many times in crunch time playoff situations, when things aren't going well, I feel like that coaching staff just goes, hey, Josh, go win us this game. Go out there and make something happen. And in that game last week, they are getting throttled throughout the entirety of that first half. It's 24-7. They open up the third quarter with an unbelievable return on kickoff that gets him over the 50, and then they make a couple of plays. And then Josh was just brilliant, not only with his legs, but he was brilliant. There was a 3rd down and 7 from the shadow of his own goal line that he threw up. He threw one to a tight end somewhere around midfield and got them going again. And there was a couple of big-time plays that he made in that game. But I'm going to just tell you right now, just watching them and having followed them, and, having kind of been doing games where Buffalo had played, of games I'm covering, of the Miami game where Miami beat them, of the Houston game where Houston beat them. Man, like, they are flawed. They can't stop the run. Defensively, they're average. They make a lot of mistakes up front, from IDing the defense to getting to the right guys in the run game to protect their quarterback. They just make a lot of mental mistakes. They don't have anybody outside that truly frightens you when it comes to one-on-one. They're really a 2 tight end based offense in the passing game. And yet number 17 will put the cape on and just do unbelievable things, MVP caliber things. But I think when you get to playoff football, man, that isn't enough with really, really good teams, especially when you got to go on the road. So do I think that this is the best chance for Josh Allen to get the Buffalo Bills to a Super Bowl? Yeah, because there is no Mahomes. There may be no Lamar. There's not going to be a Burrow. But the other teams that are a little bit more complete, Denver here at home, that's a tough place to play. New England, say what you will about that. That's they had them dead to rights and let that one slip away. So yeah, I don't think they're even close to the best team. I just think they have the best quarterback in the AFC.
I love that perspective, and I love that answer. And Mark, I love you. You're awesome on the show. We appreciate it. Oh, yeah, listen, you're the best. And the gym advice is spot on. Steak and Truth. And also, we were laughing for a while after your appearance last week. I forget what the exact line was, but I think you said 7 minutes until something to cloth in regards to going to the bathroom.
Right. Yeah.
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 I
got a 7-minute window before I touch cloth. So
that was
yeah.
We laughed for a while after that last week. You're the best.
Hey, sometimes it's the way it works. Take care, buddy.
I'd say most of the time. Steak and Truth Podcast, Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Our friends at Nationwide are on your side. Love that answer there on the Buffalo Bills. Maybe we'll do a couple minutes on that on the other side, and then we'll recap Denver and Houston last night in the NBA and preview the NBA Cup Final with the Knicks and the Spurs.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Next hour on the show, on 3's Brett McMurphy, National College Football Reporter, America's College Football Insider. We'll get the latest on Michigan's head coaching search from the great Brett McMurphy and his thoughts and bets on the 4 college football games coming up this weekend. The opener, Friday night, Alabama and Oklahoma in Norman. The whale capper Drew Dinsick will join us as well. His best bets for Week 16 in the National Football League and how Drew is betting the Knicks Spurs NBA Cup final game tonight in Vegas. We'll close the show, as always, with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. I got a couple college basketball wagers that I absolutely love. We'll talk some NBA on the show in a second, but just wanted to react to what Mark Schlereth said in the last segment about Buffalo Bills. I thought the way he put it was very interesting. That Buffalo has the best quarterback, but not the best team. And Mark is pretty open. Like, Mark's kind of like a Broncos homer. And I don't even think he'd be upset if I said that to him. Like, he lives in Denver, won a Super Bowl playing for the Broncos. He even said when I asked him about the Chiefs that it's been glorious to watch their downfall this year, right? Because he's pretty openly and unabashedly a Denver Broncos, like as a Broncos legend and like a Broncos fanboy. That not an insult to say that. So I'm sure that Stink thinks that the Broncos are actually the best team in the AFC, even if he would acknowledge that Bo Nix is not better than Josh Allen. Because this is going to be the question that all of us are going to have to answer when we find out what the AFC playoff field is. And it's regardless of whether or not Buffalo can, hunt down New England and catch New England and win the AFC East. Do you like the Bills to win at least probably one road playoff game, if not 3, if they don't win the division? Do you trust them to do that, given that they are not the best team? They aren't, but they have the best quarterback. And can number 17 be the great equalizer here and lead the Bills to triumph in Denver, potentially in New England, maybe even in Jacksonville? We'll see how the Jaguars finish their season if they finish with a better record than the Buffalo Bills. I can't wait. Kind of like when we were waiting for the college football playoff bracket. I can't wait for a little more clarity on what this AFC playoff bracket's going to look like. It's not just going to be me. It's going to be all of you watching and listening. And we're going to have to decide, do we trust the best quarterback or do we trust the best team? I've long been a let's ride with the best quarterback guy. I don't know if I'm going to do that this year. I'm also, neck deep in Chief stuff that I've lost. So we'll see. But I'll tell you, I've generally been a quarterback guy in the past. We'll see what the Bills' path ends up being, and if they avoid the Baltimore Ravens potentially in a 4-5 matchup, if the Ravens catch the Steelers in the AFC North. So I love that answer from Mark Schlereth. Food for thought there. Bills with the best quarterback, but not necessarily the best team. All right. We are deep into football season, and obviously, the holidays are almost here, so only a couple more weeks in the NFL season, college football playoff in a couple days. Ton going on in football, both NFL and college, which means there are times where we get to 5:25 p.m. Eastern on a Tuesday before we get the chance to talk basketball in any legitimate, substantial way, shape, or form on the show. And our listeners and viewers, that I love hoops. I love the NBA. I love college basketball. And I can't make the case on a football Monday to talk basketball on a 3-hour show. There's too much going on. And we did the first hour and 20 minutes today without it. But here we are now, and we get to talk some hoops. NBA first, and then we'll get to college. And what I said at the start of the show, I meant it. I think that we saw the game of the year in the NBA last night, and we have the new NBA game of the year tonight. And it's overshadowed by football, but that doesn't make it any less entertaining and fun to talk about and fun to watch and fun to bet on. So let's start with last night's game first, where I think everybody's watching the Steelers and the Dolphins. But maybe you were to pay attention, had on one of your screens, this incredible game in Denver between the Nuggets and the Rockets, which Denver wins in overtime 128-103. 125. A 39-point triple-double from the great Nikola Jokic, 39, 15, and 10. Just a casual 39, 15, and 10 from the best player in the world. Almost matched by Houston's Alperen Şengün with 33, 10, and 10. And Şengün missed a three-pointer at the end of overtime. And everyone's starting to make a lot of noise now, and I actually think it's going to happen, where the NBA is going to have to change the rule of fouling down 3 to avoid potential game-tying three-pointer, because it's like killing the ends of these games. They're turning into free throw contests. It's not fun. And to quote Victor Wembanyama, we'll get to him in the Spurs in a second, it doesn't really feel like ethical basketball. And now it's really coming to a fever pitch, and I actually think the NBA is going to have to do something about it this offseason, because enough people correctly, including me, are bitching and moaning about this. It's dumb. Like, give them 3 free throws or 2 in the ball, and you will successfully deter the fouling up 3, where a team doesn't get a game-tying three-point attempt. And whatever you want to say about competition and the spirit of competition, I don't care. I'm selfish. I want the best viewing experience for me. I want to see. So if you watch the end of this game last night, Şengün's got to get the ball and just throw a three-pointer up because he's going to get fouled. Like, it kills the ends of these games. That'll be a story for the NBA offseason. It's a magnificent, magnificent sporting event last night. And the prism that I view it through is last night's game with Houston and Denver featured 2 of the 3 best teams in the league. And all 3 of those teams play in the Western Conference. Oklahoma City, despite the loss to San Antonio on Saturday in the NBA Cup semifinal, OKC's 24-2. And there's no guarantee that OKC is A, going to win 70 games, B, win another NBA championship. No guarantee. But I mean, if you're doing like NBA power rankings, like who's the best team, most likely team to win, they're a minus price right now to win the championship, minus 105 at BetMGM. OKC's got to be at the top of the list, right? OKC's number 1. And then, in whatever order you'd like to put them in, Houston and Denver. And I would put Denver too. I think Houston needs to make a trade for a point guard at some point. The loss of Fred VanVleet really hurts them, even though Amen Thompson's been unbelievable. Reed Shepard's been decent off the bench. Houston's going to need like a lead guard, and I think the Rockets will address that at some point in between now and the early February trade deadline. So Denver for me would be 2, Houston would be 3, but they're very close. And these are the 2 teams that I think are, I don't know if I'd say by far, but are definitely the most likely teams to trip up Oklahoma City on the Thunder's way to back-to-back NBA championships. Like, I think these are teams 2 and 3 in the association right now. Denver gets this one. Denver beats them last night. No Aaron Gordon. Christian Brown's obviously out. Denver's got the best player, with all apologies to SGA. Nikola Jokic still the best player in the world. Denver would be the choice right now. But man, we are going to see, in all likelihood, one of the banger 2-3 matchups in the second round of an NBA playoffs in the history of the league this year, if and when we get 7 games of the Houston Rockets against the Denver Nuggets. Going to be absolutely sensational. And whether or not Oklahoma City would say it, and I think Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs fancy themselves as the biggest threat to Oklahoma City. I'm not there yet. Keyword, operative word there is yet. I think if you gave Oklahoma City some truth serum, they'd tell you that these are the 2 teams that worry them the most. The Rockets now with Kevin Durant, and the Denver Nuggets obviously with the great Nikola Jokic. You better you bet on this Tuesday. So last night, one of the games of the year in the NBA. And that takes us into tonight. Oh, yeah. NBA Cup final in Vegas. I actually think there should be like none of these games should be in Vegas. This should be like whoever performs better in the NBA Cup should host the game. Could you imagine if we had like Spurs at Thunder on Saturday? Or if like the Knicks were in Orlando? Like, I get it, like Vegas is cool. And like I love Las Vegas. I love going to Vegas. Obviously, I've been there a million times in my life. This is like the college football playoff. And I get like, Pasadena for the Rose Bowl and the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. I get it. These things are fun. When you have a home crowd, I think it's way, way better. I don't even know who would argue with that. But anyway, the game is in Vegas tonight. And I think there's a case to be made, right? And I have already said your top 3 teams in the NBA are OKC, and then whatever order you want to put them. And for right now, Denver would have to be 2. Denver, and then the Houston Rockets. There's a chance, and the odds board doesn't reflect this right now, because at BetMGM, here are the NBA Finals odds. OKC, minus 105. Denver, plus 750. Houston at 12. Then the Knicks, as the most likely Eastern Conference champion. Knicks are at 13. The Cleveland Cavaliers, 19. The Los Angeles Lakers, 22. And the San Antonio Spurs at 25-1. I disagree with where these teams are at on the odds board. Because this would lead you to believe that Cleveland, or probably the Lakers, right? Because Cleveland plays in the East, that the Lakers are the next best team. And that the Lakers would round out an NBA top five of OKC, Denver, Houston, the Knicks, and the Lakers. And I disagree with that. I think it's the San Antonio Spurs. So last night, you had Houston and Denver, 2 and 3. And tonight, in the NBA Cup final, I believe that you have 4 versus 5. In whatever order you want to put it. And look, we'll see about the results of the game. I don't know if I'd hate if the Spurs beat the Knicks tonight. Maybe you could say San Antonio is the 4th best team. A lot is actually on the line tonight for both these teams. And I don't want to be too dramatic and make it like if the Knicks lose, they can't win the Eastern Conference. Because obviously that's not true. And obviously there's a financial benefit that the players get a lot of money if they win this game. But just thinking about it, right, from a team perspective with Knicks and San Antonio. For the Knicks, this is an opportunity to show. And again, like if they lose, it's okay. Like the Thunder lost last year in the NBA Cup and they won the NBA championship. But this is an opportunity for the Knicks to show, like, yes, we are ready to assume the mantle as the no doubt Eastern Conference favorite. And this is not me being a homer, and I think you know that well enough about me, you, the audience. I think the Knicks are definitely the best team in the East. Doesn't mean they'll win the East. But they're the best team. Like they are, pending health. And if the Knicks win this game tonight, this will be like a shot across the bow to the rest of the Eastern Conference. The East definitively runs through Madison Square Garden. And for the Spurs, who are so incredibly fascinating, and it's mostly because of Wemby, this is a chance for San Antonio to show, like, yeah, we are on the Oklahoma City timeline, meaning they're way better than expected, way earlier than expected. With all those guards, Castle and Fox and Dylan Harper, and the alien, the freak, Victor Wembanyama. And Wemby, I've been reading a lot about Victor Wembanyama, and the consensus seems to be that the reason why he says the things he does the way that he does, and I'll explain in a second, is because he's French, and this is how French people talk. I've known some French people. I don't know them to be as analytical as, and I'm not saying that all French people aren't, but I think Wemby's just kind of, I don't think it's because he's French. I think it's because he's one of one. He's just a different dude. Not just in terms of, hey, he's 7'5" and can do things on a basketball court no one can do. But the way he talks about the game, right? So he comes off the bench, which is just like insane. Comes off the bench and is plus 21 in 21 minutes on Saturday as the Spurs beat the Thunder. And says after the game that he loves playing for the Spurs because they play an ethical brand of basketball. An obvious shot at the way the Thunder play, right? With Shea being a free throw merchant, as some people would say, looking for fouls. So you have Wemby like stoking the fire a little bit of the Spurs-Thunder rivalry. And then I saw today on social media an interview with Wemby being done by Chris Haynes of Turner, right? I think Chris Haynes, I'm not sure who he works for. Used to work for Turner, works for Yahoo. Whatever TV network he works for, my apologies, because Turner doesn't have the NBA anymore. And Wemby says about the Knicks that they don't play as pure a form of basketball as the Heat do, but they're really physical. So they'll be a tough matchup. So he's like simultaneously multiple times here complimenting one side and insulting another And he's Wemby, and everyone just watches him do this because he's got the accent and because he's so damn good and he's so damn tall. Everyone's like awestruck by him. He's like a singular force both on and off the court. And this is an opportunity for the Spurs to show, yes, we are the biggest threat to the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's not Denver. It's not Houston. It's us. Because we've got this guy. Because we have an extraterrestrial at center who can also run the points. What a game it's going to be tonight. On the other side, I'm going to tell you how I'm handicapping the Spurs and the Knicks. And we'll get into some college basketball. And I'm going to tell everybody the one player that holds the key to the entire season in college hoops.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
They don't play a brand of basketball as sophisticated as the Miami Heat or the Thunder, but like the physicality is top in the league, so it's a very tough team to play against.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
That's the voice of San Antonio Spurs star center Victor Wembanyama. It's like both complimenting and insulting the Knicks at the same time. Yeah, they're physical, but also like they're not that great. And they're tough to play against. Oh, awesome backdrop for tonight's NBA Cup final in Vegas that I'm going to be watching. I don't know if it's like Game 7 of the NBA Finals, but I'm going to be very into it. And I actually don't think I'm going to put a bet in on side or total. I just want to watch it as a fan and root for my favorite team, the New York Knicks. If you want to bet, I'm going to tell you what I would do if I were betting it in a second. And if you're going to bet it, dear listener and dear viewer, and I'm guessing you are, let me tell you that today's NBA Odds Boost token belongs in the starting five. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app, and please gamble responsibly. So as it stands right now at BetMGM, the Knicks are 2.5-point favorites tonight in Vegas over the San Antonio Spurs. And we saw this number climb up to 3 earlier in the day, and there was even a 3.5 on the board as well. We are now at 2.5 minus 110. The total 233.5 juiced towards the over. If I had to bet this game, removing my fandom from the equation, I would bet the Knicks. And I'm sincere about that. I don't think I want to do that. I think I just want to watch the game. I'll have other bets for tonight. I don't know if I want to bet this game. The reason why I would bet the Knicks, more big game experience than San Antonio. And I know the Spurs beat the Thunder, and the Thunder won an NBA championship last year. The Thunder were like laughing in the locker room after the game. And I'm not even saying that like to clown on the Thunder. They're 24-2. Like they ran into, like Wembanyama played awesome in the game. The Spurs gave you an A+ game. They clearly weren't that fazed by it. So I'm not fazed by them losing. I think you get an awesome Jalen Brunson game tonight from this, where the Spurs are going to send their guards after him, right? And they do have a wave of guards to throw at Jalen Brunson, whether it's Fox, who is quicker than Brunson, but Brunson is obviously way craftier than Fox. Castle and Dylan Harper, they're all good. None of them can guard Jalen Brunson. And the Knicks just have, candidly, more good players than the Spurs. Even if I acknowledge, for as good as Jalen Brunson is, at his best, Victor Wembanyama is the best player on the court. I think the Knicks have more good players tonight. And I think that will be the difference in the game. I think Brunson gets his. I think Towns gets his. And I think the Knicks win this game tonight. Maybe a little bit lower scoring than the market indicates. A lot of pressure in this game. A lot of young players for San Antonio that haven't been in a spot like this. Championship game. Knicks minus the 2.5 if I had to bet it. And a look for me at the under at under 233.5. Brett McMurphy joins us to start next hour. Drew Dinsick joins us next hour as well. We'll do some college sports here to end hour number 2. We'll start in college basketball. And I keep telling everybody that this is going to be the best college basketball season of our lifetimes. And it's already been magnificent. And as I said last week, you can legitimately make the case for like 10 teams to win the championship right now. And I said this last week, but I think it's worth repeating. Compare and contrast to last year when it was Duke, Houston, like the 4 teams that made the Final Four. The 4 1 seeds. Duke, Houston, Auburn, and Florida. And Duke was the team that I liked the whole year. And obviously they lost to Houston, and it was no fun for any of us, apparently. This year, you can make the case for way, way more teams than just 4. Like Arizona. The Arizona Wildcats on Saturday thumped Alabama. And Bama's in some trouble because Bama can out-talent teams that they have the same talent level as, or a similar talent level. But when they play a team like Arizona that's got size and talent, I think they're up against it big time here. Now, Nate Oates is a great coach. I don't know if he's good enough to be able to win the day with this current iteration of Alabama. And with that win, Tommy Lloyd and the Arizona Wildcats, Jaden Bradley, Coapede and company, become the first team in the history of college basketball to beat 5 ranked teams in their first 9 games. Bama, Auburn, UCLA, UConn, and last year's national champion, the Florida Gators. They are absolutely stacked. We also saw on Saturday, Michigan, I think what the kids would call a wagon, just decimate Maryland as they are weighing laced to teams. Weighing laced? Laying waste. It's December. They are not weighing lace. They are laying waste to teams, just blitzing the competition, looking like, if not the number 1 team, the number 2 at worst behind Arizona. Gonzaga slams UCLA on Saturday night. The Zags lost to Michigan by 40. I guarantee you that wouldn't happen again. And maybe we get that matchup again somewhere down the line. Hell, we even saw Kentucky and Mark Pope, the single most disappointing team this year in college basketball, bounce back and beat Indiana this weekend, 72-60. So Mark Pope's seat gets a little cooler. And, Indiana with their new coach and with the new point guard with Bennett Sturts and Ben McCollum, they're going to win some games this year with 3-point shooting, but if those threes don't go down, they don't have a chance. And Kentucky's able to take care of business, and Mark Pope's seat gets a little cooler for now. But to me, even with all of those results that I just laid out, and all those blue blood programs that are all legitimate national championship contenders, the biggest story that came out of Saturday in college basketball, and I think it's one that will certainly have an impact on who wins the Big 12, which might be the best conference in college hoops this season, and perhaps have an impact on who wins the national championship this year in college basketball, is what came out of the Kansas-NC State game. And if you missed it on Saturday, Kansas beats NC State in an overtime thriller, 77-76. Kansas improves to 8-3. And in that game, Darren Peterson, their star freshman, who is currently at offshore markets, a minus price to be the number 1 overall pick in next year's NBA draft. And remember how we've been talking about the NBA draft this year. Maybe the best NBA draft ever, or one of the best in recent memory, at least. I don't want to get too hyperbolic. One of the best in recent memory, at least next year. Darren Peterson's a minus choice to be first overall. So his freshman year has been marred by a bunch of hamstring injuries thus far, right? So he comes back in this game against NC State, puts up 17-5-4, but has to sub himself out with 2 minutes to go in regulation. And, Kansas fans are rightly nervous about how this is going to go. And got a little more nervous when Jayhawks head coach Bill Self said that this injury doesn't appear to be related to the hamstring, that it was actually quad tightness, calf tightness for Darren Peterson. And obviously what's going to happen as a result of this for Darren Peterson is he going to look to now sit out games to avoid a potential more serious injury? Where we've seen players rupture their Achilles, obviously, with other injuries kind of leading to that. And what happens if he re-injures his hamstring and he misses more time? Yes, he's getting paid by Kansas, but also he's playing 1 year at Lawrence. He's going to the NBA. He'll be the number 1 overall pick of the NBA draft. The betting market will tell you into next year. He's currently questionable for Kansas's game tonight against Towson. And maybe he plays in tonight's game. We will see. But I really think that this is going to start to become a major story here. A significant story moving forward. Because if he starts sitting out games with no real injury, basically, just fear of re-aggravation, given the fact that he's getting paid a nice sum of money, are people going to start being you got to get out on the court? You're being paid. You're a professional now. I think this is going to end up becoming a big conversation. And if Peterson ends up missing time, I think we can confidently cross Kansas off the list as far as a national championship contender. Not that they can't win a couple games in the tournament, but can they win the tournament without the guy who might be the number 1 pick in the draft? No. Can they win the Big 12? Probably not, given how loaded the Big 12 is this year. Kansas right now is 25-1 to win the national championship and 11-1 to win the Big 12 at BetMGM. And I think what we're going to get is a very interesting potential opportunity to time a bet. And maybe it doesn't happen and Peterson plays tonight and he's awesome and he's healthy. We'll bring you that news if and when we get it. Peterson's going to play tonight. But if he doesn't, and this is some kind of unknown extended absence for Peterson as he gets healthy, conference plays in about a month. What if he comes back in 3.5 weeks and that news gets announced and he's back for conference play? we may get an opportunity to bet Kansas at a really good number to win the Big 12, to win the national championship. So just want to get that on people's radars. And maybe it doesn't come to fruition, and maybe he plays tonight, but it does kind of feel like this is going to be a lingering thing all season long for a guy who, right, wrong, or indifferent, and to me it's right, to other people it's going to be wrong, is way more concerned about his pro future than he is about his 1 year at Lawrence. So we'll bring you that news for Kansas and Darren Peterson if and when it breaks before we're off the air at 7 o'clock Eastern. Last note here for this hour, Brett McMurphy will join us at the top of next hour, is some college football. As Arch Manning's dad, Cooper, sends a text to ESPN last night. I don't know why Arch can't be the one to announce it, but I don't want to get involved in family matters. A little strange. Cooper Manning is the one that reveals to ESPN that Arch will be returning to Texas next year to be the Longhorns quarterback. So Arch obviously had a rough start to the season, where a lot of people, including me, are questioning Arch's ability to be a big-time quarterback at the collegiate level. And was it ridiculous that he was the Heisman Trophy front-runner to start the year? Obviously, yes. But Arch really pulled it together down the stretch and started playing awesome football after the 13-10 overtime win against Kentucky, obviously culminating in a big win in the regular season finale against Texas A&M. We are now setting up, assuming that Arch plays well next year. This is going to be your likely number 1 overall pick in the 2027 NFL draft. And that's not like me saying that. That's not like my opinion. I don't grind the tape the way a lot of draft analysts do. This is what people think. That Arch is going to be the top-rated prospect after next year in college football. Texas will obviously be towards the top of the board next year to win the national championship and win the SEC. And what this does now is clear the runway for either Indiana's Fernando Mendoza or Oregon's Dante Moore to be the number 1 overall pick in next year's NFL draft. Mendoza's currently the favorite. We will see what happens as things develop in between now and April. Final hour, Power Hour coming up next. We start the hour talking college football with Brett McMurphy of On3.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Power hour. You better you bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, our unbelievable crew, and whoever the hell you are. Femi Abebefe back with us tomorrow here on You Better You Bet. The Power Hour and every hour here on the show, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. The whale capper Drew Dinsick will join us coming up in 20 minutes, NBC sports betting analyst and the Deep Dive podcast, giving us bets for Week 16 in the NFL and the NBA Cup Final tonight in Vegas with my Knicks against the Spurs. That's coming up in 20 minutes and 40 minutes from now. All our bets for tonight in the world of sports, college hoops, and the aforementioned NBA Cup Final. But joining us right now to kick off the Power Hour, candidly, one of the only voices that I need to hear this week as we get set to trudge and bet the college football playoff. The great Brett McMurphy, America's college football insider, national college football reporter for our friends at On3, on Twitter at Brett_McMurphy. My friends, welcome back to the show. Happy holidays to you and the family. Happy college football playoff as well to you and yours.
Thanks, Nick. Good to talk to you. It's been way too long, buddy.
It absolutely has been great to get you back on this week of all weeks. And before we get to the playoff, my friend, let's talk about Michigan to start. Obviously, the Sharon Moore drama, and God knows what's going to happen with him. Reports that the Michigan players feel betrayed. Obviously, a brutal situation in Ann Arbor, and you're as plugged in as it gets. Curious, do you have any inclination as to where Michigan will go with its search for a permanent head coach, Biff Poggi going to be the interim coach for the bowl game against Texas?
So you're saying it's not going to be Biff. Is that right?
Do you think it's going to be Biff?
No, I was kidding. Love Biff, but yeah, he won't be their guy. I still think they make a run at DeBoer. I really do. I know what DeBoer has come out and said publicly the past few days. He even said, yes, he will return to Alabama next year. I think he's squarely at the top of their list. Now, obviously, he's got to say yes. And if he doesn't, then what happens? Well, I think Kenny Dillingham would be the next target. There's some stuff on social media today about, how he answered a question about, are you going to be back next year? Or what can you say about the Michigan rumors? And he didn't answer the question. So, a lot of people are saying, oh, he's definitely gone. He's definitely gone. I don't believe he's definitely gone. I just believe he's being honest. I give him more credit for basically saying, I'm not going to say I'm definitely going to be back, and I'm not going to say I'm leaving, because he doesn't know. And people don't like that. They want you to, a black or white answer. Look, that's what DeBoer gave Alabama media when he was asked the question. Does that mean he's 1,000% going to be at Alabama next year? No. But we have to take these folks at their word. If those two guys do not end up staying where they're at, then Nick, I don't think Michigan wants to go further than that. And then it could go anywhere. Jed Fish at Washington was a former Michigan assistant. I think he would be highly coveted. Jeff Brom's name has popped up. He's at Louisville. He's had a contract offer in the past few weeks that he has still not yet signed. But I think clearly that DeBoer and Dillingham in that order are at the top of their wish list. And then after that, who knows where they would go. But I know they want to get this thing done pretty quickly. I've heard conflicting information on whether they want to wait until to do something before this weekend or wait until after the weekend, the first round of the playoffs. But certainly they got to get going, with the portal and everything else going on.
Sounds like Michigan will be rooting very hard for Oklahoma on Friday night to beat Alabama to free up Kalen DeBoer potentially. And just with what you were saying, Brett, I think you'll appreciate this, and college football fans will appreciate this. If DeBoer does leave, I mean, obviously it's reminiscent of another coach involved with Alabama who promised that he wouldn't do something when Nick Saban was Dolphins head coach and said, I will not be the next head coach of Alabama. Narrator. He was, in fact, the next head coach at Alabama and went pretty well for Nick Saban. So we'll see how it goes with Kalen DeBoer. Two-parter for you here, and we'll wrap up on Michigan, and then we'll get to the college football playoff. One, what is Brett McMurphy's prediction for who the next Michigan head coach will be? And two, where will Bryce Underwood play quarterback next year, Michigan or somewhere else?
Well, I'm going to take DeBoer at his word. He said flat out, yes, he would return at Alabama next year. But like you said, look, if he loses to Oklahoma, they may want to run him out of town. And, 2-3 lost seasons, and that's not good enough. But that's what happens when you follow the GOAT. So I'll take DeBoer at his word. I will go with Dillingham. I know he's an alum of Arizona State, but look, Michigan's a top 5 job. Nothing against Arizona State. I'm a Big 12 guy, but that's not a top 5 job. Can it be? Possibly. But I would, if you're gonna get me to predict, I'll go with Dillingham, and I would say probably Underwood somewhere else.
Wow. And just to be clear on this, Brett, but I don't like grind. I know that's not necessarily what you do either, but you talk to a ton of people that do. Like Bryce Underwood's upside is to be like the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft in a couple of years. Is that an accurate statement by me? Like that's a huge domino to fall if he transfers and plays elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean that would be huge, but that's kind of where we're at now in college football. I mean, a couple of years ago, Ohio State got Ole Miss's best running back, all SEC running back to transfer. I mean, basically, everybody's a junior college now. You're susceptible to if somebody else has a bigger bankroll, more money between the cushions, whatever it is. Anybody can get picked off. Nobody can keep that from happening. And so, I think obviously who the next coach at Michigan would obviously play into Underwood's thinking there. But it would be huge. You're absolutely right. If Bryce did not return to Ann Arbor.
You bet on this Tuesday. Our guest, America's college football insider for our friends at On3 Sports, the very handsome, love the mustache, Brett McMurphy. We got to get you on video one of these days. On Twitter at Brett_McMurphy. All right, my friend, let's hit the college football playoff. I will be betting Oklahoma on Friday night to beat Alabama. Obviously cover the spread. Well, 1 point home dog in the game. I don't think Bama can run. I think they're going to be one-dimensional. I like Oklahoma's defense. Spread of the game, Bama -1, 40.5 the total. What say Brett McMurphy? Playoff game numero uno. Bama at Oklahoma in Norman.
Well, first, if you want me on video, you got to subscribe to my OnlyFans page, and then you can get me on video.
Okay.
Secondly,
you giving out like feet pics or what?
Too much information. Hey, this is a bad omen, bro. I agree with you.
That's a great omen.
I like Oklahoma at home too. Alabama dominated the first meeting. They outgained Oklahoma 2-1. The big revenge factor, all those cliches. But again, Oklahoma's defense has been incredible the last month of the season. Alabama has not looked like Alabama. Alabama has looked the start of the season. They didn't look great against Florida State, and this last stretch of the season, they haven't looked that great. And also something that I'm sure you know about, but you did not mention, so I'll bring it up. There's some questions about how healthy is Ty Simpson at quarterback for Alabama. And Nick, if he is not 100% going against that Oklahoma defense, that's not a lot of fun. The biggest question, obviously, is can the Sooners scrape together enough offense to get by. But I think this will be just an incredible atmosphere. I love these playoff games being on campus. I don't think we'll see a better atmosphere than Friday night in Norman between the Sooners and the Crimson Tide.
I'll tell you what, Brett, we might give that a run for its money, and we had Sean McDonough on the show earlier. He'll be calling A&M against Miami on Saturday at noon on ESPN at Kyle Field. That scene's going to be insane also. Like, we need, I don't even know if I need to ask this question. I'm sure you agree. We need more college football playoff games on campuses. Like, the fact that it's only this round, I think we need more of it. And let's talk about that game. A&M 3.5 against Miami, 51.5. Let's see if we have another bad omen here. I kind of think these two teams are really, really closely rated, really close together. And if you're going to give me 3.5 with either, I would take that team. It happens to be Miami's getting the points. I'll take Miami plus the 3.5. Do we have bad omen numero dos here? Does Brett McMurphy agree with Nick Costos?
Yeah, we do. But I think the Aggies may win this game by a field goal. So that way we're both doomed, or we're both accurate. The thing that sticks out to me, I mean, Miami, we know Miami made a late push to get into the playoffs. They played really well. The thing that concerns me about Miami is they did not leave the state of Florida until November. I mean, that is crazy. They had some off weeks. They had a road game at Florida State. They obviously did not play in any atmosphere on the road this year that's going to be anywhere close to what A&M's is going to be like. However, there's a but coming up. Texas A&M, their SEC schedule, the teams that they beat were combined 11-41 in conference play. They beat up on a lot of tomato cans. I think their record is somewhat deceiving. I obviously believe they're a playoff team, but I think they may be overvalued. I think that kind of showed that kind of exposed themselves against Texas. But man, at home, that's going to be a tough environment for Miami. I think it's close. I agree with you, especially getting the hook. I like the 3.5, but I would not be surprised if A&M eke this one out and advance, but I don't think they cover the number.
When you said there's a but coming up, I thought you were going to include like the link for your OnlyFans and tell us all where to subscribe. Let's close with the two Group of 5 games. I think Ole Miss is going to beat Tulane by 1 million like they did earlier in the season. Oregon probably beats JMU by 1 million. We can group the two games together. Ole Miss 17.5 against Tulane. Oregon 21.5 against JMU. Got a couple minutes for this one. Any thoughts you have on the Group of 5 games?
Look, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say the Group of 5 teams should not be in the playoff. I understand why they're in.
I'll say it.
If we go by the top 12 teams, they shouldn't be in. But the way it's set up, they are. I like Ole Miss. I know I like them both. I'll actually be at the Oregon game up in rainy, chilly Eugene. But I think Ole Miss. They won by 35 the first time. I think it's 17, 16.5, 17.5. Tulane is very misleading. I mean, I love John Summerall and what they've done. If you had a chance to watch the American Conference title game against North Texas ran up and down the field on Tulane. They just threw two interceptions in the end zone, turned over in downs inside the 20. That was a very misleading game. You play that game 20 times, and I think North Texas wins that game 12 or 13 times. Again, they didn't. Also, you've got Ole Miss. The first game without Lane Kiffin. You usually don't want to really, show a lot in that first game, but I think there's going to be some added incentive to say, hey, let's show what we can do without Lane Kiffin. A lot of players there not happy with how that all went down. I think they want to back Pete Golding, the new head coach, former interim, now head coach for the Rebels. And so I think they are going to lay the wood on Tulane, who, no offense to Tulane, I just think they're way overvalued, overrated. I don't think they're as good as the record is. I don't think they're as good as the ranking is. And I think because they want to prove to everyone, including Lane Kiffin, how much better off they are without Lane Kiffin, I think that gives them the incentive to lay the hammer here, as opposed to just taking it easy after knowing that you already beat them by 35 the first time.
Oh, Brett, you're the best. We're at it. I was going to ask you, your favorite head coaching hire thus far in this cycle, but I think we're out of time. I wanted to know your thoughts on Oklahoma State's new head football coach, Eric Morris, but we're out of time. By the way, just wanted to say this also before we let you go. We have like 30 seconds. You got on 3 is whether it's Pete Nakos, whether it's Ari, whether it's Andy, you guys are crushing it right now with the college football coverage. So tip of the cap to you, my friend, on what's been a great season, and hopefully we get you back along the way on the college football playoff. Merry Christmas.
Hey, thanks, Nick. For that compliment, I'll give you 20% off on my OnlyFans. So use the code thank you, Nick.
use the code Brett Butt for 20% off.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, in 20 minutes, we'll give you all our bets for tonight. NBA Cup Final with the Knicks and the Spurs. College basketball. Brad Evans will join us as well again to predict the prop for Thursday Night Football at the Rams and the Seahawks. But that's a story for 20 minutes from now. Because joining us right now on the show is the whale capper, Drew Dinsick. He got a haircut. I mean, I like it, but I really like the luscious long locks of our friend Drew Dinsick of NBC Sports and the Deep Dive podcast with our friend Dan DeMolitor. Drew is on Twitter at whale_capper. My friend, welcome back to the show. Merry early Christmas to you and the family. What's up?
Yeah, Merry early Christmas to you. Great to be on with you. Had to get the haircut. It was number one, you want to look a little bit less grungy when you meet and see family that you haven't seen all year. Around Christmas time and just in general traveling, like I don't have my products, I can't take all of my gear with me, so you just got to get that the dead surfer blonde stuff out of there and start fresh. So I'll be out there on the waves come January. We'll get it back long and blonde, but yeah,
you are so California, like the dead surfer blonde hair. It's unreal. We were talking before the interview started, and this, I think, gives a nice segue into Thursday Night Football, and then we'll talk about like the rest of the slate. We can talk about the NBA Cup Final as well. But I asked you before we came on live, do you have any kind of like grand futures take as it concerns the National Football League? And Drew, yours centered around one of the teams that will be playing on Thursday night and one of the games of the year in the NFL is the Rams and the Seahawks in Seattle, like basically a pick'em price right now at BetMGM. I think the number's like actually a pick'em at some places right now. Total of the game, 44. So who do you like in the game, and what is your grand take about one of those teams moving forward?
Yeah, we got a hot one for you here. You ready? The team that's favored to win the Super Bowl, not short enough. It's a little it maybe seems a little lukewarm, but now I've been beating the drum for this is a couple weeks, and I still am a little bit surprised that the market is shy on the Rams right now. This particular matchup, like Seahawks, great defense. They're at home. Last game was pretty close. Good coach. Good, there are reasons to believe that that they're alive in this particular contest, but I'm going to zero in on one Mr. Sam Darnold, whose quality of play has slipped dramatically over the last probably really 5 weeks. And it started with his last game against the Rams. This is again a player famous for seeing ghosts. Now gets to face the defense that he threw the ball to 4 times, costing the Seahawks the pole position for the 1 seed in the NFC. And he's going to have to do it in terrible weather with an offense that has a couple of very clear red flags. Like number one, the running attack is just extremely lackluster. And number two, the offensive line is now a makeshift crew of very injured players. Cross and Abe Lucas, your 2 tackles who had been pretty stalwart for most of the first half of the season. Both of them are now dealing with meaningful injuries. They may try to go and play through it on a short week, but they were getting beat like a drum by the pass rush from the Colts over the weekend. And then the interior offensive line, Gray Zabel and Abe Bradford also dealing with meaningful injuries. So it's just a kind of the worst case scenario where the one thing that brought the worst out in Sam Darnold last year was when he was facing aggressive interior pressure on a down by down basis. And this is same, it's deja vu all over again. His offensive line is hurt. His running game is not giving him any support. They haven't really developed a second weapon in the passing game outside of JSN. So I think the Rams defense is going to do their job here, keep this thing within reach, and then the Rams offense and what McVay is calling so far this season, I think is pretty masterful. So Rams get the win this week, and that ultimately effectively locks up the 1 seed for them. And in an NFC where there are not huge distinctions between the 1st and 7th best team, having the 1 seed, getting the bye, having everybody have to come through LA, being relatively healthy by the time we get to the playoffs, assuming that, they can give Devontae Adams several weeks here to get right. Like, it's all setting up perfectly, I feel like, for the Rams to make another run. McVay is such a good coach, and I have so much respect for him. Like, he will win multiple Super Bowls in his career. I think number 2 is coming this year. And ultimately, the fact that the Rams are not being held as high as they ought to be, considering the fact that a win on Thursday effectively punches their ticket for the 1 seed, I think is worth considering as you look across futures prices right now.
I said it on the show yesterday. I don't know what the case is right now that the Rams are not the best team in the NFC or in the entire NFL. And honestly, I can't believe that I'm here again. I think the Eagles are probably their biggest threat with the way that things are shaking out. You agree with that or no in the NFC when we get to the postseason?
I do. And it's, I don't even know. I didn't hear your segment yet, so I'll have to go back and listen because I'm curious if you have the same reason that I have it. It's Vic Fangio. McVay is never really solved him.
I was poking holes in everybody else, kind of like Packers lose Parsons. Bears probably a year early. Lions may not make it. Niners defense terrible. Seattle Darnold, NFC South stinks. Ergo, the last team left standing is the Eagles. But look, you're right. Like, think about what happened in the divisional rounds in the snow last year with the Rams only scoring 23 points in that game.
Yeah, plus the special teams coach can dial up 2 blocks whenever they need it for Philadelphia.
and then Jordan Davis can return a kick to cover a spread as time expires.
Yeah, exactly. They say find a way. But no, I mean the Rams they've been the best team in football this year. They are the healthiest of any of the contenders right now, and they are 1 win away from the 1 seed, which would drastically increase their chances of getting to the Super Bowl, let alone winning it. And pretty much anyone that comes out of the AFC, I don't know, in the future's grand scheme of things, I hold playoff experience in extremely high regard. If you have done it before, if you've been in the crucible and you've come out the other side, unscathed, and Matt Stafford did that on his run to the title in 2021. That matters to me. And you're going to potentially draw a debutante. Like, there is no one in the AFC playoff picture right now who's been to the Super Bowl. Like, this is going to certainly be a new quarterback in a fresh situation there. You have a couple of coaches who've been there. Obviously, Sean Payton has won. Obviously, Harbaugh has won. The John Harbaugh has won. Jim Harbaugh has been there. But everybody else involved in the playoff picture right now in the AFC is new to the game. And I think, like, the most likely outcome is probably just the best quarterback in football and certainly in the AFC, and Josh Allen rises to the top and takes the Bills to their first Super Bowl this year. He's going to have to do it on the road. It's going to be battle tested. There will probably be matchups where the market doesn't believe in him and he gets it done anyway. But there's definitely a setup where people look at the Bills and Josh Allen kind of putting on his Superman cape and winning in a very weak year in the AFC and are overrating the Bills in that Super Bowl. And so take some Rams now, take some Rams later. I think they are your presumptive champs right now.
You bet on this Tuesday. The Whale Capper Drew Dinsick, our guest at Whale_Capper on Twitter, NBC Sports, and the Deep Dive podcast with our buddy Andy Molitor. All right, Thursday night excluded because I know you like the Rams in the game. What's your best look, side and total, for the rest of the Week 16 slate?
Best look would probably be Titans 3.5. Titans money line. Chiefs downgrade from Mahomes to Minshew is more than a touchdown in my opinion. And it's not just the quality of player that you're downgrading to. It's the fact that Mahomes was still able to run an offense behind an offensive line that was dealing with replacement parts at several key positions. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the offensive line situation for the Chiefs because all of the noise and all of the focus has been on Mahomes and his injury, but things are even worse. And now you're throwing Gardner Minshew back there and you're going to have him running around like a chicken with his head cut off up against Jeffrey Simmons and company. That's going to be a problem. I don't think this Chiefs offense is rallying to give you some sort of Ewing theory narrative that the Chiefs are going to continue to fight hard in Mahomes' absence on the way in. It's a team that I think is incentivized to lose and get some draft capital. It's a team that's incentivized to rest some of their players who have been getting beat up all year long as they've been trying to, fight for their lives. And Titans for me right now are about a -7 in terms of neutral power rating. Chiefs with Gardner Minshew behind this offensive line, at best -5. So I think there's a reasonable argument to make that this game should be about a pick 'em.
Wow. And Kansas City 3.5 right now. It looks like it's going to come down to 3 against the Titans. That is how the mighty have fallen. My Super Bowl pick, not looking great. And by not looking great, I mean they're eliminated. And just it is what it is. Anything for you with the Packers and the Bears on Saturday night? Green Bay 1.5 on the road, 46.5 the total.
This is not a math-based play.
Oh, it's vibes?
It's vibes. It's Bears here are going to win this one outright. It's the Packers to me. I'm trying to correctly adjust for the people who are missing, but it's really, really tough. I think Watson matters a lot. I know Parsons matters like an enormous amount, maybe more than Garrett, if not as much, exactly as much as Garrett. He is one of the most important players in any defense, especially because the Packers do not like to blitz. They like to generate pressure by letting Micah Parsons direct the game. I don't think they're going to be able to get much pressure at all against the Chicago offense. The offensive line for the Bears is performing out of their minds well. The running blocking in particular has been so strong. The Packers not only lose Micah Parsons, they lost Devontae Wyatt last week. They will be without safety Evan Williams, who's been playing great football this year. I don't know if Zach Tom will go. I don't know if Christian Watson will go, but let's just assume that those guys, one of those two miss, probably Watson, maybe Tom. The Packers are in deep, deep trouble here. I know that the Bears are not a team that you especially want to rate highly because there are certainly ups and downs with Caleb Williams' passing attack over the balance of the season, and the defense at times has been very poor. But they are, at least right now, relatively healthy. They are getting linebackers back. They have gotten their cornerback room healthy, and they at least have a decent chance to get a pass rush going with Montez Sweat up against potentially a backup tackle for the Packers. So Jordan Love was under pressure a lot in Denver. He faced pressure 24, 25 times over the balance of that game. I think that's kind of a little bit of an indictment of the status of the Green Bay Packers on the road at this point with who they have available pass blocking. And I think the Bears can get a clean win here. So I took Bears money line at plus 100. It's not an easy price to square, but I think the injuries to the Packers are going to be too much to overcome in this particular matchup.
Let's save a little time for the NBA Cup Finals. So give this to me in like 30 seconds if you can. The two other huge games this weekend: Denver 3 at home against Jacksonville 45.5, and Sunday Night Football, the Ravens 3 at home against the Patriots, total 48. Anything on either of those games in about 30 seconds?
Patriots look like the side to me, but I didn't play. I may regret that. I may add that. Jags look like the side to me. I did play it. I took the 3. Actually, I take it back. I took Jags money line. I think that I swung for the fences here, just being that like there's absolutely a world where Trevor Lawrence is playing. The results that you've got are not are not based on who they've played. It's just that Cohen and Lawrence are just perfect hand in glove synergy right now with what he's calling and what Lawrence is able to do with the weapons he's got healthy. And the Broncos, I don't mind being the guy who is fading the Broncos the week after Bo Nix has his best game as a professional football player. There is absolutely a world where that was the high point that we're going to see from him this season, and up against the Jags defense that's been playing surprisingly competent. I think you could see him come back to earth a bit here. So I took the Jags on the money line. Plus 135 looks like a bettable number here. I rather have a plus money line than a 3, just because I think that there's a world where the Broncos defense brings the Jags offense back to earth. But I think I'm getting the better offense with the Jags in this one, plus the money.
All right, let's do NBA to close. Knicks 2.5 against the Spurs tonight. 2.5 in the NBA Cup final. 233.5 the total. Do you like anything tonight in the NBA Cup?
I tell you what, I can't square. It's 2.5 as a fair. Knicks look like the right side to me.
Yeah, I like them too.
I think we may have upgraded the Spurs a little bit too aggressively based on one win where the Thunder weren't really creating many turnovers, and just couldn't make any key shots down the stretch. So I'm going to go to war with the Knicks here. My fair neutral rating for the Knicks right now is as high as it's been all season long because they have continued to stack better and better performances. I think they are about a plus 9. The San Antonio Spurs, even with a full complement of Wemby minutes, the best I could ever conceive is maybe 4.5 for them. But I think with his reduced role, you're talking about a plus 3-ish. So on a neutral court, I would think this is closer to 6. And that is so far off market, it's terrifying. But Knicks for me at minus 2.5 is the look.
One word answer to this question. Out of these 4 teams, who is the most likely to beat the Thunder in a 7-game series? Rockets, Nuggets, Knicks, or Spurs? One word.
Out of those 4 teams?
Out of those 4.
they're equally unlikely to win because of the Thunder. They are all 0. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. The most likely, I'm going to go Rockets. I think the Rockets are rostered. I think they're rostered perfectly to be the foils for the Thunder, if anyone can foil them, which I don't think they can.
I listen. I love the Thunder this year. The only thing I think the Spurs are lower on the odds board. I think the Spurs are better than the Lakers. Their upside's higher.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, market doesn't see it that way. You're the best. Whale_Capper on Twitter. NBC Sports Betting Analyst. Deep Dive Podcast. Hair looks great. Good luck with the bets. We'll catch up with you next week.
Have a great week, Ben.
The great Drew Dinsick joining us here on You Better You Bet. That was awesome. Bets for this week. Futures bets. A little NBA Cup. Love my guy, the Whale Capper. All my bets for tonight on the other side to wrap up the Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the terrific Football Tuesday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. 4 phenomenal guests joined us today on the show. Shout out to our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, doing an awesome job. ESPN play-by-play man Sean McDonough will be on the call of Miami and A&M coming up this Saturday, along with Greg McElroy. Sean, always sensational here on You Better You Bet. Also joined by Odyssey Sports NFL insider, the great Mark Schlereth. On 3, national college football reporter, my friend Brett McMurphy. And then the whale capper, Drew Dinsick from NBC Sports in the Deep Dive Pod, who thinks the Rams, who are the Super Bowl favorite, are not short enough a price. He thinks the Rams are more likely to win the Super Bowl than the betting market indicates. Great stuff from all our guests. If you missed any of it, or my thoughts on the Dolphins and the Steelers, my thoughts on the Houston Rockets-Denver Nuggets game last night, my thoughts on college hoops, or Arch Manning returning to Texas next year, just search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Our executive producer, the aforementioned Bill Zimmerman. Our technical director, very handsome. I saw him on a video earlier today. He looks great. Tyler Morales. Our engineer, who also hosted today from 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern, did an awesome job. Jakey Narratives. Likes Tulane against Ole Miss. I don't know if I agree with that. But I loved Jake Hassan hosting the show, and then he did a great job running the board today. Jake, thank you very much. Our associate producer is the fantastically talented Addie Bates, and our video producer, I don't know, we had a bunch of video stuff go wrong today, and he sent like a text that was like 8 paragraphs long. I TLDR. Downtown, Mike Brown. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours is BetMGM Tonight, featuring our guest at this time, the one, the only, the bald freak, Brad Evans. Brad, welcome back to the show. Happy Tuesday. Hola, amigo.
Hola, amigo. Happy Tuesday to you, mi amigo.
Oh, absolutely. So here's what I'd like to do. We'll talk a little college basketball for the games coming up tonight, but do you have, my friend, a couple numbers for me to guess? Massive Thursday night football game in the Pacific Northwest. Femi's neck of the woods. He's back on the show tomorrow with the Rams and the Seahawks.
Oh, of course. Mi amigo certainly beats the baby pukes that used to call the Jacksonville Jaguars color rush uniforms from Thursday night football games of the years past. So, yeah, we got a mammoth matchup. Let's start with a pair of wide receivers. Option number 1. JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba, receiving yards. Costos, predict the prop.
All right, so he had been over 100 once. Like he was at 101.5, and I think that game he went way over. He's been in like the low to mid 90s recently, and he has not been performing great. The Seahawks passing offense has been sputtering as of late. I don't think that you could bring him down into the 8s. I think it has to be a 9 because he's the favorite for Offensive Player of the Year. I will say we are 93, and if I don't get a ding-ding on this one, I'll be shocked. 93.5 for JSN.
Ding, 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 ding. And exactly right, mi amigo. All right, we got to give the public an answer. You over or under?
I would never. How about this? I don't know if I'm going to bet it to steal an old line from me, steal a line from myself from back in the day on You Better You Bet. Wouldn't bet the under.
I'm going to take the over easily. Had a $1.05 in the first matchup. He's going to see a lot of Emmanuel Forbes yet again. Absolutely roasted and toasted him that first time. Forbes this season, Nick, has allowed the 8th most yards of any defensive back in the NFL, way over with JSN. All right, the second one. How about the other dynamic star, the other side of the ball? Puka Nacua receiving yards. Predict the prop.
Okay, so no Devontae Adams, even though Sean McVay won't rule him out. Like, Devontae's not playing. Now, last week, and I know because I bet the over, and he went over by 1,000,000 yards, Puka was 101.5 last week. And what do you have, 168 yards against the Lions? Now, Seattle's defense is obviously way better than Detroit's, and the total's 11 points lower in this game than it was against Detroit. So I actually think that even with Devontae out, I don't think the number is going to be as high. I would be shocked if I didn't get a ding, ding, ding here also. I will actually guess that we're in the same neighborhood as JSN. I'll say a yard high. I'll actually say it's the same number, 93.5 for Puka Nacua.
Ding, 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 ding. And exactly right yet again.
Wow, that's a good job by me.
Way to go, buddy.
Yeah,
all
that's
right,
pretty
so
good.
where are you at on this one? Over or under?
You know, honestly, this one might be an under for me because I think we're going to see Parkinson. I think we're going to see Terrence Ferguson, maybe even a little Davis Allen here, all getting work. I think the Rams will do their 3 tight end set against Seattle quite a bit without Devontae Adams expected on Thursday night.
You and I are very much on the same wavelength there. I already took Colby Parkinson anytime touchdown at plus 240 today. I think Davis Allen, I love the over on 1.5 receptions, so it's sky high. I'll put it as a leg of an SGP. I think Nakua, who had 7 catches for 75 yards in the first matchup against Seattle, be a little bit higher. I think it's going to be in the 80s. But, man, that Seahawks secondary is outstanding. Enter of the week, number 2 in drop-back EPA defense. So you and I very much on the same page. Man, double nail action back to back. Way to go, mi amigo.
Not bad. Back to back and belly to belly. Okay, so we have this update from Kansas head coach Bill Self on Darren Peterson's availability. Peterson is out for tonight's game against Towson. No surprise. The quote from Bill Self: Darren experienced cramping in his quad against NC State on Saturday. Like we told you, he subbed himself out of the game with 2 minutes left in regulation. He felt similar in practice yesterday, meaning Monday. He is not able to compete at full strength. He will not play tonight against Towson. He will continue to work tirelessly and prepare to compete with his teammates and represent Kansas in the very near future. I'll tell you what, I said this earlier in the show. I think there's a non-zero chance he's not playing again this season for Kansas. I think that you're going to see the Achilles excuse, and I don't want to say excuse, because I would probably feel the same way if I were him. Like, what happened? He's got all these leg injuries. What if it compounds into an Achilles, and then it impacts his NBA status? I'm not predicting that. I wouldn't bet on it. I'm just saying, like, I think this is going to be a huge story moving forward in college hoops, Brad, with a team that, with a healthy Peterson, who's a minus choice to be the number 1 overall pick in a loaded NBA draft next year, like, with Peterson, I don't know if they can win the title. Like, maybe they could, but certainly could win the Big 12. I think this is something that's going to have major ramifications on this college basketball season. What does your gut tell you here about Darren Peterson in Kansas?
Yeah, I think he's going to get a couple of weeks off, and he's going to be back on the floor. I mean, I think you're onto something there. There are definitely some breadcrumbs to follow, and that actually could come to fruition. Trying to debate whether or not his future is going to be we're putting at risk for this Kansas team this season. But I think he's going to be back on the floor. Just needs, again, about 14 days off, and in the meat of the Big 12 conference season starts to rev up. And he's going to be out there, and they will be contenders. I still think Arizona's going to take that league. Houston, obviously, in the conversation. We can't forget Iowa State.
Iowa State's the favorite. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, I looked at that today also.
Yeah, which is crazy. So, I very much a wide open conference in my estimation. There are a handful of teams that, could certainly take it. But because of Kansas's defensive chops at number 6 in college basketball, in defensive efficiency, if they get Peterson back, they're definitely going to push and vie for a Big 12 conference title as well. And I hope he does return, because Kansas is a completely different beast with him on the floor.
Give me 10 seconds on this one. I like Towson in the game. It's just we'll see. Towson's getting bet right now. Who do you like, Kansas and Towson? Total spread in the game is 15.5 for the Jayhawks.
I'm not betting the spread. I bet the total under, quite frankly. Towson loves to slow it down. Kansas is going to keep this in a half-court grind, and it's going to be defensive-minded. That's where I'm going to stack my greenbacks.
I'll tell you what, this is how you know we're deep into football season, like working 6 days a week. Earlier in the show, I said weighing laced instead of laying waste. And I just said I like Towson when, in fact, I like Kansas, because this is the fallen hero spot, and our listeners and viewers know that. First game without Darren Peterson after playing. Betting markets moving towards Towson. I'm going to lay it with Kansas tonight. Brad, what is your best bet in college basketball to wrap?
Well, I took Tennessee last night on the money line, and I was at plus 100. Now they are favored by 3.5. I'd still lay it. Volunteers are desperate. They got to get a win. They have dropped 3 straight games. Outstanding defensive team. Faced Louisville, also an outside defensive team, but they're at home. And I love betting on that desperate narrative. So give me the Vols. I would lay the 3.5 against the Louisville Cardinals.
All right, I do have a bet on that game. I'll get to that in a second. But, Brad, have a great show tonight. Femi and I will catch up with you tomorrow on Hump Day.
Duke, whatever the live line is, I'm out.
All right, Brad giving us a live bet there on the way out. BetMGM tonight follows us here on the BetMGM network. All right, time for bets. Man, what a performance by Jake today. Honestly, Jake, what nationality are you? I don't want to get myself in trouble.
Arabic and Colombian.
Jake is today is the Arabic and Colombian Shohei Ohtani. He's a 2-way player. He pitched a complete game, and he's smacking homers. Hosted and did an excellent job from 3 to 4. Ran an awesome board from 4 to 7. Shohei Ohtani, our engineer today, the great Jake the Snake Hassan. Shohei, please drop the dope-ass beat. Arigato gozaimasu. That means thank you very much for what you have done for me. Today's NBA Odds Boost token belongs in the starting 5. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning NBA bet. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. Now, I told you earlier in the show I was not going to bet the NBA Cup final because I just want to root for my Knicks tonight against the San Antonio Spurs. The whale capper Drew Dinsick filled me with a tremendous amount of confidence because I told you earlier in the show I like the Knicks, right? And Drew's telling you he likes the Knicks, and Drew's power numbers say that the Knicks are a very good bet in this game at price, and that the market may be overrating San Antonio a little bit off of San Antonio's upset win over the Thunder on Saturday. Good enough for Whale, good enough for your boy. I'll lay the 2.5 with my Knicks to win the NBA Cup. Hang the banner at MSG. Hopefully get a better banner come June. So give me the New York Knicks in the NBA Cup. 2 college basketball bets for me tonight. Talked about one with Brad Evans. It's the fallen hero spot. No Darren Peterson for Kansas. Towson's getting bet. Let's see where this number goes. Do we get a 15 tonight with the Kansas Jayhawks? I like Kansas laying it against Towson with no Darren Peterson. And Brad gave you a thought in the Tennessee-Louisville game. He likes Tennessee. I like the under in this game, and I just want to see what it is right now to see if it's moved at BetMGM. We're still at 156.5. I like the under in this game. Nate Ament, Tennessee's stud freshman, who was bandied about as one of the star freshmen in this ridiculous freshman class. Not that he can't be great, but he hasn't been great so far this year. Tennessee's lost 3 games in a row. He's shooting 35% from the field. So I don't know if I trust Tennessee to score a ton. And for Louisville, the book on Louisville this season, they shoot 1 billion threes. And Rick Barnes and the way the Tennessee plays defense, they're very good defending the 3-point line. So I will take the under in the game. Lean for me towards Tennessee. Can't get there with the Vols. Under 156.5, Kansas, Louisville, and Tennessee. Give me Kansas laying it against Towson. The New York Knicks against the San Antonio Spurs. And a partridge in a pear tree. Femi Abebefe returns to the show tomorrow. And I'll see you then on a wonderful Wednesday. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets. The absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight.
Hey, let's
on the
have a show,
BetMGM
folks.
Network. Make it legendary.
No place I'd rather be on I believe it's Tuesday now. Tuesday night than right here on the illustrious, the iconic BetMGM Network. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. It is BetMGM Tonight. Great to be with you. I am Rob Brown, sitting alongside perhaps, I'm not going to say definitively, but perhaps the handsomest man in all of radio, Brad Evans, as we get started for the foremost electrifying hours in sports talk entertainment. And the news of the moment, Brad, Duke's not losing at halftime. They did their best to be losing at halftime, but they are not to the Lipscomb whatever they are.
They're the Bison, believe it or not. A lot of roaming buffalo in the greater Nashville area. I don't know if you realize that, mi amigo. And thank you for the wonderful description. I have hit every branch on the ugly tree going down, but somehow you make this face seem beautiful. So I appreciate you, mi amigo. Yeah, that was a bizarre first half. At one point, Lipscomb, about 10 minutes in, was shooting over 71%. Now, last I checked, it's kind of fundamental. It's basketball 101, putting ball through hoop, and Lipscomb got an A++++++, like the dream there in A Christmas Story. But, Duke couldn't figure out the zone. Eventually, what happened about 3/4 of the way through that first half, John Shire said, I'm going to call T.O. Guys, pick up the pace. Run your asses down the floor and try to beat this defense before it sets. We got better athletes. We're faster off the bounce. We're going to beat him to the rim. You're either going to draw a foul or you're going to kiss off the glass or maybe kick it outside for an uncontested three. So they chipped away. And now at half, Duke is up un punto. So there you have it. Right now, the live line at BetMGM. The Blue Devils laying 20.5, which is still an extraordinary value because I believe the line closed at 33.5. And kudos to the Bison of Lipscomb going into Cameron Indoor completely unintimidated. But this is one of those typical just weird, strange twists, Rob, during a game during finals week.
There are spots where I get frustrated with coaches, Brad, and we had this conversation last night about how many coaches, for whatever reason, do this thing where they have a lead and they build a lead, and then when it starts to get time to close the game out, they stop doing the thing that was winning them the game and they do something different to protect the lead they built by doing the thing. One of the other things that bothers me, and I understand especially when you have a game like this for Duke, where it is kind of let's find ourselves. Let's keep building the chemistry. Let's keep getting better. Let's round ourselves into tournament ready. Man, if you find yourself down 10 to Lipscomb at home, I feel like sometimes you just got to grab the controller. You got to pull the right trigger. You got to push turbo and just go be the better basketball team. Let's just go out athlete these guys. We can build our lead up to 15, 20, and then we'll go back to running our sets. Then we'll go back to getting into our shapes. We'll go back into working on whatever defense maybe we're lacking a little bit. But sometimes just go out there and be Duke against Lipscomb. Yeah. I don't need you to let them hang around and even get it into your head that maybe we're not where we want to be right now. Buddy, you have Cam Boozer. Just give him the ball and let's go down there and play ball until we get where we want to be on the scoreboard. Then we'll work on getting where we want to be as far as running the right sets and the right traps and all that.
Yeah, Cam Boozer, by the way, could not solve that zone. He was being double-teamed about 12 to 15 feet away from the rim consistently. He was making some just dumbfounding passes, responsible for 4 turnovers in that first frame. And I stand corrected. Duke actually got an offensive rebound as a buzzer sound, was able to put it through the hoop before the illumination occurred there on the backboard. So they were up 48 to 45, closed with a 7-0 run over the final 1 minute and 19 seconds of that first half. I mean, hell, Duke shot 54.5% in that frame. 4 of 10 for 3, 8 of 11 from the charity stripe, and they absolutely bludgeoned Lipscomb, very small Lipscomb team on the glass. 28-7, Rob, was the advantage they had there in the rebounding category. So Duke should, and that is the operative word here, should absolutely smoke them in the second half, just picking up the pace, bludgeon him inside. But Cam Boozer he's got to make smarter decisions when a double team arrives and pass it behind him instead of across the court, which he did numerous times to complete fail. But again, kudos to Lipscomb for going into Cameron Indoor and being highly competitive. However, I think your day in the sun is just about over.
Without a doubt. We're going to talk about that. We've got a Louisville, Tennessee game going on right now. That is a top 20 matchup in college basketball. And I do want to get into the X's and O's of that game as we are 2 minutes in. Tennessee out to an early 5-2 lead. But Brad, also, you were pointing out before we went gone, the spread on this game jumped 3.5 points in a day. From last night till today, it moved 3.5 points in one direction. Talk to me a little bit about this one as we're just getting underway.
Yeah, Mikael Brown, one of the extraordinary freshmen in college basketball, plays for the Louisville Cardinals, is out with a lower back injury. So that is responsible for the steam, the spike in the spread. In all honesty, the Volunteers are actually catching 1.5 points. So we jump 4.5 points from where the line opened. Your boy grabbed the Volunteers last night at plus 100 on the money line there at BetMGM. Why? Because I love backing desperate teams. You look at the Tennessee Volunteers. Last time they took the floor was against my ILL, and Illinois waxed them in the second half, and that was in Nash, Vegas, and they've had a multitude of days to take some time off, to recalibrate, to practice as well. Gillespie's been great at the guard position. They need consistent scorers in the interior. They're a phenomenal defensive team, one of the best in the country, top 10 in terms of defensive efficiency data that's out there, the EFG data that is available. Louisville, no slouches in their own right. One of the most balanced teams in all of college basketball. Top 20 EFG offense, top 20 in EFG defense. But without Brown on the floor, a guy that can go out there and drop 25 in a blink of an eye, it changes the calculus. It changes the math overall, especially against a team that has been soul searching here, getting that valuable practice time under the belt. And they're at home. Tennessee is. So, the pride of Knoxville, full-throated, 15,000 in attendance. I think the Volunteers under Rick Barnes will get the victory in this one, though it should be hotly contested because Tennessee, generally speaking, they don't blow anybody out.
We're going to talk about that. We'll get into those games. We obviously have a lot that we've got to discuss elsewhere around the association, the NFL as well. NBA Cup Finals tipping off 8:30 Eastern Standard Time tonight. Spurs plus 120 on the money line. Knicks a 2.5 point favorite in this one. I've gone back and forth on this, and I keep wanting to lean back towards the Knicks. I think this game is probably one out on the perimeter, Brad Evans. I know that a healthy Victor Wembanyama kind of changes the equation a little bit, but, and this is a sentence I'm not used to saying, the Knicks have kind of been hot as a betting team. They're like 9-1 against the spread in the last 10. They've been doing everything they need to do. I think this game is being played from the outside in, and if that is the case, the Knicks are the better shooting team. I like New York. I just don't know if I want to go with the full 2.5 or just drop it down to a money line, pay a little juice back, and give myself some wiggle room.
Yeah, I kind of like the Knicks in this game as well. I mean, San Antonio's been white hot. Obviously, they're plus money right now to win this game straight up in the NBA Cup Final. And, Wembanyama obviously changes the equation entirely. I kind of like Wemby on the over 21.5 points, to be honest with you. Last time he faced the New York Knicks, you got to go back to last season. He dropped 42 and had 18 rebounds, one of his better games of his young NBA career. I mean, shooting over 50% from the floor of the season, over 35% from way downtown. But the Knicks have been one of the best and most balanced teams in the NBA. Here over the last 10 games, they're second only to the Oklahoma City Thunder, who are, of course, on a historic pace for victories this season and overall net efficiency. So they're a team that can beat you on the offensive side with Jalen Brunson. They're a team that can beat you defensively as well. Can Cat stay out of foul trouble? That's always the $64,000 question. We shall see, but I believe Brunson is going to ball out. I think he's going to be a dynamite distributor in this game, kind of like him in the over 6.5 assists, which he's done in 4 of his last 7. He's averaging close to 7 dimes per game here in the month of Santa Claus. And you look at San Antonio, over the last 10 games, they've given up the 7th most assists of any team in the National Basketball Association. So put it all together, I do like Wemby on the over 21.5 points. I do like the Knicks to win this game. And the large reason why is because the distribution, which is going to be clean and precise and outstanding from the stud himself and Jalen Brunson. That's why I'm wagering on the over 6.5 times at a -110.
I like that. I'm actually also going to probably go over on the total at 229.5. Both teams are inside of the top 7 in points per game. Both teams are inside the top 11 in field goal percentage and 3-point shooting per game, which is why I like both the over, and I like a lot of overs for individual player props as well. The second part about this, they're both wildly efficient basketball teams, and I really do like that. I know you've got an added level of defense with Wembanyama patrolling the rim down there, but the beautiful thing for the Knicks is, right, that's not where they get the majority of the points, right? Like, they're not trying to beat you from the post out. They want the mid-range. They want the threes. They want to be shooting long-range twos and moving the ball around the floor. On top of that, they want to wear you out defensively. And while I like what the Spurs are able to do on offense, I think the Knicks up and down and working the mid-range and working the 3 ball is probably a bit of an advantage for New York. But let me ask this, and this is one of those things I learned from perhaps the most astute radio man in history, PJ Glasser. The concept of the narrative bet. He taught me all about the narrative bet. Now I've become a huge fan of the narrative bet. The narrative bet is the New York Knicks always find new creative and inventive ways to not win trophies when they put themselves in a position to win trophies. They always put themselves in a position to do something and then find hilarious ways to trip over their own you-know-whats, fall face first and not do the thing. When you're trying to come to a game like this, and I know it's just the NBA Cup, and I know a wild percentage of NBA fans do not give a damn about the trophy. I think the boys on the floor do, even if it's only for the paycheck. I think there is some element of wanting to win this thing, or else the NBA wouldn't be forcing it out there. I do wonder if the narrative of the Knicks never being able to finish the job comes into play for you, or should it come to play for me enough to scare me off of this bet on the card?
No, I shouldn't scare you off at all. I mean, the Knicks are just a far superior team right now, even with Wembanyama there on the floor. Look, is it going to be highly contested? Is it going to be a competitive battle? Yes, I totally believe that. I don't think the Knicks are going to blow them up by any stretch. That's why you see the spread there at 2.5. At least that's what I saw earlier today, and I don't think much of that has really changed. So this could be coming down to like the final couple of minutes there in the fourth quarter. But the Knicks are just a team that's playing better and more well-rounded basketball compared to San Antonio. I mentioned the net efficiency rankings as New York is number 2 over the last 10 games. San Antonio in that same category, they're outside the top 10. They're in number 12 during that same time frame. So again, you got to ride the hotter hand. They may be playing for a paycheck, but they're also playing for a banner. Raise it into the rafters at MSG. The Knicks are going to take this sucker tonight.
I'm with you. That's the play I'm leaning on. That's the direction I'm going. We're going to get you set up for that game. We'll have another discussion about it later on, as it does not tip off for a bit over an hour and 15 minutes from now. A few other things to get to real quick out of the gate, Brad, and we'll get a couple more of these topics as the first hour of the show rolls on. Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins. Tua was bad last night in that loss to the Steelers. I mean, bad. Started the game through the first 3 quarters, 6 of 10, 65 yards, and one of the worst interceptions I've seen an NFL quarterback throw this season. He did finish 22 of 28 with 2 touchdowns and the pick and a QBR of 113, except for all of that came after the Pittsburgh Steelers were up 28-3 and were just coasting at that point, staying healthy and getting ready to move on. Apparently, Mike McDaniel, at least to some degree, discussed the possibility of benching Tua Tagovailoa. And I think, I talked about this a little bit last night when we were really getting into the preview of this game, Brad. Last night felt to me like a game where Tua Tagovailoa had an opportunity to say, yes, I am, or no, I ain't him. And he did a really good job of telling me, no, he ain't him. So I don't know what the next move is. I don't know if you bump Zach Wilson up to the starter. I don't know if you give Quinn Ewers his time to see if he can figure out down the stretch. I do know that Mike McDaniel has got to do something. I also don't know if it's going to matter as far as him keeping his job at the end of this year.
Yeah, I think that's entirely fair. I think he's a dead man walking. I've been saying that although the entire season. I thought he was going to be the first coach axed, and that did not happen. But yeah, Tua was an absolute disaster last night against one of the friendliest secondaries in the NFL. Entering the night, Pittsburgh was inside the top 5 in most pass yards allowed of any defense in the National Football League. And Tua, when you look on the season, some of the advanced numbers aren't really all that terrible when you look at the profile. But if you measure that up against the eye test, you might say, yeah, this really doesn't compute. They are number 13 he is in adjusted completion percentage. His issue, turnovers. Number 2 in interceptable passes, 15 INTs, and number 1 in danger passes. Tua, you got to ride the pine, man. Your days as a starter are over.
All right, we'll pick up that discussion, talk a little more NFL, NBA, college ball, and more when we come back. Rob Brown, Brad Evans, BetMGM tonight here on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I would say they're not the best team in the AFC, and I don't even think they're close to the best team in the AFC. They just have the best quarterback in the AFC. And, say what you want about the way Buffalo operates. Too many times in crunch time playoff situations, when things aren't going well, I feel like that coaching staff just goes, hey, Josh, go win us this game. Go out there and make something happen. And in that game last week, they are getting throttled throughout the entirety of that first half. It's 24-7. They open up the third quarter with an unbelievable return on kickoff that gets him over the 50, and then they make a couple of plays. And then Josh was just brilliant, not only with his legs, but he was brilliant. There was a 3rd down and 7 from the shadow of his own goal line that he threw up. He threw one to a tight end somewhere around midfield and got them going again. And there was a couple of big-time plays that he made in that game. But I'm going to just tell you right now, just watching them and having followed them and, having kind of been doing games where Buffalo had played, of games I'm covering, of the Miami game where Miami beat them, of the Houston game where Houston beat them. Man, they are flawed. They can't stop the run. Defensively, they're average. They make a lot of mistakes up front, from IDing the defense to getting to the right guys in the run game to protect their quarterback. They just make a lot of mental mistakes. They don't have anybody outside that truly frightens you when it comes to one-on-one. They're really a 2 tight end based offense in the passing game. And yet, number 17 will put the cape on and just do unbelievable things, MVP caliber things. But I think when you get to playoff football, man, that isn't enough with really, really good teams, especially when you got to go on the road. So do I think that this is the best chance for Josh Allen to get the Buffalo Bills to a Super Bowl? Yeah, because there is no Mahomes. There may be no Lamar. There's not going to be a Burrow. But the other teams that are a little bit more complete, Denver here at home, that's a tough place to play. New England, say what you will about that. That's they had them dead to rights and let that one slip away. So yeah, I don't think they're even close to the best team. I just think they have the best quarterback in the AFC.
Even though Lamar is not healthy, he hasn't played like that MVP caliber quarterback that we're used to seeing. I'd much rather face this Pittsburgh offense. You have so many more ways to beat Pittsburgh than you do to beat Baltimore. And there's always a chance you get vintage Lamar. He's rested. I mean, we're still talking. These playoffs are another month away, give or take. So that gives him, a whole lot of weeks to get ready, to get healthy. You don't want to face Baltimore. Too many weapons there, and you got to stop Derrick Henry. It just feels like it's a much easier test to stop Pittsburgh. And as you say that, I wanted to kind of just give you the numbers. Kenny White sent me his newest NFL ratings last night. His updated rank, he's got the Ravens at a 104 and the Steelers at a 99. So on a neutral, he says Baltimore's 5 points better. You'd much rather face Pittsburgh in the playoffs.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Rob Brown, Brad Evans, BetMGM Tonight, live on the BetMGM Network. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, and happy Tuesday evening to all of you across these great United States. Of course, the great United States, that is where the entity known as Chiefs Kingdom resides, but the walls seem a little shaky right now. Will Chiefs Kingdom rally the troops and raise the banners for a triumphant return in 2026, or have the mighty fallen? To discuss that in a very much less dramatic way than I just set the conversation up, joining us now, a young man who covers the Chiefs for The Athletic, Jesse Newell, here on the show. Jesse, my guy, welcome in. Good to have you on BetMGM Tonight. And I think it would be remiss to ask anything other to open this. What do we know about Patrick? Is a 2026 return a possibility?
Yeah, well, he just had his surgery yesterday, so I think he's thinking it's a possibility. And in fact, maybe even as quick as week one. I mean, if we know anything about Patrick Mahomes, it really is that you can almost anticipate him coming back from these things quicker than you'd expect. He trains harder than anybody. He rehabs harder than anybody. He has the best sort of people in his corner when it comes to that. And it was interesting talking to Coach Andy Reid on our weekly call yesterday, where he basically anticipated that Patrick would be a quick healer from this thing, even though, ACL injuries, knee injuries are things you really do have to, take caution with to make sure it's not a long-term deal. But yeah, I mean, it's weird to say that about, such a severe injury and something that happened so publicly over the weekend. But if this thing is normally like a 9 to 12 month recovery, I think all around here, we're all expecting Mahomes to do his magic when it comes to what we've seen from him in the Super Bowl with high ankle sprains and with previous injuries that he's, played through, and that he's going to grind through this thing and come back as quick as humanly possible. So we'll see for week one of next year, but even if not week one, I would anticipate him back early in the 2026 season, and that does give the Chiefs more hope than if this was something that does linger on, or potentially with another quarterback out there who might take a little bit longer on the recovery process.
Yeah, definitely fingers and toes crossed for that speedy recovery for Patrick Mahomes. Jesse, Brad Evans here. Off the field, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift have announced the wedding location. Ooh, joy! But on the field, the future Hall of Famer has been visibly frustrated and demonstrative. Give us a percentage chance he returns for yet another season, and if he does choose to hang it up, is Noah Gray the next man up?
Yeah, so two separate questions there. So I think throughout this whole year, I thought it would be Travis Kelce's last year. He has a life past football when he's ready to go to it. He obviously is going to get married here coming up in June. Very public thing that's going to happen with that. But I don't know now, because he rededicated himself in the offseason to get in better shape. And frankly, he's had a really good season. He's second among all tight ends, tied for second among all tight ends in receiving yards this year. So it hasn't been a bad season for him. And he kind of regained some of that wiggle, some of that elusiveness he's had in previous seasons. So yeah, I think if this was a normal Chiefs year with Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and then making the playoffs and then whatever happens from there, I think you could have definitely seen Travis Kelce deciding to move on and go on with the rest of his life. But because he played so well and because this season hasn't gone as anticipated, I actually think he probably is going to come back. We'll see what happens, but I would put the odds of him coming back at right now, I'd say 60 to 65%. He was really bummed after the Super Bowl last year. Didn't want to go out on that note to losing to the Eagles, but this is a different level. The Chiefs are not used to not making the playoffs. And then, for the backup, it's so interesting for the Chiefs because Andy Reid's an old tight ends coach. He loves his tight ends. He loves to throw them on the field. Noah Gray has been a good player for them, a productive player for them, but he's not at the Travis Kelce level. So it makes me wonder if they will try to, draft a tight end high up when Travis Kelce decides that he is done, or potentially if you do what most other NFL teams out there do, which is you load the field with receivers. And, the Chiefs have Rashee Rice. They have Xavier Worthy. They potentially could use another one, maybe fourth-round pick Jalen Royals is a guy that can step more into the rotation. But, I don't think they have on their roster yet the high upside tight end that Travis Kelce is. But, again, the question becomes whether you go that route, which is very tough to manage, or if you just find more receivers and do what most other NFL teams do.
All right, 60 to 65% chance. Muy interesante, to say the least. Jesse, on last night's show, I made the argument that Chiefs dynasty can only be on pause if the offseason falls into place. Do you, like me, feel the biggest area of need on offense? Is it running back? Are there any potential free agents to keep an eye on? Or do you feel that Kansas City, if they go down that route, sink a high draft pick in an RB, possibly in an early round scenario? So what are your thoughts on Kansas City? And do you feel that they need an upgrade in that offensive backfield?
Yeah, there's no question. They know that. Everybody knows that out there. The question becomes, though, is sort of, how high of a pick do you use? And this is sort of the cautionary tale because a few years back, the Chiefs decided to use a first-round pick on a back that they thought would elevate their offense in Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And I know he hurt himself early in his career and lost his explosiveness, but that really didn't turn out the way that the Chiefs envisioned. And because of that, you look back at any first-round picks that you don't hit on when you're the Kansas City Chiefs, and it's a really big deal because it won't happen this year, but normally they're picking at the back of every round. And so if you waste your first-round pick, that really does, hit you kind of a multiplier effect down the line. But they were rumored in on, Breece Hall, the trade discussions here over the midseason. So obviously they could go out and look for a potential free agent in that sort of realm. The problem is that their cap space, they're in the second worst cap space situation when it comes to any NFL team looking at 2026 right now. They've got some ways to clear up space, and usually a Patrick Mahomes restructure is part of that in the offseason. But the thing about the Chiefs is, sometimes the draft falls the way you want, and sometimes it just doesn't fall the way that you had hoped. And I think through the first three rounds for this past year for the Chiefs, Josh Simmons in the first round at left tackle, he looked like a great pick. Omar Norman-Lott was shown some explosiveness on the defensive tackle in the second round, and he had a season-ending injury. And then the third round, the Chiefs got Ashton Gelati and Noah Williams, who looked like kind of future staple pieces for them defensively. But if you go back to the fourth round, I want you guys to look. I think the Chiefs thought they were in a great position right then to take a running back in the fourth round and let whoever fell to them that they liked get that particular spot. You're talking about, an ETN or a Woody Marks or a Dylan Sampson. But go back and look at that round, and about 7 running backs go right before the Chiefs went with their pick in the fourth round. So I do think the Chiefs wanted to address it this past draft. I just think that things didn't quite fall the way they wanted to in that fourth round, and because of that, they were left without as many options as they wanted. So Isaiah Pacheco's a free agent. He most likely, I would think, would not be back with the Chiefs. Kareem Hunt is getting older. He's 30 years old. So, yeah, they need some more explosive playmaking in the backfield. I expect the Chiefs to use a pretty early draft pick on that this next year, just given how this season turned out.
Jesse Newell covers the Chiefs for The Athletics, joining us here, or for The Athletic, joining us here on BetMGM tonight. Rob Brown, Brad Evans. To follow up on that a little bit, Jesse, if Kelce is gone, if Mahomes maybe isn't the same player coming off the major knee injury, or if he is going to be out next year at 31 years of age, I understand there's free agents, there's the draft, etc. Is there a possibility that this forces the Chiefs into a rebuild mode, or is there enough talent already on the roster that it's just fill out a couple of spots and move on? And if it is rebuild, for a front office that has not had to do that in over a decade at this point, do you feel like the right guys are in place to be able to pull off a rebuild wherever it's necessary, whether it's on the macro or the micro side?
Yeah, so I don't think it'll be a rebuild for the Chiefs, and I don't think you ever do that when Patrick Mahomes is your quarterback, Andy Reid's your head coach. I figure that, most of the decisions they make, they're thinking for the long term, trying to keep this window open as long as possible. And this has been the exception, not the rule, guys. I mean, the Chiefs, before this year, now that they missed the playoffs, they made 7 straight AFC Championship games. So until they're proven multiple years wrong, this is a blip, not the trend. And even some crazy numbers out there, like last year, the Chiefs at the end of the season were 15-2 and got the 1 seed. Their point differential was plus 59. Okay. Right now, the Chiefs are out of the playoffs with 3 weeks left. They're 6-8. Their point differential right now is plus 60. So this thing is not all broken, and this is not a team that's getting blown out at every opportunity. This is one where kind of the late game stuff went bad. They couldn't make crucial plays at the right time, and obviously the Mahomes injury, compiles on the list of the issues that they had now and the issues they face heading toward next season. But the one luxury they do have, and this is not something that they've had the luxury of here lately, is right now at our athletic playoff simulator / draft simulator, the Chiefs, the most likely scenario is they get the 13th pick in the 2026 draft. And that would be, picking mid-round in every round from there on out. So that's not a place they can normally get unless they trade another first-round draft pick to move way up to try to go get somebody. So that allows them to potentially rebuild and get some guys in there to at least replenish some of the spots that they need to. Like I said, they're in some bad salary cap room. They're going to be cutting some guys and kind of probably have to redo Mahomes' contract. But the rebuild is only temporary. I don't think this is like hey, you have to tear things down and come back in 3 or 4 years. You'd be burning Patrick Mahomes' peak years if that's the case. So I think the Chiefs are closer than it might appear just because of the 60-point margin and the things that went against them this year. This is not a team that's gotten overwhelmed at every step or a team that's way far off from what they want to be. It's just a team that didn't have things go right this year, and we'll see how quickly Patrick Mahomes gets back. We'll see how they draft this year, but if nothing else, we know this is a very important draft for Kansas City Chiefs to try to revamp a roster that needs some help coming off of this season and all the flaws that they showed here over the course of the last 14 weeks.
Yeah, just to get back to the draft talk, outside of running back, what other areas of need does this organization have to have and pressing that upgrade button, whether defense, offense, what other areas you feel they're going to address immediately in this year's draft?
Yeah, so, it's tough. I hear some of the national narrative out there like, if you remember back to the Super Bowl when the Chiefs lost to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and the talk was like, hey, you got to protect Patrick Mahomes. You got to do that at all costs. And obviously he was running for his life last week. But the Chiefs they've put resources into the offensive line. If you look, left tackle was a first-round pick. Left guard was a second-round pick. The center is the highest-paid center in pro football history. The right guard is the highest-paid guard in pro football history. The right tackle is the second-highest guy against the cap in the NFL this season. So they did that. It's just they got hurt. Starting with the Dallas game, they lost both of their tackles. They continued to lose their backup tackles after that, and Trey Smith has been out with an ankle injury at right guard. So, nobody plans for, oh my gosh, fill your roster with the best 5th and 6th tackles. At that point, you're not in good shape no matter who you are, and the Chiefs or any other team can't put resources into the 5th or 6th tackles hoping that'll turn out. So I think the offensive line's in a decent spot, actually, and I kind of reject the narrative that they haven't been protecting Mahomes. For the majority of the season when they were healthy, they did, but you look at running back is obviously going to be one that they're going to take a look at and probably higher up in the draft than they thought or they would have this past year. Defensive line, they definitely need some inside help next to Chris Jones. I know that Omar Norman-Lott still has high potential after tearing his ACL this year, but they could use another body in the rotation there. Always could use secondary guys in the backfield for Steve Spagnuolo to go through and kind of sift through. But I would look for another playmaker on the outside as well. The Chiefs thought they had solved their problems when they got Rashee Rice back after a 6-game suspension, but that room really could use an outside receiver who can beat man coverage. Man coverage has been kind of the bugaboo for the Chiefs here the course of the last few weeks, where they haven't had guys been able to break free and get open quickly enough for Patrick Mahomes to get them the ball. They carved up zones, couldn't beat man, so they could use a true outside receiver as well to be able to kind of make a more complete offense and give Mahomes a few more easy buttons out there than he had here in this 2025 season.
All right, Jesse, before we let you go, one more. I don't think that there is a way to get a better scope of what's going on than ask about the teams that share a division. Broncos, Chargers, as we head to the playoffs. Denver shocking everybody, getting to 12-2. The Chargers trying to catch up at 10-4. 30, 45 seconds on each. What do you make of these two teams? Is either one of them, in your opinion, a genuine threat to win the AFC this year?
Well, I would say Denver has to be now just because they hold the greatest home field advantage in the elevation, and they've almost earned that 1 seed and the bye week, and that just gains you so many advantages. I mean, you look to the Chiefs last year. The Chiefs didn't have an overwhelming dominant team, but you get those advantages of the bye week and moving the way through the playoffs, and it certainly helps you. So the defense is coming along. The offense still shaky at times, but I think that's a team to definitely be reckoned with. And then the Chargers are facing the same thing that the Chiefs are with their tackle situation. Justin Herbert's kind of grinding through, but it's tough for me to see a path for them. I'm really interested to see the Bills guys. I mean, they don't face Mahomes and his ghost at the end of the tunnel here this year in the AFC. So I'm interested to see how far they can go without knowing the Chiefs are going to be there at the end of the playoffs waiting for them in the AFC.
Jesse Newell covers the Chiefs for The Athletic, kind enough to donate some time to us here tonight on BetMGM tonight. Jesse, incredible stuff, brother. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. We'll do it again soon.
All right. Thanks, guys.
You got it.
Thanks, Jesse.
What a I could do another hour just on what Jesse Newell had to say right there. So we're going to talk a lot more about that. Questions about Kelsey, questions about Mahomes, questions about Andy Reid. And he said, Brad, I don't know that you have to do a rebuild with Mahomes and Reid as your quarterback and head coach. And in my head, I'm like, do we know that Mahomes and Reid are going to be the quarterback and head coach next year? I still think there's questions about that.
Yeah, I think if I would put a percentage chance on that, I would have probably said it like 99.9%. I think it's a foregone conclusion that Patrick Mahomes is going to be under center. He may not be under center for week 1, but by week 5, I think he's going to be all systems go. Now we're going to see the multi-dimensional quarterback that we've seen here last couple of years, extending plays with his legs, moving around the pocket, calling his own number on occasion with those booty scoots. No, because they're coming off the ACL and LCL repair that he underwent just 24 hours, the last 24 hours overall. So the one really interesting takeaway I found from that interview was the Travis Kelce perspective. 60 to 65% chance he could return, given all of the Hollywood ambitions he has, and Taylor Swift. That was mind-blowing to me.
All right, I am rubbing my hands together like an evil James Bond villain, because when we come back, we're talking college football playoffs next on BetMGM tonight and the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Tua Tagovailoa's time as Miami Dolphins starting quarterback is over. I think that was probably last night against the Steelers was the last game he will start as Miami Dolphins quarterback. And the Tua era ends not with the bang, but with a freezing cold whimper. And I think we can actually have this conversation now. We were going to have it anyway, but I think this is now fully accelerated by Mike McDaniel's comments earlier today. Tua Tagovailoa is not going to be on the Dolphins next year. He's just not. He isn't. You cannot bring him back. Whether it's a new head coach or Mike McDaniel comes back, it cannot be Tua Tagovailoa. He stinks. It's obvious he stinks. The head coach is telling you he stinks. You can't look these players in the face and say this is the guy next year. We're not going to have to be the ones that pay for it. That'll be Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross. Because of the way Tua's contract, the way it's constructed, it basically doesn't matter when they cut him. They're going to have to pay so much money to him, and they're going to have to eat. So we're talking like an upwards of $60 million they're going to have to blow here to get Tua Tagovailoa off the roster. It's the worst contract in sports. Tua signed last July, for like a year and a half ago, a 4-year, $212 million contract. The worst contract in sports. Now, there are a couple others we can put in the conversation, right? The historical one that I will always go back to as a Yankee fan is Jacoby Ellsbury. who basically stole money from the Yankees for years and like never played. But even if you want to look at, Joel Embiid, who's got an awful contract from the Sixers, it's awful because he's always hurt. Like, that's why it's not awful because he sucks. It's awful because he's always hurt. Even if you want to say, like, Deshaun Watson obviously has a terrible contract and it's guaranteed, like, what? Injuries play a part in that also, and I'm not defending Deshaun Watson, but he's been hurt a lot. He hasn't been good, but he's also been injured. Like, Tua, outside of the concussions, he's just bad. He's terrible. I don't know what the hell's happened here with Tua. And it doesn't really matter. He'll be on a different team next year if the Dolphins have any sense, and they'll move forward with a new quarterback.
What do you think about Alabama, Oklahoma, low total, the lowest of the 4 games at 40.5?
So we're gonna get a healthier Mateer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is better than what we've seen over the course of, because he's had some time to rest. But I think I lean Alabama. And what's the number you said? 1.5?
It's Alabama -1.5. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Alabama is going to cover that. I think this is a field goal game, so we're looking at 3 versus 1.5. The thing for me with Alabama is I think Ty Simpson did not look like himself to finish the season, but that's when we kind of alluded to it. We talked about it kind of during the break, but I think that's a Georgia problem. Like, their defense has come alive. And so I think I like Oklahoma's defense. I do. I don't think that they.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight live on the BetMGM Network. I know the deep voice announcer guy just told you that, but, you just reiterate every now and then. It's name and brand recognition for myself, Rob Brown, and for that handsome gentleman over there, Brad Evans, as we roll through the 4 most electrifying hours in sports talk entertainment you're going to find anywhere. We've talked some NBA early, as we are now about 45 minutes away from the tip to the NBA Cup Finals for the, roughly 17 to 22 of you that care about that banner. In a weird way, Brad, and I don't want to hang on this. We've got some college football to get to. You an NBA Cup guy, because I got to tell you, as a soccer guy where there's all these different in-season cups and tournaments and all that, I genuinely like it. I think any time that you can play for a league-wide banner, even if it's not the championship, I'm going to be intrigued. I also recognize I'm in a vast minority of people who give a damn about it.
Yeah, look, it's a tournament before the end of the season tournament, right? And, to kind of wet the beak, to give you an appetizer of sorts. I understand the premise, the purpose of it. It does raise the entertainment value, which I feel the NBA regular season sorely needs because the season is too damn long, over 82 games. I mean, even college basketball is debated doing a early season tournament before the March Madness tournament. I think that's absolutely absurd. That's what Feast Week is for, whether it's in Maui, whether it's with a new play of somewhat of a tournament style there in Las Vegas, and that event that went down this year. I'm fine with the NBA Cup. What I hate more than anything about the NBA Cup are the god awful courts and the color splash. And the only reason I watched a single second of the NBA Cup? No. Will I ever watch a single second of it? Probably not. But I have seen multiple versions of those courts because the college games that I do absorb religiously this time of year are being played in a lot of NBA arenas, and they haven't had time to switch out the color splash courts with the natural hardwood, kind of a stain that you normally see. So outside of my retina, being compromised, yeah, sure, I could support the NBA Cup and its premise and its promise and its upside. But are you really going to hang a banner? I wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's one of those things that's so unusual and it's different than anything else that any other major American league has done. And it will take a time. In fact, when they propped this thing up, what was it, 2 years ago when they announced it, I said, I think it'll work. I think it becomes something down the line that will become something fans like, enjoy, appreciate it. But they're gonna have to go up against some pretty stiff resistance for a couple of years, because when change happens, we typically almost always come around to accepting the change, but it might take some time. It's kind of like the new kickoff rule in the NFL. We had a lot of people moaning and complaining about it in the first year. When's the last time you heard anybody say a damn word about the new kickoff rule? Literally never. President Trump said something about it like a week and a half ago, and that's literally the only thing I've heard about it since week 8 of last year. So it's like we accept change. We're fine with change. It takes some time to get over the shock factor. All right, let's get some college football in here as the college football playoffs getting started this weekend. We've got a handful of games right out of the gate. We'll start with one of the ones that I think is probably highlight game out of the opening round: Alabama, Oklahoma. Oklahoma already has a recorded victory in Tuscaloosa. They won by 2. They're a 1-point underdog at home to the same Bama team. And this game is very interesting, obviously, for a variety of reasons. Kalen DeBoer earlier this week, the head coach at Alabama, put out a statement saying, I am not interested in any other jobs. I'm not looking or talking to anyone about any other jobs, which is great because he left the door open for his agent who does that for him to talk to. He didn't say my agent's not talking to other jobs. Sorry, the lawyer brain kicking in there. But he said, I'm not talking to anybody. I don't think Kalen DeBoer is going anywhere. And to be honest with you, everything that is going on around the circus that is the University of Michigan, buddy, you are at the only school in America that cares more about their football team than Michigan does, and that's the University of Alabama, primarily because there's nothing else in Alabama to do, so it makes sense, but that's not the point. What do we make of this game? Because I got to tell you, there's something different about this Alabama team, man. Like, I know that they got waxed in the SEC championship game. I know that they did not have the performance they won. Honestly, that says more to me about Georgia than it did Alabama. Y'all, I think y'all are sleeping on what Kirby Smart's football team was, and shall be moving forward. I like Alabama in this game. I think they've been more consistent down the stretch. I know Oklahoma's got a win already. And there comes, Brad, the old expression, it's tough to beat a team twice in a single season. And I think that's absolutely true. I also think Alabama, by the nature of being Alabama, everywhere the Tide go, and it's been this way for 10, 12 years now, Alabama is the Super Bowl for every team that they play in the regular season. They are not going to go to Oklahoma and face a more scary away disadvantage than they do when they go to Georgia, which, oh, by the way, they went to Georgia and they won this year, than they do when they go to Tennessee or when they go to Auburn. Again, all games that they won. I'm rolling with Alabama. I think it's a more consistent team. I think they're a more comfortable team. They've got guys that have got some big game experience on this team, whereas Oklahoma does not. And on top of all of that, I still don't trust the pass game of the Oklahoma Sooners after Mateer's hand surgery earlier this year.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. Look, I think I'm going to break out the brooms, though. I'm going to disagree with you here. I like Boomer Sooner in this one because the home field advantage they have. And here's the other key factor. You might say, well, it's Norman, Oklahoma. You get a variety of weather this time of year, mid to late December. It's going to be downright balmy. Game time temperatures are expected to be around 60 degrees for this game coming up later this week. So, way to go, Mother Nature, doing everybody a solid. Could have been a polar vortex that sacked about half the nation about a week ago. I was part of that, and man, it was bitterly cold, to say the least. But defense wins championships. Defense often wins key games, and I think that is going to be the calling card for Oklahoma, as it has really stood for all season long. The number 3 this year an EPA per play defense. And Alabama no slouches in that category as well at number 8. And they're much better offensively, number 12, compared to Oklahoma, number 47. I just think the home field advantage will play into the hands of Boomer Sooner in this one. It's going to be nip and tuck. I think the under here on the 40.5 is also a wise and smart play, because I think defense will indeed rule the day for both of these storied schools and programs. I think Oklahoma's got to pull a rabbit out of the hat or out of the keister in the final moments, maybe split the uprights and get a field goal victory, or maybe by even fewer points than that. So it could be 1, could be 2, could be 3, but give me Boomer Sooner, baby. I'll take him straight up on the money line, because I'm crazy. I'm insane in the brain, and I believe Oklahoma will defend their home turf.
Yeah, listen, I don't think it's all that outlandish, Brad, to take the team that is a 1-point underdog. All right, you're not exactly going muy loco picking the 1-point dog here. I don't know. I'm looking overall at this game. There was some video of Mateer and company getting ready coming into this one. He doesn't look quite as comfortable throwing the football as he did. And remember, we're talking about a cat that before he had to have the thumb surgery, John Mateer was the front runner for the Heisman Trophy. And again, I know the Heisman Trophy is a glory award. I get it. I know it's a flash. It's a popularity contest. But the reality is, when a guy jumps out as the front runner in week 3 or week 4, like John Mateer did, he's doing something special. And then when he came back, he kind of was another guy, right? Like, he's good, but he's just kind of another guy. He's another Pavia, like, really good player. But he doesn't look like the type of cat that I go, Bama's up 3 with 3 minutes to play and Oklahoma's got the ball. No fear, John Mateer is here, right? Like, I don't have that inspired, and I'm not saying that Alabama has that either, but I would also make the argument, what Alabama is able to do at the line of scrimmage defensively, which is clog up the run game, which is create havoc around the pocket, that's where I need a quarterback to be at his best. And if Mateer's not, that's where I think you end up in a spot. Listen, Oklahoma's on the hot streak. They got the win over Alabama. They got a win over Tennessee. They won 4 straight. And by the way, of those 4 straight, they were 1 or 2 point underdogs in 2 of them. And Alabama it being one of those 2 teams, and they already knocked that out. So it is, to me, not a big shock. Ty Simpson's a very good quarterback. Against Georgia, 48.7% of his passes completed. And I think that's obviously outside of the norm for a guy who threw, I believe, for the 2nd most yards in the SEC. I would like to remind you, Brad, Ty Simpson went 326 against Oklahoma when they played this last game. It wasn't impressive. Ty Simpson that was the reason they lost the game. This may or may not be a stretch, but if it comes down to which one of these 2 quarterbacks is going to be the guy when they get into the biscuits at the end of this game, my money's on Ty Simpson, man.
And that's entirely fair. Let me ask you a question. If Mateer is at X percentage, and you name what that percentage is, Oklahoma wins. What is it required? Are you talking a 60% Mateer, 75%, 90? 90. All right.
I actually think that was Brando telling you we have 90 seconds left in the segment, but I would say that's a fair answer anyway, Brad. That's a fair answer anyway. Listen, for John Mateer to get into a shootout with Ty Simpson, who's really only not good game was the SEC championship game against Georgia. And look at what Georgia has been doing across the defensive line for the past 5-6 years in a row. The Philadelphia Eagles defensive line is the Georgia Bulldogs, right? So with that being said, if Alabama can replicate that against Mateer, and I don't know that Oklahoma can replicate what Georgia did to Alabama, I feel like a fully healthy and ready to roll Ty Simpson with a better wide receiver core than Oklahoma, I'm gonna put my eggs in that basket if we get into a crunch time between the 2 of them.
And I'm all going to be about Boomer Sooner in this one. Again, defense will, find a will. There is a way. I think they're going to be able to tighten up. I mean, offensively, all kinds of question marks for sure. 164 and drop back EPA defense, or offense, I should say, this season. 106 in success rate offense overall. Can they find a way to get over the top? For some sicko reason, I say yes.
We're going to whiplash you when we come back because we're going back to the NFL to talk NFC South and Carolina Panthers, then back to college. That's all when we come back on BetMGM tonight in the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
I would say it's been glorious for me to watch them lose games and to fall off. Listen, I think the thing that always, like, I was always just incredibly respectful of, and kind of almost in awe of, is their ability to make plays in crunch time. You know, like that for 7 years, man, when it was nut cutting time, they cut nuts. That's what they did. And they were phenomenal at it, right? And I look at them this year, they haven't had that same magic. When they needed a big third down conversion, you know, it wasn't off script. Hey, Mahomes and you know, Kelsey are on the exact same page and they're running some back schoolyard, you know, play that they just devised in their head and they're both on the same page and they complete it and next thing you know, they're off and running. Or when they needed a big stop on the defensive side of the ball, they were always able to get that big stop and give their offense an opportunity to get back on the field. They didn't get that done this year. They couldn't get that done this year. And that to me was the biggest issue that they had all season long, is they couldn't make those plays. And part of it, you know, I've got to believe they went on a historic run. There is nobody over a 7-year period, regular season and playoffs, that have won more games than the Kansas City Chiefs did over the last 7 years. And sometimes you just run out of gas, man. Sometimes you're just physically, emotionally, mentally, you're beat, you're tired. And you know, I think that's been the issue this year. And their inability to do what they've always done is create those big time plays in those big time moments. And they just could not consistently get that done on either side of the ball.
You told our audience 6 weeks ago to bet the Rams to win the whole thing. You were one of the first guys to plant the flag on the Rams. But, man, they got a good one on Thursday against Seattle. Round 2, Rams-Seahawks. How pumped are you for that one?
Yeah, I'm stoked for it. You know, a double revenge game for Cooper Kupp and Colby Parkinson. Devontae Adams, I would be shocked. I know, like, I haven't seen, you know, an update today. I've been in the car, but I would be shocked if he plays, right? Hamstring injury, you know you're going to the playoffs. Yeah, it's a massive game. I think both 11 wins. It's like massive game for the division and for the 1 seed and all of that. But I do think you have to take the long-term view with Adams. And, you know, I expect him to try to play great defense, run the football. Should be a knockdown, drag-out game. Darnold's got to play better in this one, of course. But, like, yeah, I mean, I still think the Rams are what I said they were, I don't know, 5 weeks into the year, which is the best team in football with the MVP. And I think they'll win the game. I think it'll be a close one. I mean, wouldn't be shocked at all if Seattle wins. The Adams thing matters. But, yeah, it's an awesome game. I'll be backing the Rams because I back the Rams every week, and it's been pretty generous to me so far in 2025.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown, Brad Evans, BetMGM Tonight, live on the BetMGM Network, getting the 8 o'clock hour started off. If you're in the Eastern time zone, 7 o'clock working to the left on the map. You know how it all works. I don't need to explain it to you. Here's what I do need to explain, that we have a guest lined up right now, and I'm very excited to talk to our next guest. He is the co-host of Wes and Walker on WFNZ in Charlotte, North Carolina, right up the road from yours truly down here in Greenville, South Carolina. He is also the host of the Locked On Hornets podcast. Walker Mal joining us now on BetMGM Tonight. Walker, my man, great to have you. Getting excited to talk a little Carolina Panther football. So let me phrase question numero uno as delicately as I can. What the hell was that on Sunday? It feels like the team's on an overall upward trajectory. They had an opportunity at an arrival game, an announcement game, giving themselves first place, sole possession of the NFC South. They go to New Orleans and they lose to the Saints. On one hand, I genuinely think the Saints are a better football team than a lot of people give them credit for, Walker. On the other hand, you can't lose that game when you have an opportunity to grab first place in the division for yourself.
And yet, these are exactly the types of games that they've lost all season long, including the first time that they played the Saints. But you thought that they would have gotten that out of their system going into a game that had real NFC South division title implications on the line. But no, in the fourth quarter, everything that could go wrong did go wrong. It's exactly how J.C. Horn put it after the game. Look, I would say that I have no clue what happened out there on the field with the Panthers playing, but I've already seen it. I just see it every other week, right? The weeks that they don't have painful losses, they have big-time wins, like the victory against the Packers, like the victory at home against the Rams. So in that sense, hopefully we get to see Carolina perform pretty well against Tampa, both in the third to last week of the season and in the final week of the season. But this has described this team really all the way through the year. They had the one stretch where they won 3 games in a row. Since then, it's been back and forth, however you want to describe it, roller coaster, yo-yo, whatever it is that brings you enjoyment. It's one of the hardest teams I've ever had to try to evaluate, predict, and project. Like, nobody knows what this team is going to give you week in and week out. And it was frustrating. You're right. It was really, really frustrating for the city of Charlotte to watch the Panthers squander an opportunity to just go ahead and set themselves up for a chance at winning at the NFC South the first time they played the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And now they're going to have to wait until pretty much the very end of the season, barring some luck going their way.
Walker, Brad Evans here. Tampa's been beatable on defense in myriad areas this season. Entering the week, number 28 in EPA per play D over the last 5 weeks. Zeroing in on the ground game for Carolina, how do you see Dave Canales attacking Vita Vea in this defensive line? What's the split going to be between Rico Dowdle and also Chuba Hubbard? Do you think it's a hot hand situation?
Well, I think so, but this has also been pretty hard to figure out, more so with the Dave Canales and how he's going to attack a defense problem. I don't know how he's going to attack a defense. I do know that they do want to stick to running the football as much as possible. There's been some frustration around here with not letting Bryce Young air it out as much as we'd like. I thought it was the best marriage of concepts of sticking to the run and letting Bryce challenge downfield against the Rams going into the bye, getting set for the Saints. I thought that they would, again, have a nice mix of both, when in reality, it still felt a little conservative, even with the downfield shot to Jalen Coker from Bryce. That was a dime. I still would just like to see nice balance from Dave Canales going forward. I think they're going to run it still quite a bit. And I do think Rico Dowdle and Chuba Hubbard are both going to be involved. What was interesting in the first drive in the Saints game, Chuba Hubbard was outsnapped by Rico Dowdle. I believe Rico had 6 carries to Chuba's 2 on that first drive. After that, it was a 10-6 split. So after that first drive, that's when we really got to get a little closer to not 50-50, but maybe a 60-40 type split between those two. I do think they're both going to be involved. Chuba was a little hurt at the beginning of the year. Felt like he came back early because he saw Rico running off with his job, quite literally. So now that Chuba is healthier, and I think that you have Rico maybe just a little more banged up with natural wear and tear that happens to a running back throughout the season, maybe it's going not only with the hot hand, but the fresh body. And if you can try to alleviate some of that wear and tear on both of these guys, as you finish the season, then it makes sense to put them both out there. Maybe with Rico getting that 60% of the carry share and then Chuba coming in at 40. But I do think both of these guys are going to be involved quite a bit.
Oh boy, the RBBC, dreaded phrase there in the fantasy football community, especially with the gridiron gold there on the line. Certainly to say Walker. Walker with defensive back Simon McCollum out for Tampa Bay. Who other than Tetero McMillan do you potentially see rising the occasion this week? Is it indeed Jalen Coker? Maybe somebody else?
No, it is Jalen Coker. In fact, one of my issues with Bryce all season long has been when Jalen Coker came back into the lineup, I don't feel like he was targeting Coker as much as he should have. Coker, an undrafted free agent out of Holy Cross last year, was really good. He was the better rookie between he and XL, Xavier Legette, who was the first-round pick for Carolina. And it got to the point at the end of last season where it really wasn't even all that close. Jalen Coker was clearly the better receiver. That is starting to bear true again. Over the last couple of weeks, these last two games have been Jalen Coker's best outing so far in his sophomore campaign. That's the guy. The tight end is a little bit of a tight end by committee. Mitchell Evans and Tommy Tremble are good football players. They're not heavily targeted. JT Sanders, who had a decent amount of production last year, hasn't gotten going this year. So then you look to XL, it's 2 hit or miss for him. It's really T-Mac, and if T-Mac isn't the number one target in the offense, it's going to be Jalen Coker, and he stepped up in a big way each of the last 2 games.
Walker, let's talk a little bit about this team at large. A lot of people who don't know ball are blaming the loss to New Orleans on BY. I don't think that is fair. I do think there is a lot of fair criticism. Yeah. You just gave us some. Despite the emergence of Tetero McMillan, this team is in the bottom half of the league in yards per game, bottom half of the league in passing yards per game, and they have more points per game than only Cleveland, New Orleans, Tennessee, and Vegas, all teams competing for the number 1 overall pick. Is this a Bryce Young problem? Is this a Dave Canales problem? Or is this a, hey, Rob Brown, shut up, you idiot, we're in contention for the division, and that's all that matters problem?
It's not the third. No, we've all been trying to figure out the problem ourselves around here. So it's Bryce Young and Dave Canales, a mix of both, supporting cast, certainly at the beginning of the year. They've also had a million different offensive line combinations, although really it's quite remarkable how well the offensive line has held up despite having double-digit combinations this year. It's been quite ridiculous. I think you're right about Bryce in this Saints loss, that it really wasn't on him. So I do have a problem with some of the people that have coddled Bryce Young a lot of this season. Reality is he's been hot and cold. There are some games where he looks excellent, and there are some games where he's been bad. San Francisco, I was on with you guys right before that San Francisco matchup, and I thought that they would really deliver prime time for the first time in a while. Didn't happen. Terrible offensive game. I thought some of that was on Bryce. Thought some of it was on Dave for just completely abandoning the run. But then you see the Rams game on 4th down, on money downs. Bryce Young is throwing dimes, and Dave, again, ran, I think, Rico and Chuba, I think, over 30 times, and they really had a nice performance on the ground. So it's a bit of both. In this Saints game, if you're looking to figure out who gets the biggest piece of blame pie, I'd probably give it more so to, one, Jero Avero, I think, did not call a good game defensively, the defensive coordinator down here against the Saints. I mean, they absolutely ripped that defense apart in the fourth quarter. But I do think Dave gets a little conservative. I think he allows the offense to be dictated by what he sees on the opposite the line of scrimmage. And I think sometimes you just kind of have to force the issue. We're going to air it out. We believe our quarterback is accurate enough to complete passes. We believe that we're going to be able to run it down your throat and pick up these first downs. And they didn't do it effectively enough. But ultimately, man, this last game in particular, even if there have been some games where Bryce has not played well, I didn't look at this one and think that Bryce was inaccurate, that he was missing throws. He didn't turn it over against the Saints. I think it was really just kind of a comedy of errors. And the other thing I didn't mention, penalties. I mean, they had over 100 yards against themselves with penalties and some key penalties, man. I mean, 30 yards were the difference. Saints had some flags on them. It's just Carolina played the most undisciplined brand of football that they had all year long.
Yeah, that last penalty, too, on Tyler Shock with the roughing the passer was absolutely a death knell, to say the least. Getting him in field goal range and able to split the uprights in New Orleans, seal the victory there against the Panthers. Walker, last one from me. Is there a specific player matchup Canales and this coaching staff are most concerned about trying to contain against Tampa?
Yeah, I think you are starting to get a little worried about those wide receivers, especially with anybody that you're looking to challenge on the inside. So Panthers, they've struggled with linebacker play all year long. I would be worried because Carolina plays so much zone. I'd be worried about some of those crossing routes. And safeties and coverage have been a real issue. I trust J.C. Horn on the outside for the most part. Same thing with Mike Jackson. The safeties, I'm a fan of Merrick close to the line of scrimmage. Trayvon Merrick in coverage has been a little leaky. Same thing with Nick Scott, also running alongside him. And the linebackers in coverage have been terrible. So one thing I'd be really worried about is some of the running backs in the passing game specifically, because Bucky Irving can do it. We know Rashad White can do it. They have a good group of backs down there in Tampa. Tight ends have killed this team all year long. So even with Tampa not having the star type of tight end, maybe you can get in with a few guys in the middle of the field and really attack this team. But it's more so of an area of the field that if Carolina can contain it, then I'll feel decent about their chances of winning. And it's that middle portion. With linebackers, how much can you hold up with Trevin Wallace and Christian Roseboom? And can you keep the running back / tight end production in the passing game down? If you can do that, understanding Mike Evans is going to have his impressive plays and maybe Emeka Egbuka, even though he's cooled off the second half of the season. If you can do that to the tight ends and running backs, then I like their chances.
Walker, you mentioned Ejiro Evero just a minute ago on the defensive side of the football because I agree. I think that was ultimately the problem. Like I said, I think that New Orleans offense kind of took it up a gear when Tyler Shuck took over, but still plenty of mistakes, a lot of sloppy play, a lot of spots where it felt like the middle of the field was just being left open for guys like Chris Olave and Vile to find some room. Is it likely at this point that we have a defensive coordinator shift at the end of the year for Canales' staff? Because if the answer is not yes to that, I don't know what I will say about it, but it will probably be an FCC violation.
It's so crazy because Evero was clearly good in Denver. The numbers say that. Carolina with David Tepper having all the money in the world, decided, okay, there is not a salary cap when it comes to hiring coaches. So I'm going to throw all the money in the world at Evero. I'm going to throw all the money in the world at all the coaches that I want. And Evero, believe it or not, actually, his first year here in Carolina provided some stability alongside the other members of his defensive staff. Dave Canales applauds him for it, keeps him as soon as he's the head coach. And they were historically bad against the run last year. Just an over 5 yards per carry. Just a ridiculously bad season. So if you are looking for improvement, you have seen improvement stopping the run this year under Evero. They were 32nd last year. And they're, I think in DVOA, are they 13th from what I saw? Actually doing some research today, they've actually been more so towards the top half of the league in stopping the run. They just still don't have any pass rush. So the hard thing to evaluate around here is, okay, is it because Evero is doing a bad job of generating it? The blitzes just aren't working, which there was a 0 blitz on that Chris Olave touchdown that tied things up. And I had some questions about J.C. Horn lining so far off of Olave, and I thought that was due to coaching. Okay, we have some issues there, but you can't generate pass rush because it's Derek Brown in the middle, who's an absolute beast, but on the outside, you have second-round rookie Nick Scorton. I like him. Don't know if I should be relying on him. Pat Jones got hurt for the entire year. That was early in the season. You're relying on third-round rookie Princely Uman-Mielen, who I think shows some flashes, but just a rotational guy. You can't rely on him. Is it the Jimmies and Joes? Is it the scheme? Is it both? Like, so much of this season is wrapped in that question on offense and defense. I think Evero does deserve some level of grace, but, man, when you start to dig into the advanced metrics of what he's done and hasn't done the last 3 years, I think that's resume enough to say, look, it's not entirely your fault, but I think a change of scenery would probably work out for both of us.
Walker Meow joins us here on BetMGM tonight. You can find him on the Weston Walker Show on WFNZ in Charlotte, also the host of the Locked On Hornets podcast. I could do a whole nother hour on the youth core of the Hornets. Walker, my man, great to talk to you. Next time I head up that way from Greenville, brother, I'm going to call you. We're going to go find some bourbon and talk basketball, big dog.
Oh, my God, that sounds fantastic. Please get up here soon. I appreciate the time, guys.
Done and done. Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Walker.
Walker now joining us here on the show. Phenomenal stuff there. Like I said, the biggest thing that jumps off at me, Brad, in 60 seconds, Ejiro Evero's defense falling apart, and the fact that the Panthers had the opportunity to show the league, yes, we are a division contender, and just absolutely crap the bed on Sunday against New Orleans. And that's my own football team I'm saying it about.
Yeah, look, and I think the other big takeaway is saying, the middle of the field's been problematic on defense for them. So Chris Godwin could be that guy who really has an incredible game. So they're going to have to try to find a way to tighten the screws over the middle of the field, or Carolina may lose game number 1 against a familiar foe.
All right, we've got to run to a break. When we come back here in just a minute, plenty more NFL to talk about. We'll set you up for some of the games this weekend with an early look at the lines. He's Brad Evans. I'm Rob Brown. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I would say they're not the best team in the AFC, and I don't even think they're close to the best team in the AFC. They just have the best quarterback in the AFC. And, say what you want about the way Buffalo operates. Too many times in crunch time playoff situations, when things aren't going well, I feel like that coaching staff just goes, hey, Josh, go win us this game. Go out there and make something happen. And in that game last week, they are getting throttled throughout the entirety of that first half. It's 24-7. They open up the third quarter with an unbelievable return on kickoff that gets him over the 50, and then they make a couple of plays. And then Josh was just brilliant, not only with his legs, but he was brilliant. There was a 3rd down and 7 from the shadow of his own goal line that he threw up. He threw one to a tight end somewhere around midfield and got them going again. And there was a couple of big-time plays that he made in that game. But I'm going to just tell you right now, just watching them and having followed them and, having kind of been doing games where Buffalo had played, of games I'm covering, of the Miami game where Miami beat them, of the Houston game where Houston beat them. Man, like, they are flawed. They can't stop the run. Defensively, they're average. They make a lot of mistakes up front, from IDing the defense to getting to the right guys in the run game to protect their quarterback. They just make a lot of mental mistakes. They don't have anybody outside that truly frightens you when it comes to one-on-one. They're really a 2 tight end based offense in the passing game. And yet, number 17 will put the cape on and just do unbelievable things, MVP caliber things. But I think when you get to playoff football, man, that isn't enough with really, really good teams, especially when you got to go on the road. So do I think that this is the best chance for Josh Allen to get the Buffalo Bills to a Super Bowl? Yeah, because there is no Mahomes. There may be no Lamar. There's not going to be a Burrow. But the other teams that are a little bit more complete, Denver here at home, that's a tough place to play. New England, say what you will about that. That's they had them dead to rights and let that one slip away. So yeah, I don't think they're even close to the best team. I just think they have the best quarterback in the AFC.
Even though Lamar is not healthy, he hasn't played like that MVP caliber quarterback that we're used to seeing. I'd much rather face this Pittsburgh offense. You have so many more ways to beat Pittsburgh than you do to beat Baltimore. And there's always a chance you get vintage Lamar. He's rested. I mean, we're still talking. These playoffs are another month away, give or take. So that gives him, a whole lot of weeks to get ready, to get healthy. You don't want to face Baltimore. Too many weapons there, and you got to stop Derrick Henry. It just feels like it's a much easier test to stop Pittsburgh. And as you say that, I wanted to kind of just give you the numbers. Kenny White sent me his newest NFL ratings last night. His updated rank, he's got the Ravens at a 104 and the Steelers at a 99. So on a neutral, he says Baltimore's 5 points better. You'd much rather face Pittsburgh in the playoffs.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight live on the BetMGM Network. Thanks to Walker Mal for joining us in the last segment talking a little Carolina Panthers. We have got a string of NFL games coming up, and one of them, interestingly enough, Bradley Evans, is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers taking on the Carolina Panthers in a NFC South that both teams have had multiple opportunities to win a game that would give them a little breathing room and some distance and a step towards a division victory. And yet Carolina and Tampa, neither one of them seems to want to win this division. Tampa Bay lost at home to New Orleans 2 weeks ago. Carolina lost on the road at New Orleans this past weekend. Now they are back tied in this division. I know Walker said they may have to wait until the end of the season to find out who wins this division. Honestly, I think I'm pretty comfortable saying the winner of this game on Sunday is going to be the winner of the NFC South and earn a playoff spot. I don't know how much it matters because neither one of them is anywhere close to being an NFC championship caliber team. But hey, if you want a chance to dance with the prom queen, you got to show up to the dance in the first place. I don't know, man. Like, it's Tampa -3. It also feels like one of those spots. Carolina has been an up and down team where they come out and Rico Dowdle goes off for 225 and a touchdown. And we all go, why the hell didn't you do that last week? Like, what are we doing here, Dave Canales? I got to tell you, and maybe this is because it's my division. Maybe it's because I have watched these two teams very up close and personal the last 2 weeks within the division, Brad Evans. I'm not touching this game. I got no interest in this game because I don't know what Panthers team shows up. I don't know if Baker Mayfield does what he does the last time they played the Panthers, where he turned into a psychopath all over again. I don't know what to make of this game.
Yeah, it's going to be disgusting. It's going to be hideous. It's going to be a war of attrition, to say the least. And you're right. This is just like a token invitation to the NFL postseason because neither one of these teams has a remote chance, I feel, of winning one game in the NFL playoffs. So congratulations, whoever takes it. I couldn't necessarily get behind your belief that whoever wins this game is going to like rubber stamp their entry into the postseason. You know, they play each other again in the last game of the year, so they may very easily split. It could come down to that game in the middle. But I'm with you on this one. Like, I don't know who the hell's going to win this thing. It's a coin flip matchup. I can't trust anybody. The defense on both of these teams has come unraveled. You don't believe me? Well, they are back-to-back, and number 27 is where Carolina's at. Tampa, number 28, EPA per play D, in games played since week 10. Now, Carolina a little bit better offensively. I think Baker Mayfield and company have been a letdown offensively, but they're finally starting to getting healthy. Got my cousin back on the field. Monster game last week from Mike Evans. And of course, he was nicked and scraped, but he was able to, finish the game and still be upright. Emeka Buka had a couple of big catches, though not playing at the level he was earlier this season. We talked to Walker in that last segment of the Inside Scoop of Carolina, and one of the questions I asked him was about the area where the coaching staff of the Panthers might be most concerned and where they have to contain. It's the middle of the field, and he's exactly right. They've been eviscerated by tight ends. Hello, Cade Otton. They've been killed by crossing routes and quick slants and some of those quick outs over the middle of the field within that 10 to 15-yard range. Hello, Chris Godwin. So I think those are the X factors in this game. It's Godwin, it's K. Dotton, and also Walker brought up the pass-catching backs, whether it's Bucky Irving, is usually good for 3 to 5 receptions out of the backfield week in and week out. Could be Rachaad White, who mysteriously last week had 1 carry, went for like 20-plus yards. No, you get no more carries. No soup for you. That was bizarre from Tampa. They couldn't give him like another 4 or 5 touches in that game based on the explosive he had. And he was healthy, too. Of course, he's a threat in the pass game as well. Gun to my head, if I had to pick a side, I'd probably lay it with Tampa. I don't feel great about it. I'm going to be investing in the player props market and, of course, paying attention to some of the fantasy assets that are going to be involved. I already wrote about Chris Godwin on my site, thegamingjuice.com. He is my fantasy flame pick. Ooh, could be muy caliente at the wide receiver position. This screens maybe 6-7 receptions, 60-plus yards, and he might score a touchdown in back-to-back weeks. So I guess reluctantly give me Tampa -3. But again, the player props market is where I'm going to have my supreme focus in this matchup.
I like that. All right, let's take a look at Thursday night. This may very well be the most important Thursday night game. It might be the best Thursday night game we've ever got. Every now and then we get a little bit of a nugget. This is the nugget. This is the best Thursday night game we've ever gotten. It is the Rams. It is the Seahawks. It is likely the division on the line. And I will, before we really get down to it, it's kind of massively important for Seattle to win this game, Brad, because if Seattle loses this game and they drop to 11-4, if the 49ers win this weekend, they'll be 11-4. And Seattle and San Francisco play each other in the final week of the season. That game could have wild card implication if the Rams, as I assume they will, hang on and win this division. It is likely both of those teams still will go to the wild card, but you don't know. Do the Packers figure it out and get it right? We'll see what happens. All of that being said, the LA Rams are laying a point, the total at 44.5 in this one. I don't know what difference it makes playing this game on Thursday versus on Sunday. I don't know how much of a difference the Thursday, Friday, Saturday prep to Sunday is going to be. I do know this feels massively important because it is not just about who falls back with San Francisco, may or may not have a wild card game at the end of the year. Brad, this is also likely going to determine who has the number 1 seed and the bye in the playoffs. So this game it's about the division, but it's about a whole lot more than the division as well. And we're playing this game on 3 days short notice compared to everybody else on Sunday. But hey, I got to tell you, this might be not just is it the most important game or the best game, it might be the most entertaining game we've had played on a Thursday in a while.
Maybe of all time, to be honest with you. I was doing some research for a piece I wrote on thegamingjuice.com earlier today. What are the worst Thursday night football matchups we've ever seen? And I have my memory jogged. Back in 2011, Arizona played the LA Rams. They might have been still the St. Louis Rams at that time. I don't recall when that move exactly went down, but it was Ryan Lindley against Sean Hill. And it finished 12-6. It set football back roughly 75 years. This is going to be the antithesis of that. This is going to be nowhere near like the baby pukes, the old Jacksonville color rush uniforms they broke out on Thursday night against the Tennessee Titans in 2016. And Blake Bortles was craptastic, as he always was. This game's going to have thrills, going to have chills. I don't see how JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigma, is going to be contained in this contest. In the first matchup, he went for a $105, did not find the end zone, but he burned. He absolutely torched. He owned Emmanuel Forbes in that game, and Forbes in the weak link in this LA Rams secondary all season long. He's given up well north of 100 passer rating to his assignments, a handful of touchdowns as well. He's given up the 8th most yards of any defensive back in the NFL. I think Jackson Smith and Jigba goes off, and he is still in the conversation, Rob, to have the single greatest season by a wide receiver in NFL history, as he is trying to nip at the heels, and he's doing that right now of Calvin Johnson's single season yardage record, about on pace for about 40 or 50 yards shy of that. He could go for $150 and get Seattle over the top. So I like the Seahawks here. I know they've been dealing with the atmospheric river in that part of the country, but they're going to be sopping wet offensively, I think, in this game. This game's got a lot of pew, 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 shootout appeal like they are on the 44.5. I know the Rams are trendy. Everybody's in love with them, but the Seahawks defense is for real, for real, for real. And with the Rams now playing outdoors, I think Seattle gets the best of them because JSN will be unstoppable.
That's what my notes said. Everything you just said was written down for where I was going with a breakdown in that game. So let's jump to the NFC North. The Chicago Bears at home hosting the Green Bay Packers. This is a game we got a couple of weeks ago. The Packers were able to get a win in that one. They now have an opportunity to try to get right and get back on. Well, they're on top of the division, but keep Green Bay at arm's length in the NFC North. This game feels massive. And I am actually riding with Chicago for a couple reasons. We talked a few last night. One of them, I am not super in love with Jordan Love. I think he's a good quarterback. I don't look and see, especially in that game this past weekend, a quarterback that I say, if we end up in a spot where we need a win in order to win the division and go to the playoffs, do I feel like Jordan Love is performing up to that caliber? Ben Johnson. This is the game you hired Ben Johnson for. He got beat. It was on the road. When he took the job, I don't know if you remember this, in the press conference, they were like, "What's your thing?" And he said, "Oh, it's a lot of good teams, but there's nothing I love more than beating Matt LaFleur." And it was like, oh, we got a rivalry. Or he even puts on the visor. We got a rivalry. Buddy, this is the spot to back it up. And so I'm giving Ben Johnson a couple of weeks of tape on this team. He gets to go back home. Caleb Williams looks like he's playing with a little bit more confidence. He played well in that game against Green Bay. Not great, but well in that game. Chicago is catching 1.5. Brad, I'm ignoring that, and I'm taking a Chicago money line at the crib. I think the Bears are a better football team than given credit for, and I think Ben Johnson with 2 weeks to study tape, that's why you hired Ben Johnson.
Hey, Brando, cue the damn music. Bear down, Chicago Bears. Yeah! Oh, the modernized version there at the tail end as well. Rob, I am 100% agreeing with you. Look, I'm going to stand by my conviction. I said this a couple of weeks ago right here on BetMGM tonight. The Bears are going to lose on the road at Lambeau Field. Now, they had a valiant effort. They were courageous in that one. They made it interesting, but they were going to exact their revenge at home at Soldier Field. I still think that split and that scenario is going to play out. And the biggest reason why is Micah Parsons is out. So now the increases the pressure, really puts the onus on defensive backs of Green Bay, which you can take advantage of, whether it's Nixon or anybody else in that defensive backfield. I think Caleb Williams needs to really uncork in this game. I know he's not going to likely have Rome Odunze, who's week to week after aggravating that foot injury, but DJ Moore, who all of a sudden registers the pulse last week, scored a touchdown. He's got to really rise to the occasion and put up a similar effort that he did against the Cleveland Browns. Maybe it's Colson Loveland over the middle of the field. Maybe it's Luther Burden, who had an outstanding game last week, really a breakout performance for him. Caleb Williams has to win this game with his arm. I know the Bears have been run centered and centric here the last couple of weeks. Handoffs a common guy, DeAndre Swift. Swift was amazing against Cleveland, but I need more bounce in this offense. And given the matchup here with no Parsons on the field, I need a heavy vertical dose of Caleb Williams. I think the Bears win.
All right, let's throw one or two more in here in the last 3 minutes of the segment. Jacksonville, Denver. I love the Jags. I was on with you boys before the season started. I told you I have a ticket on the Jags to win the AFC South. Granted, the rest of the AFC South not necessarily living up to what we thought they were going to be. Trevor Lawrence just had the game of his bleeping life. 6 touchdowns responsible for, 5 through the air, 1 on the ground. I'm taking Jacksonville over Denver. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take the points for Jacksonville. And I'm probably going to wait and see if I can get the hook because it's Denver -3. And I'd love for that to become the 3.5 if I can get the plus 3.5 there. But I'm going to take them either way because while I do think, and we're going to do some Broncos talk here in just a minute, Denver is a team that keeps getting into these shootouts with teams that I don't think they should be getting into shootouts with. And Trevor Lawrence, to me, and especially with ETN kind of getting into the groove that he got into last week for Trevor Lawrence, because remember, they drafted both those guys out of Clemson so that they had that chemistry. Well, they have started to find it the last couple of weeks, which has opened up the field. And I think having that ability to trust the running back to be in the right spot that he has only with ETN, I think that's opened up the Jacksonville offense a little bit. I like the Jaguars in this game. This feels like a statement game, an announcement game for a team that really threw the confidence level to 1,000,000 this past weekend. This feels like a team to me that needed to pop the switch, and I think they did. Upset special of the weekend. Give me the Jags, Brad.
I don't think the Jags are going to win this game straight up, but I think they will cover the +3 because their defense has been outstanding. Number 2 in the NFL since week 10 EP per play D. Denver are very astute in that category as well. They've been top 10 all season long, but what version of Denver's offense are we going to see? Are they going to be able to get out of the gate fast? I'm reluctant to say that. I like Jacksonville. I'll back Trevor Lawrence coming off the historic game that he had last week. I'll take a plus of points, but Denver wins straight up.
I like it. All right. When we come back here, that felt good. Thank you, Brando. I felt that in my chest. I felt that 10 toes. I like it. When we come back here in just a minute from right now, we are going to play a little NFL hot and cold. Brando's going to give us a couple of takes from around the NFL, the NBA, the MLB. Who the hell knows? I don't know. I had to look at Brando's rundown. He just tells me what we're going to do. So a little hot cold when we come back here in just a minute. Rob Brown, that's me. Brad Evans, that's he. BetMGM tonight is where you be. I'm sorry for saying all of that. This is the BetMGM Network.
Yeah.
Don't miss a second of the Wagertainment. Listen to the BetMGM Network live, now streaming everywhere on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn.
Tua Tagovailoa's time as Miami Dolphins starting quarterback is over. I think that was probably last night against the Steelers was the last game he will start as Miami Dolphins quarterback. And the Tua era ends not with the bang, but with a freezing cold whimper. And I think we can actually have this conversation now. We were going to have it anyway, but I think this is now fully accelerated by Mike McDaniel's comments earlier today. Tua Tagovailoa is not going to be on the Dolphins next year. He's just not. He isn't. You cannot bring him back. Whether it's a new head coach or Mike McDaniel comes back, it cannot be Tua Tagovailoa. He stinks. It's obvious he stinks. The head coach is telling you he stinks. You can't look these players in the face and say this is the guy next year. We're not going to have to be the ones that pay for it. That'll be Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross. Because of the way Tua's contract, the way it's constructed, it basically doesn't matter when they cut him. They're going to have to pay so much money to him, and they're going to have to eat. So we're talking like an upwards of $60 million they're going to have to blow here to get Tua Tagovailoa off the roster. It's the worst contract in sports. Tua signed last July, for like a year and a half ago, a 4-year, $212 million contract. The worst contract in sports. Now, there are a couple others we can put in the conversation, right? The historical one that I will always go back to as a Yankee fan is Jacoby Ellsbury, who basically stole money from the Yankees for years and never played. But even if you want to look at, Joel Embiid, who's got an awful contract from the Sixers, it's awful because he's always hurt. That's why it's not awful because he sucks. It's awful because he's always hurt. Even if you want to say, Deshaun Watson obviously has a terrible contract and it's guaranteed, what? Injuries play a part in that also, and I'm not defending Deshaun Watson, but he's been hurt a lot. He hasn't been good, but he's also been injured. Like Tua, outside of the concussions, he's just bad. He's terrible. I don't know what the hell's happened here with Tua. And it doesn't really matter. He'll be on a different team next year if the Dolphins have any sense, and they'll move forward with a new quarterback.
What do you think about Alabama, Oklahoma, low total, the lowest of the 4 games at 40.5?
So we're gonna get a healthier Mateer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is better than what we've seen over the course of, because he's had some time to rest. But I think I lean Alabama. And what's the number you said? 1.5?
It's Alabama -1.5. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Alabama is going to cover that. I think this is a field goal game, so we're looking at 3 versus 1.5. The thing for me with Alabama is I think Ty Simpson did not look like himself to finish the season, but that's when we kind of alluded to it. We talked about it kind of during the break, but I think that's a Georgia problem. Like their defense has come alive. And so I think I like Oklahoma's defense. I do. I don't think that they bring the same smoke that I like Oklahoma's defense. I don't think they bring the same smoke that Georgia does. And so they are very sound. They are battle tested. They know what they're doing. But at the end of the day, I am absolutely running with Alabama in this one.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight live on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown, Brad Evans with you, rolling up to the 9 o'clock hour. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got plenty more to get to and talk about. The NBA Cup game getting underway. We've got action all across the NHL, college basketball as well. North Carolina saw Duke get into a fist fight with Lipscomb, Brad, and they decided, hey, we'll play your game. Just took a 3-point lead over Eastern Tennessee out of Johnson City, Tennessee, 24-21, 4.5 left to play in that one. I know North Carolina's got a couple of injuries that they're having to get through here, Brad, but at the same time, team that does not look like they are clicking on offense as well as I would think they would be so far in this one.
No, they're not, but let's give credit due. ETSU is one of the better mid-major teams that is out there. Entering the night, according to Bartor, according to Ken Palm, they're ranked number 82 in the nation. So that is a team, and they get the auto berth out of their conference. Maybe they're going to draw like a 13, 14 seed in the NCAA tournament. They are capable of slipping on that glass slipper and pulling the upset. So I'm not completely shocked. They're hanging tough right now in this game against North Carolina. Carolina has played better defense than previous iterations under Hubert Davis. We'll see where the dust settles on this particular affair. But ETSU, again, is for real one of the better mid-majors that is out there. So put some damn respect on their name.
All right, let's get our guy, our homie, our amigo, our good time guy, Brando, in here. We're going to play a little hot cold. Brando's going to give us some takes from around the world of sports, and Brad and I will tell him if we love those takes or if he should be fired into the sun for having them. Brando, get that handsome ass in here. Let's do this, baby.
I should always be fired into the sun for pretty much all of my takes, but I'm gonna start with this one. I didn't even put this one in the rundown, but it's driving me nuts because it said we had an 8:30 tip for the NBA Cup, and they just now tipped off just now at 8:44 Eastern time. From now on, If you are going to put on the four-letter network's website, your website, anything else, that there's a 7:30 tip, local time, 8:30 Eastern, I want you to tip at 7:30, 8:30, whatever time you put on. That's when you tip.
I don't know, Brando, if you heard, but when I was doing the intro to the segment, I said the NBA Cup game, because I looked down to see what the score was to the game that tipped off 14 minutes ago, only to realize that the game did not tip off 14 minutes ago, so I just sounded like a jackass. Granted, that's par for the course, but exceptionally jackassy after that.
Yeah, it's just, what are we doing? Tip the damn ball. Anyway. All right, let's get into these hot or cold. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Time out. I'm sorry. I have to add one more thing. I'm sorry. Victor Wembanyama is not starting for the San Antonio Spurs tonight.
What?
They are not pulling
Why?
Victor in the starting lineup. Yeah, it's a wonderful question. I'm looking right now, and he is not on the floor with the ball at 0-0. Victor Wembanyama not on the floor to open up this game.
That's not good for my parlay of Spurs money line, the over, and Wemby to have 13-plus rebounds.
I do believe he is going to be getting in relatively quickly in reserve. I wonder if this was just like a matchup issue, because he was warming up. He was shooting. He was going through his post moves. Like, it didn't look like he was hampered or limited at all, but he's just not getting the start.
Unreal.
Bizarre.
That's anyway. All right. You guys ready for hot or cold? I'm really mad. Didn't even tip on time. Andy already screwed my damn parlay. All right. The Kansas City Chiefs will make a move for Tua Tagovailoa in the offseason if the Dolphins release him. Hot or cold, Brad?
Oh, extremely cold. I mean, we're living in Antarctica. I mean, we're like 30 below zero kind of cold. Look, Gardner Minshew is going to get an audition. And Gardner Minshew, I know, has played as a starter Jacksonville for a hot minute with Las Vegas. And now he's elevated from the backup position into the starting lineup with Mahomes out with that surgically repaired knee. If he plays decently here down the stretch, they may re-sign and bring it back. Maybe he starts the season and Mahomes doesn't have a smooth sailing when it comes to his recovery. But Tua Tagovailoa, that honestly is that much of an upgrade over Gardner Minshew. So again, freezing cold.
I am with Brad, and I would like to add something very quickly. I have been the guy that has been pounding the drum for a while. That sometimes when a quarterback fails, I beg you to look at the situation the quarterback's in, not just the quarterback. I would love to point at Bryce Young. I would like to point at Danny Dimes. I would like to point at Sam Darnold. I would like to point at a lot of guys who switch teams, go to a new environment, under a new system, and they succeed. Guys, I've watched Tua Tagovailoa play. It's not the system. It's not the franchise. It's not the problem. It's just that. And I don't know if it's the injuries. I don't know if it is a lack of confidence because he has to play to protect himself. I don't know what the situation is or why it's happening the way it's happening. I just know I look at Tua Tagovailoa and I don't like, there have been spots with Bryce Young that I've said over the past couple of years. Last year, BY's number one receiver was a 38-year-old Adam Thielen. And everybody go, how is his passing yards not higher than it is? Because his leading receiver is a 38-year-old slot wide receiver. Like, that's unsurprising. Just look. You can look at Tua, who has had a bevy of weapons come through at wide receiver, like Waddle, like Tyreek Hill, etc. He's just not. He's just not the guy, guys. He's just not the guy. And even though I understand the premise of Tua Tagovailoa playing good ball, actually plays kind of a similar game to Mahomes. So it would allow you, forget the quarterback success, it would allow you to keep the system in play with a quarterback who fits the system. I don't see how there's any value to making that move unless if you get him for like a vet minimum and he's willing to take $20 million for 4 years to be your backup when Mahomes comes back, maybe I could justify it. But if I got to pay him anything close to a starting quarterback, it's not worth it.
Well, and that's where I come from with this, because if the Dolphins are going to release him, he's not going to get a starting job anywhere else. Nobody in the league is going to give him a starting job. But if you get a job with the Kansas City Chiefs as a backup and Mahomes is going to miss the first 6, 7, 8 weeks of the season. See what I did there? 6, 7. But you're
better than that.
You're going to have a guy like Tua who can play the same style system that Patrick Mahomes plays. And let's just face it, you saw the pass that Gardner Minshew ended the game with last week. Tua's not much better than that, but he's also not going to be much worse than that. So I think it could be a viable option for the Chiefs if Mahomes isn't ready week 1, or if they don't believe he's ready week 1. But we'll see. All right, let's go to the NBA. Let's go to the hardwood. Cooper Flagg will win the NBA Rookie of the Year. Hot or cold? Rob?
Yes, I think it's hot. And I'll tell you, I don't even necessarily think it is going to be because of the fact that he is the Rookie of the Year. Because I think Con Knippel, there was about a 3-week stretch where Con Knippel had the shortest betting odds to be the Rookie of the Year. Derek Queen down in New Orleans had a good run of 3 or 4 weeks there where people were like, oh, damn, maybe the Pelicans are total psychopaths for trading the Hawks a first-round pick that could be a lottery pick for this kid. Maybe this kid was lottery pick material. I don't know. Here's what I do know. What I do know is Cooper Flagg went number 1 overall. Cooper Flagg was the most advertised player since Victor Wembanyama. Cooper Flagg is the guy that they are pushing all of the gosh darn time on him. Cooper Flagg is the flag carrier, the banner carrier for the NBA alongside Victor Wembanyama. And while I don't necessarily scratch that, I absolutely hate it. I do think to some degree the NBA Rookie of the Year award is to some degree a bit of a popularity contest. And Cooper Flagg is the most advertised rookie in the game. If we go downtown and talk ball, maybe different in the Carolinas because Con Knippel's a dog. But if we go out to Arizona, there's not a lot of folks that can tell me a lot about what Con Knippel's doing for the Charlotte Hornets. The unfortunate part of a guy like Con Knippel is getting drafted to a getting better but bad team versus a team that had all of the media attention like Dallas did, Brad, takes him off of the radar. So he's going to win it. That doesn't mean he is the best rookie this year, but he is going to win it. And he did have a 40-point game. So, maybe he should. I don't know.
Yeah, just dropped 42, as you mentioned, against the hopeless and hapless Utah Jazz. But 40 is 40. Also had 7 rebounds and 5 assists in that game. He's stuffing the stat sheet right now. He's shooting over 48% for the floor. He's averaging 18.4 points per game, 6.3 rebounds per game, 3.5 assists per game. And a guy getting numerous steals as well, 1.2 steals per game this month. He's got all the accolades. He's got the hype. He's in a decent size market. Cooper Flagg right now, and this is real. I looked it up right before the show. He's minus 185 at BetMGM to hoist the hardware in the NBA Rookie of the Year market. This is as close to the L, the G word, easy money as you could possibly get. So, yes, I am hot to trot for Cooper Flagg. He is practically a guarantee to win Rookie of the Year in the NBA this year.
I just hope it's Con Knippel because I like saying Knippel.
No, so do I. Anything that gives me an excuse to say Knippel on the radio and not get in trouble for it is always going to be good because I'm a 14-year-old boy. But I will also say this, and this is where I think the argument comes from, Brad. If we had a NBA Rookie Consistency Award, it's Con Knippel. The dude has been the model of consistency from week 1 to now versus Cooper Flagg, who kind of turned it on the last month or so. The thing is, when Cooper Flagg's on, he's a monster. But Con Knippel's been good from the get. And to me, Con Knippel should be a Rookie of the Year today.
All right.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. Entirely fair. Go ahead, Brandon.
We've got about 60 seconds left. I'm going to give you guys 30 seconds each because I know Brad wants to get to this one. Michigan, Arizona, Duke, and Gonzaga will be the 4 number 1 seeds in March. Brad, hot or cold?
I'm cold on that. I think you're going to have 3 of those teams on the number 1 seed line. I think it's Michigan, Arizona, possibly Duke, possibly Gonzaga, but somebody's got to rise to the occasion. What about UConn? And there are a number of teams, BYU, that could have that argument to be a number 1 seed in the NCAA tournament. So I am cold. Too hard to predict here in the middle of December.
Yep, agreed. I don't need to go off on anything else outside of that. I agree on all of that. All right, we got to run to a break. When we come back here in just a minute from right now, we're going to play a little in or out. We're going to take a look at some of the teams that are hanging around the NFL playoff cut line, and we're going to tell you who we think is going to be dancing in the postseason and who is headed home. We'll do that coming up next. I am Rob Brown. Brad Evans is here. It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, TuneIn, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I would say it's been glorious for me to watch them lose games and to fall off. Listen, I think the thing that always, like, I was always just incredibly respectful of, and kind of almost in awe of, is their ability to make plays in crunch time. You know, like that for 7 years, man, when it was nut cutting time, they cut nuts. That's what they did. And they were phenomenal at it, right? And I look at them this year, they haven't had that same magic. When they needed a big third down conversion, you know, it wasn't off script. Hey, Mahomes and Kelsey are on the exact same page, and they're running some back schoolyard, play that they just devised in their head. They're both on the same page and they complete it. And next thing you know, they're off and running. Or when they needed a big stop on the defensive side of the ball, they were always able to get that big stop and give their offense an opportunity to get back on the field. They didn't get that done this year. They couldn't get that done this year. And that to me was the biggest issue that they had all season long, is they couldn't make those plays. And part of it, I've got to believe they went on a historic run. There is nobody over a 7-year period, regular season and playoffs, that have won more games than the Kansas City Chiefs did over the last 7 years. And sometimes you just run out of gas, man. Sometimes you're just physically, emotionally, mentally, you're beat, you're tired. And I think that's been the issue this year. And their inability to do what they've always done is create those big time plays in those big time moments. And they just could not consistently get that done on either side of the ball.
You told our audience 6 weeks ago to bet the Rams to win the whole thing. You were one of the first guys to plant the flag on the Rams. But, man, they got a good one on Thursday against Seattle. Round 2, Rams-Seahawks. How pumped are you for that one?
Yeah, I'm stoked for it. A double revenge game for Cooper Kupp and Colby Parkinson. Devontae Adams, I would be shocked. I know, I haven't seen an update today. I've been in the car, but I would be shocked if he plays, right? Hamstring injury, you're going to the playoffs. Yeah, it's a massive game. I think both 11 wins. It's massive game for the division and for the 1 seed and all of that. But I do think you have to take the long-term view with Adams. And, I expect him to try to play great defense, run the football. Should be a knockdown, drag-out game. Darnold's got to play better in this one, of course. I still think the Rams are what I said they were, 5 weeks into the year, which is the best team in football with the MVP. And I think they'll win the game. I think it'll be a close one. I wouldn't be shocked at all if Seattle wins. The Adams thing matters. It's an awesome game. I'll be backing the Rams because I back the Rams every week, and it's been pretty generous to me so far in 2025.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight live on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown, Brad Evans with you, rolling through the foremost electrifying hours in sports talk. Entertainment, the halfway point. Cross, the marching band back in the stands, the dancing girls and cheerleaders back on the sideline. Brad and I ready to take you through the third and fourth quarters. Going to, here in just mere moments from now, do a little NFL in or out. We're going to take a look at a few teams that are hanging around the playoff line and tell you who we think is getting in and who we think will not. But we did get a little bit of breaking news just a few minutes ago per Adam Schefter. Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love, who was a Heisman finalist, has declared for the NFL draft, will not return to the Fighting Irish. Somewhere, I'm assuming Ryan Horvat is sobbing into what I assume is a very fluffy pillow. He seems like a fluffy pillow and a high thread count kind of guy. I honestly, Brad, I think it's the right call. You as a running back, you can't do much more than be the only non-quarterback Heisman finalist. B, I think with especially some of these teams we're going to talk about here in just a moment, there has been, and I think it is slow, and everything about football is cyclical, I know. But is it just me, or have we felt the last couple of years like the emphasis on the running back being integral to the offense in every way has kind of jumped up in importance, right? Like now, and especially for a guy like Jeremiah Love, who absolutely can catch the football out of the backfield and be a running threat, a la Jonathan Taylor and what he's done with the Colts the last couple of years. The fact that he absolutely can, he's not the bowling ball type, but he can be a between the tackles runner when I need him to be. Jeremiah Love, Brad Evans, is coming off the board in the first 8 picks. Because I'll tell you right now, if the season ended today, the New Orleans Saints are drafting 8th. And as much as we need an offensive guard, we need a center, probably another edge rusher because Cam Jordan on his way out. If Jeremiah Love's sitting there at 8, I want the New Orleans Saints to go get us our future running back with Alvin Kamara closer to the end than the beginning. He's coming off the board in the top 8 picks. And I don't care who you are or what position you play. If you're graded out to being an NFL top 10 draft pick, you get your ass in the draft, Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, indeed. And right now, the NFL mock draft database, the consensus among the 21 mock drafts that they're scoring in place in the aggregate has him going 33% of those mock drafts has Jeremiah Love going to the New York Jets at number 5 overall. Now, obviously, the Jets would be a good fit. The Jets have so many needs, quarterback being the one that is probably most glaring. And my guess is, we saw the rumor today making around social media how much they love Diego Pavia from Vanderbilt. They're going to do their best and due diligence and homework on whether that Pavia is going to be the guy, or maybe they do go with Jeremiah Love. That would be a clear fit. Breece Hall. Probably going to be with a different organization. He was very disappointed, took to social media during the NFL trade deadline and how he wanted to be out of a jersey. And, of course, he is still there right now, rotting away like everybody else with that franchise. I'm on one other team. We talked to Jesse earlier, represent the Athletic and covering the Kansas City Chiefs. What about the Chiefs trading up to get Jeremiah Love? Running back, clearly an area of need. That is an area that they have to address this NFL draft. They squandered opportunities to get their guy last year because they kept getting picked off. They kept getting sniped by the franchises there in round 4. So they didn't get their guy. Now they have a golden opportunity. Sell some, draft capital down the river, down in the future, trade up, get inside the top 5, and get your due. Because I totally agree. Jeremiah Love is going to be a tour de force. Jeremiah Love is going to be an instant impact player. Jeremiah Love is going to be a stud in the NFL because he's got the break tackle ability. He's got the breakaway speed. He catches the passes out of the backfield. He's probably decent in blitz pickup as well, and that's always an area of concern. So if your pass pro is even decent at the NCAA level, they're going to, really drill down on that in training camp and make it a hell of a lot better at the NFL level. That guy is a turnkey prospect, and him going to a team like Kansas City, oh yeah, they'll snap back, and we'll all get grossly annoyed with KC once again in short order.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I would go so far as to say, as it stands right now, the Kansas City Chiefs are going to be drafting somewhere from like 10 to 14. Brad, you talk about a trade up. Number one, and again, I think Jeremiah Love is coming off the board probably 8, 9, 10, somewhere in that range. I could see him going down to 12, and they don't have to move at all. But even if they do, it's not like going from 12 to 10 or 12 to 9. They're going to have to put together a massive package in order to make that swap with somebody, right? Especially if they can find a team like a New Orleans, if they can find somebody inside that top 5, 6, 7, 8 spot that is more concerned with picks and going best player available. But I would also say there's a spot somewhere around there where Jeremiah Love will be the best player available. He becomes the guy if you have a pure BPA philosophy, somewhere around 8, 9, 10, Jeremiah Love is going to be the BPA, regardless of positions of need at that spot. So I would throw it out there. I think Arizona at 6 is probably about as early as I think he could come off the board. I could see them saying, let's put one more class of weapons around Kyler Murray. Let's give this thing one more go of it. And Jeremiah Love being one of the weapons they grab out of that. I would say the Saints are in that mix. I would say the Chiefs are in that mix. I would put the Vikings in that mix. The Vikings are kind of hanging out right around the Kansas City Chiefs. I think they would love to try to go see if they could bring back what they had with Cook a couple of years ago. Dallas could be in that mix, honestly. Like, let's be real. Dallas needs a young bell cow running back in that spot. They'll probably be drafted around 14, 15. There could be a bump up from them. I mean, honestly, buddy, I can come up with probably 7, 8 teams drafting in the first half of the opening round that I could justify using a pick at running back, especially if I'm in the back half of the first half. There will be a spot where Jeremiah Love is the BPA for a team for whom running back is also a need. Point of all of this is entering the draft is the right move for Jeremiah Love, 1,000%.
Oh, yeah, completely rubber stamp it because he's going to make Brewster's millions instantaneously. And again, he's going to be an instant impact player. Remember thy name, fantasy managers that may be listening to the show right now across the country. That guy, he's probably going to be better than Ashton Genty no matter where he lands, unless it's with the Jets.
Without a doubt. All right, let's take a look up and down the NFL standings. Let's take a look at where some of the teams that are hanging around the cut line for the playoffs, are they in or are they out? Brad Evans will start with the Houston Texans. I know that Texans fans from 2 years ago, a little bit disappointed by where the team has gone, but they're on a 6-game win streak. Unfortunately for the Texans, the Jags are on a 5-game win streak, and they find themselves 1 game in the hole. But these two teams are going to come a race down to the stretch. It does feel to me like likely the South theoretically could produce a wild card team, but I do think the Texans would have to either win out or come close to it. Probably the same for the Jags to make sure that they're in that spot. Houston Texans, Brad Evans, in or out of the 2025-26 postseason?
Weigh in. They have a 95% chance at NFL.com to make the postseason. I think they're going to go at a minimum 2-1 over their final 3 games. Those 3 games being Viva Las Vegas. That should be an instant win, especially there in H-Town. Then you go on the road, and that's going to be a bit of a coin toss matchup against LA, the Chargers version. And then you come back and you face Phillip Rivers at 44 years young and the Indianapolis Colts, and that is at home. So, look, the defense is the best in the NFL. They've been outstanding. CJ Stroud, I'm a lot proud member of Team Stroud, playing a little bit better football. I think he's got to throw at least a couple of end zone strikes this weekend. Woody Marks has added a spark on the ground, and Nico Collins is a guy that just goes nuclear almost every single week. He had a monster game last week, a couple of touchdowns. It could be a similar scenario this week. And potentially as well, whether it's against LAC or Indianapolis. This is a team to fear, the Texans. If they make it as a wild card, and more than likely they will, I'm probably going to be like a 7 seed in the AFC. You don't want to draw them at all because that defense is so suffocating, so stifling, just so unrelenting that they have a real shot to spring an upset in their opening round matchup. So, yes, H-Town, you're in.
Let's go to the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions currently sitting in the NFC North at 8-6. They are 2 games behind the Chicago Bears. As far as the wild card picture goes, the East likely not to get a wild card spot, led by the Eagles at 9-5. The Cowboys next up at 6-7. The North has the Bears in control at 10-4, the Packers at 9-4, the Lions at 8-6. The NFC South will not get a wild card team as the second place team is 7-7. Both the Bucs and Panthers are tied with that record. And out of the West, I think probably realistically all three wild card spots, 2 of them will likely come out of the West, as the Rams and Seahawks are tied at 11-3. The San Francisco 49ers are 10-4. Very little wiggle room. I think Detroit needs a lot of help for a team that for some reason, and I don't know if this is just like emotional and reactive or not, Brad, but this Lions team doesn't seem to have what's made this team special the last couple of years is the Dan Campbell culture and the vibes team. I hate being a vibes team guy, but it's been a vibes team of just that grit Detroit style. And I'm not really feeling that from this team this year. They have plenty of chances to get wins and inject themselves into this conversation, and then they keep losing games they have no business losing. I have been pulling for Detroit the last 2 years. I don't think Detroit's getting in this year.
I completely concur with you, Captain. They only have a 40% chance going to NFL.com to get that postseason ticket. I think they're going to beat Pittsburgh this weekend. They're in Detroit, and then you got kind of a trap matchup on the road against the Minnesota Vikings. Then you're on the road finishing the season against my Chicago Bears, and the Bears may have a lot to play for in that game as well. I think the Bears will hold the home field. Jared Goff's favorite quarterback outside, especially in the frigid cold, compared to the fast track indoors. So that could be a difference in that game in the Windy City here in 3 weeks. Defensively, that's our biggest issue right now. As I've said this time and time again, turning Honolulu blue in the face, that on the back end, they've got too many injuries. Terry Arnold's on IR. Kirby Joseph has not been healthy. Brian Branch has been out. They just cannot get right in that area of the field. The run defense has been so-so. They have had their fine moments, but they've been susceptible at times as well. They have to go out and score 30, 35 points a game to emerge victorious. And unfortunately, we're giving up oodles of big plays on the opposite end. See, last week in LA against the Rams, you're catching L's left, right, rinse, and repeat. And I feel that's going to be the way going down the home stretch. And sadly, they're going to fall short of expectations to be on the outside looking in here in 3 weeks.
I feel inclined to purchase a sympathy card and send it to the Indianapolis Colts, because by God, was that a fun team to watch for the first 9 weeks of the season. And then Danny Dimes went down and it all went squirrely. This team is now 8-6 as of right now. Your wild card holders today: the Bills at 10-4 did just knock off the Patriots, only a game back. The 9-5 Houston Texans and the 10-4 LA Chargers. Brad, I mean, to be honest, Phillip Rivers, who, don't get me wrong, I'm glad to have bleep talk grandpa out there running around. Yep. As a 40-year-old guy, Phillip Rivers makes me believe maybe I still have a chance to accomplish something with my life. Clearly, I have not done so yet. I love you, Colts. I had fun. You were our plucky little underdog. I enjoyed the ride with you. No, the Indianapolis Colts are not going to the playoffs.
No, they're not, because they have just a murderer's row to finish the season. You're at home, you get San Francisco. That's going to be an L. You're at home following that game against the white-hot Jacksonville Jaguars. You're going to catch another L. And to round out the thrice of L's, you finish with Houston on the road. L, and L again. Sorry, Andy. You were definitely the feel-good story. I was talking up Jonathan Taylor as a potential MVP candidate, but you look defensively as well, they've come unraveled. Yes, they're number 11 EP per play D since week 10, but only number 19 in their last 5 in drop-back EPA defense. So, that's an area of concern. And Phillip Rivers, a feel-good story, commendable effort last week, nearly sprung the colossal upset on the road against Seattle, against one of the best defenses in the league. They fell short, and now they're just going to fall short repeatedly here down the home stretch.
All right, we've got about 45 seconds left. I said to myself, how can I give a deep and introspective look at our final matchup, which is the two teams atop the NFC South, Tampa Bay and Carolina. And here's what I came up with, Brad. I'm going to look deep into the camera and I give you the best analysis you've ever heard. Who cares? It doesn't matter.
I concur. I completely agree. It doesn't really matter. Yes, you're going to get a token appearance in the NFL playoffs, but bye-bye. Sayonara. See you later. You're going to be sipping Mai Tais on a Caribbean island in short order because your winter vacation is set to begin.
I cannot wait to see what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to do in the opening round when they take on the Seattle Seahawks in the wild card round. They're going to lose by 35. It's going to be unbelievable. All right.
Yep.
When we come back, we'll check in on college basketball. We've had a very interesting day in Shooty Hoops. We'll get a review of some of the top teams from Brad Evans. That's next. BetMGM Tonight is live on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight will be right back on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I would say they're not the best team in the AFC, and I don't even think they're close to the best team in the AFC. They just have the best quarterback in the AFC. And, you know, say what you want about the way Buffalo operates. Too many times in crunch time playoff situations, when things aren't going well, I feel like that coaching staff just goes, hey, Josh, go win us this game. Go out there and make something happen. And in that game last week, you know, they are getting throttled throughout the entirety of that first half. It's 24-7. They open up the third quarter with an unbelievable return on kickoff that gets him over the 50, and then they make a couple of plays. And then Josh was just brilliant, not only with his legs, but he was brilliant. There was a 3rd down and 7 from the shadow of his own goal line that he threw up. You know, he threw one to a tight end somewhere around midfield and got them going again. And there was a couple of big-time plays that he made in that game. But I'm going to just tell you right now, just watching them and having followed them and, you know, having kind of been doing games where Buffalo had played, you know, of games I'm covering, of the Miami game where Miami beat them, of the Houston game where Houston beat them. Man, like, they are flawed. They can't stop the run. Defensively, they're average. They make a lot of mistakes up front, from IDing the defense to getting to the right guys in the run game to protect their quarterback. They just make a lot of mental mistakes. They don't have anybody outside that truly frightens you when it comes to one-on-one. They're really a 2 tight end based offense in the passing game. And yet, number 17 will put the cape on and just do unbelievable things, you know, MVP caliber things. But I think when you get to playoff football, man, that isn't enough with really, really good teams, especially when you got to go on the road. So do I think that this is the best chance for Josh Allen to get the Buffalo Bills to a Super Bowl? Yeah, because there is no Mahomes. There may be no Lamar. That, you know, there's not going to be a Burrow. But the other teams that are a little bit more complete, Denver here at home, that's a tough place to play. New England, say what you will about that. That's you know, they had them dead to rights and let that one slip away. So yeah, I don't think they're even close to the best team. I just think they have the best quarterback in the AFC.
even though Lamar is not healthy, he hasn't played like that MVP caliber quarterback that we're used to seeing. I'd much rather face this Pittsburgh offense. You have so many more ways to beat Pittsburgh than you do to beat Baltimore. And there's always a chance you get vintage Lamar. He's rested. I mean, we're still talking. These playoffs are another month away, give or take. So that gives him, a whole lot of weeks to get ready, to get healthy. You don't want to face Baltimore. Too many weapons there, and you got to stop Derrick Henry. It just feels like it's a much easier test to stop Pittsburgh. And as you say that, I wanted to kind of just give you the numbers. Kenny White sent me his newest NFL ratings last night. His updated rank, he's got the Ravens at a 104 and the Steelers at a 99. So on a neutral, he says Baltimore's 5 points better. You'd much rather face Pittsburgh in the playoffs.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight, live on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown, Brad Evans with you, rolling through our final hour with Bradley, and then we'll take you up till 11 o'clock, Brando and I will. I cannot promise we will not talk about professional wrestling again, but I can't promise we will. Stick around. Who the hell knows what's going to happen? Brad, let's check in on the landscape of college hoops. And before we do, no matter the team, your odds boost token at BetMGM belongs in your starting five. Use your token on any college hoops bet, and you will get a bigger payout if you win, only with BetMGM. We have had a lot of college basketball, on the docket tonight. Duke got into a weird one with Lipscomb earlier, but they were able to fly away with the win 97-73. We are underway with 20 seconds left in the game, and it is Tennessee putting the height on the Louisville Cardinals, 83-62 with inside half a minute left to play. North Carolina is pulled away from East Tennessee State. 47-32 is your score with just over 15 to play in that basketball contest. Texas Tech, how about Northern Colorado kind of sticking around with the Red Raiders a little bit? 70-65 with 14 left to play in that one. UConn all over the Butler, 39-25 at the half there. Number one, Arizona doubling up Abilene Christian with 12-15 left to play. The Wildcats lead 22-11. BYU up 14-8 on Pacific with 10 and some change left to play there. Number 14, Arkansas leads Queens 29-20, 11 to play in the first half there. And Kansas all over Towson early, 19-9 with 12 minutes to play in that one. St. John's got a 79-66 win over DePaul, and Michigan State with a 92-69 win over Toledo. So, Brad, I would like here for just a couple of minutes, I'm going to fire a couple of basketball teams at you. And I want you to we're going to go old school, take it back to the classroom. I've got the whiteboard and I've got the chalk ready to write down Bradley's midterms, even though we're not really mid there, but midterm grades for where we are with a few ranked teams. Let's go to the Southeastern Conference out of the gate. How about the Arkansas Razorbacks? They lost Eric Musselman a couple of years ago, and there was a thought that Arkansas might kind of drop out of what I thought last year in the SEC was one of, if not the best basketball conference we've seen in a very long time. But Arkansas has been kind of hanging around as a program to be tussled with. Where do you have the Hogs, Brad?
Yeah, I'm going to give him a B-plus grade right now. Coach Cal has really maximized the opportunities against some key opponents here the last couple of weeks in particular. You look at the overall profile, top 25 team, just barely at number 25, according to Ken Palm, a team that likes to play at a brisker pace, number 65 at adjusted tempo. And you look at the overall advanced analytics, 71 EFG offense, 60 in EFG defense. And that defensive, exercise and ability is a reason why they got some key wins against Louisville, against Texas Tech. And I know Louisville got smoked tonight, but they didn't have Michael Brown. They had Michael Brown in that game against Arkansas, so even a bigger win for them. Acuff has been brilliant running the point. Brazil's had some key minutes. Pringle's been a defensive maestro there in the interior. Thomas has played quite well. Your losses, not bad by any stretch. You lose to Michigan State and they lose to Duke. Two teams that will probably be in the 1 seed conversation come Selection Sunday. So Arkansas, we'll see what they can do with the SEC. I think they're going to be in the running to push potentially for a title in that league. I think it could go to somebody else. We'll see about the Florida Gators, what version we'll get. That's going to be a highly competitive league, as it normally is. Not nearly as deep or as strong as it was last year, but woo, pigs, wee. Galloping right now, B+ in my estimation. Coach Cal has done a commendable job here in the non-conference season. They're going to be ramping up and ready to go once SEC action gets underway.
I got to say, I don't know why I ever doubted. I had written down on my notes down here, ask Brad if we can get his best calling of the Hogs after the breakdown. Didn't even have to ask. He just did it for us. That's free, ladies and gentlemen. That is free. There are websites you would pay $9.99 a month to hear that type of quality entertainment. Brad's just delivering it for free on the radio. This team, not initially on the list, but I want to ask you about it because I don't know where to put the Alabama Crimson Tide right now, Brad, because, and you know this, I'm big on Nate Oates. Yeah. I'm big on the Tide. I have been for the past couple of years. They got to win in their second game over number 5 St. John's, put the century mark on them, 103-96. They lost to number 2 Purdue, but they beat number 8, your ILL Illinois Illini. They lose to Gonzaga. They lose to Arizona. So they've got a couple of ranked wins, but they've also got a couple of ranked losses, specifically that L in Alabama, where Arizona played well in the first half, and then Zona just kind of opened it up against them in the second half. I don't know what to make of this Tide because I came into the year thinking, legit, I think this is an SEC championship team. Now they find themselves with 3 losses about midway down the pack. Obviously, we have an open conference play, so that's irrelevant, but it's more along the lines of just the overall schedule. I genuinely thought Alabama was an Elite 8 team this year, and I'm not saying that they're not, but those are 3 tough losses to not take one of them, even with wins over number 5 and number 8. What are we doing with the Alabama Crimson Tide right now?
Yeah, I think right now they're probably earned about a B-level grade. I mean, kudos at 8-0. So you want to talk about scheduling, some difficult and tough opponents. I mean, a guy that's going to certainly boost the SOS, and that's going to weigh heavily among the selection committee members because he went out and challenged his kids, and he always gets rewarded when you have a rough and rugged schedule. And, even though they had those tough losses, they were all against top-level competition. And that Illinois win is going to be a quad 1. The St. John's win clearly will be a quad 1 because that was a true road game. The Clemson game, we'll have to wait and see. I got a bunch of patsies upcoming at South Florida at home on Wednesday, then Kennesaw State, and then Yale to finish off the non-conference season before we dive in there in SEC play. I think they're going to be in the upper third of that league, or are they going to win that league? I doubt it. I mean, they live by the 3, they die by the 3. Over 53% of Alabama shots come from beyond the arc. Their biggest issue is on the glass. I mean, they have absolutely gotten their asses waxed on occasion. I see the Purdue game, which they were out rebounded 52-28 in that one. Illinois had their way with them in moments. Though Alabama got the victory in the end. And Arizona, of course, bludgeoned them in the post and in the paint as well. And that masterful second that they had just running away and taking the game with by nearly 30 points. So Alabama could make some noise, but they just have to be sopping wet. They got to be white hot from distance to compete with big teams. And they're going to run into a number of big teams, not only the SEC, but in the early rounds, possibly the NCAA tournament. If they survive the first weekend, they're going to be lucky to win 1 game in the second weekend of that exercise. Love Filan. I love what Nate Oates has done. But again, they don't have the size. They don't have the big bodies to really bang with some of the bigger teams in college basketball. So live and die by the 3. That is a mantra yet again of Roll Tide.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the Rock Chalk Jayhawks of Kansas.
Yeah, look, I got to give him a B- right now, and this is all contingent mostly on Darren Peterson. He's got the quad issue now, had the hamstring before, and I was talking to Nick Cassos, you bet, before I jumped on the show today, and Nick is buying a belief that we may not see Peterson again for the rest of the season. I'm like, whoa, hold your horses there. He's getting paid, obviously. Sure, he's going to be a number 1 overall pick or maybe in the running for that distinction in the NBA draft next year. But I think they're going to rest him here for the next couple of weeks. And he's going to be back on the floor and competing. The good news is this team is finding some chemistry. They're starting to galvanize without Peterson on the floor. Now, Peterson, indispensable with his scoring chops. I mean, when they're just a completely different animal when he's on the floor and the sneakers are laced up because they can score at will. But Kansas, an outstanding defensive team, number 8 in the country in EFGD, largely because Badunga, they're the big man in the middle. Melvin Council had a scintillating performance last time out, went for 30 plus. They can get consistent offensive efforts out of him, get Peterson back and healthy. This Kansas team could make some serious noise in the Big 12 because of their ability to play defense, only giving a 25% along the arc and under 48% inside of it. So don't sleep too hard on Kansas. Already got some marquee victories, including the one they got over the weekend. When Peterson left, they still were able to see the deal in OT in Raleigh, taking out NC State. I like this Kansas team. They just got to get Peterson back and healthy and on the floor.
All right, let's talk a little bit about a team whose football squad is getting all the attention right now because the Indiana Hoosiers are in the college football playoffs, if you didn't get the notice, as the number 1 overall seed. But they got a basketball team who are historically slightly more well-known. Indiana has played, top of my head, Brad, I believe they've only played one game against the ranked team. They lost to Louisville. But they have dropped 3 of their last 4, including a road trip to Minnesota, including a road trip to Kentucky, who is an unranked Kentucky Wildcat team, had a run of dubs to open. Again, none of them ranked, not against a lot of powerhouses there, but they've dropped 3 of the last 4, 1 ranked, 2 unranked. Where are we putting the Hoosiers right now? Because I can't imagine they are necessarily getting a sterling mark from Professor Evans.
No, barely a passing grade. I'm going to give them a D+. I mean, you can make the argument they have a failing grade because they have squandered those opportunities against meaningful opponents that could boost the overall resume. It's lacking meat right now. Your best wins are against Marquette. That's an NIT team. That's not going to be a quadrant 1. And Kansas State likely to be not in the tournament, the kind of squad as well. So that they still need that marquee victory. They still need that quad 1. The squander opportunities against Louisville, at Kentucky. Kentucky, they had their backs against the wall. Desperate times called for desperate measures, and they rose the occasion and got a desperately needed win. And that Minnesota loss, it's not going to be a serious blight on the resume because it was a true road game, but still kind of ugly for a lot of people that cover college basketball. In the committee room, they may say, it's not the greatest overall resume. They got to get some of these marquee wins if they want to go dancing. Right now, if the tournament started today, they'd be on the outside looking in. You look at the advanced analytics, they're sterling. They're number 20 in EFG offense. They're number 13 in EFG defense. So they have opportunities, Darian DeFries does, to right the ship. His son is a phenomenal player there, and Tucker DeFries started at Drake, transferred to West Virginia, played for his dad at both those locations, and now in Bloomington. IU will have ample opportunities to right the ship in the Big Ten, but ultimately they're probably going to have to finish 500. And of those wins in the column, they're going to have to get at least a couple of quarter 1s if they want to have their name called on Selection Sunday.
All right, let's roll on with the USC Trojans. This is a team with just one blemish on the record. They dropped a home game to the Washington Huskies a few days ago. They have no other L's on the schedule. Problem is they have 0 quad 1 games, no results at all on the schedule so far. They are currently sitting at 10-1, 1-1 in conference with that loss to Washington, Brad. This is a team that I want to believe is a good basketball team. I don't really have anything to judge them by to determine. I would have them middle of the pack. Where are you?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I give him a B- right now. Look, I love the bonk, honk, boss. Eric Musselman's got to right the ship here and turn this program around very quickly, and is already showing signs of that. They won the Maui Invitational, though it was a lackluster field. They beat Boise State, they beat Seton Hall, they beat Arizona State. Time will tell that those victories can really hold up, but they're going to be more of the quad 2, maybe quad 3 variety. They wanted Oregon, that team very much riding a struggle bus right now. Baker Mazzara, the Auburn transfer, has been sensational. However, They lost Rodney Rice, and we got news yesterday he could be done for the season with a shoulder injury. That's a massive blow offensively, defensively for this team. They're 72 EFG offense, 64 EFG defense. Rebounding is a problem. Much like Indiana, their goal is they got to finish 500 in the Big Ten, and that could be a stretch. So if the tournaments are a day, I think they're in. Likely is like a 10 seed, maybe 11 seed, possibly a first four kind of team playing in Dayton. But as the season drags on, man, if they don't get those key victories, they could be NIT bound.
All right, one more. Let's look at Villanova, 8-2 on the season. They lost to number 2 Michigan. They've lost to number 8 BYU. That was their very first game, a 5-point loss. As far as wins, again, not a team that really has any big-time wins. They've beaten everybody relatively convincingly, but the 2 top-tier teams that they've played, they've taken an L, not necessarily a blowout against BYU. Michigan put the hammer to them, although I got to tell you, Brad, I'm absolutely in love with this Michigan Wolverine team right now. I think they may have the scariest backcourt in college basketball. So I don't even really knock them for that L. Obviously, if they want to be a Final Four team, they'll have to figure out how to get by when a team can run a backcourt like Michigan can. That being said, it's kind of one of those spots where you go, you've beaten everybody you should. You lost to 2 teams who were better than you. What the hell are we doing with Villanova?
C- right now. I mean, offensively, they're A-OK. Number 49 in the country EFG offense. Lindsey, Perkins, Askew, all shooting over 40% from way downtown. However, defensively, they're an absolute punchline. Number 200 EFGD. They're giving up 38% from 3. That's number 333 in the nation. You're right. They're going to have to really show up and show out in the Big East if they want to go dancing. So, bit of an uphill climb for one of the storied programs in college hoops.
All right, we've got to run to our final break with Senior Evans when we come back here in just a minute. We'll take a look in at the NBA Cup. 3.5 left to play in the opening half. Spurs up 50-45. We'll take a look at the rest of the college basketball games and more. Rob Brown, Brad Evans, BetMGM Tonight is on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Tua Tagovailoa's time as Miami Dolphins starting quarterback is over. I think that was probably last night against the Steelers was the last game he will start as Miami Dolphins quarterback. And the Tua era ends not with the bang, but with a freezing cold whimper. And I think we can actually have this conversation now. We were going to have it anyway, but I think this is now fully accelerated by Mike McDaniel's comments earlier today. Tua Tagovailoa is not going to be on the Dolphins next year. He's just not. He isn't. You cannot bring him back. Whether it's a new head coach or Mike McDaniel comes back, it cannot be Tua Tagovailoa. He stinks. It's obvious he stinks. The head coach is telling you he stinks. You can't look these players in the face and say this is the guy next year. We're not going to have to be the ones that pay for it. That'll be Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross. Because of the way Tua's contract, the way it's constructed, it basically doesn't matter when they cut him. They're going to have to pay so much money to him, and they're going to have to eat. So we're talking like an upwards of $60 million they're going to have to blow here to get Tua Tagovailoa off the roster. It's the worst contract in sports. Tua signed last July, for like a year and a half ago, a 4-year, $212 million contract. The worst contract in sports. Now, there are a couple others we can put in the conversation, right? The historical one that I will always go back to as a Yankee fan is Jacoby Ellsbury, who basically stole money from the Yankees for years and never played. But even if you want to look at, Joel Embiid, who's got a awful contract from the Sixers. It's awful because he's always hurt. Like, that's why it's not awful because he sucks. It's awful because he's always hurt. Even if you want to say, like, Deshaun Watson obviously has a terrible contract and it's guaranteed, like, what? Injuries play a part in that also, and I'm not defending Deshaun Watson, but he's been hurt a lot. He hasn't been good, but he's also been injured. Like, Tua, outside of the concussions, he's just bad. He's terrible. I don't know what the hell's happened here with Tua. And it doesn't really matter. He'll be on a different team next year if the Dolphins have any sense, and they'll move forward with a new quarterback.
What do you think about Alabama, Oklahoma, low total, the lowest of the 4 games at 40.5?
So we're gonna get a healthier Mateer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is better than what we've seen over the course of, because he's had some time to rest. But I think I lean Alabama. And what's the number you said? 1.5?
It's Alabama -1.5. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Alabama is going to cover that. I think this is a field goal game, so we're looking at 3 versus 1.5. The thing for me with Alabama is I think Ty Simpson did not look like himself to finish the season, but that's when we kind of alluded to it. We talked about it kind of during the break, but I think that's a Georgia problem. Like, their defense has come alive. And so I think I like Oklahoma's defense. I do. I don't think that they bring the same smoke that I like Oklahoma's defense. I don't think they bring the same smoke that Georgia does. And so they are very sound. They are battle tested. They know what they're doing. But at the end of the day, I am absolutely running with Alabama in this one.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight here on the BetMGM Network. We have got a bunch of news that we need to get to on the way out the door, but we did get some just a few minutes ago. Apparently, Davante Adams was at the Rams walkthrough, but did not practice, Brad, is I believe what you were telling me during the break. Yep. And that's, if he's unable to go, again, I think the Rams offense can still click, but there is no sports cliche I despise more than, next man up. Like, I get the philosophy and the principle behind it, but like, no, you're not going to be as good without Davante Adams as you would be with Davante Adams. So, like, I get the premise, but no, it's going to be a blow, especially for a Rams team. They dropped this Thursday nighter, Brad, on a short week against the Seattle team that's found a bit of a groove. If they drop this and they end up a game behind Seattle without an opportunity to make it up against Seattle in the final 3 weeks of the season, I'm not saying Seattle wins the division because Seattle does still have a season-ending date with San Francisco, and the 49ers may very well be playing for a wild card spot in that game. But that's a big blow for a Rams team 2 nights before a game that genuinely feels like the biggest game of the regular season for them.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And I will say this, if there is a kind of a next man up scenario, I think they're really going to lean on their tight ends. Colby Parkinson's a guy who has scored a touchdown in 4 of his last 5 games. He's plus 240 right now at BetMGM to splash 6. So, Seattle has struggled at times defending the tight end position. They struggled at times defending in the short field. They've given up the most receptions to the running back position. So maybe Kyron Williams and Blake Corum That 1-2 punch at Corbin's looked great. The Pride of Michigan really standing out here last couple of weeks. Maybe they could be more active in the pass game to pick up the slack for a likely out Devontae Adams. Look, I think it's an extremely slim chance that he's going to play. I kind of felt that way when he came out of the game last week with that injured hamstring. They got bigger fish to fry. I understand they want the number 1 seed, but you cannot put that soft tissue issue at risk for Devontae Adams when your ultimate goal is to win the Super Bowl, to win a title. This makes me like Seattle even more. Frankly, in this game, I feel Seattle was going to win it regardless. But the biggest issue is Seattle's got a much tougher road to hoe down the home stretch compared to the Rams. As the Rams, they finish after this game against Seattle on the road. They're in Atlanta. They should get a W there. Then are at home against Arizona, who's absolutely downtrodden and hopeless. So the Rams will be just fine. You mentioned Seattle's schedule. You also didn't mention the team sandwich in between the Rams matchup and the Niners matchup. And it's no slouch. You got to go on the road to Carolina in Charlotte, take on a team that may be desperate. So Seattle, a much tougher road. A lot of potholes are remaining. But I think they'll get the victory with Devontae Adams likely in street clothes on Thursday Night Football.
I completely agree with all that. Looking at some of the other headlines for the day, Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel has opened the door to a possible quarterback change. He said that the quarterback play yesterday, quote, was not good enough. Said he did not want to make a rash or short-sighted decision, but said that, quote, everything is on the table, end quote. If you glance at the stat sheet, it doesn't look all that bad for Tua. 22 of 28 for 253, 2 touchdowns and an interception. But both touchdowns came in the fourth quarter. The Dolphins were already trailing 28-3. Going out of the first 3 quarters, he had thrown for 67 yards at that point. He's right. It just wasn't good enough. Tua Tagovailoa has not thrown for more than 173 yards dating back to week 9 until last night. And again, most of that yardage was garbage time for Tua. I said this a little earlier in the show, Brad, so I won't beat the dead horse. I'll just get your thoughts on the concept of a quarterback change for Miami. I've met Tua Tagovailoa. I've interviewed Tua Tagovailoa. Everybody who says he's one of the nicest kids in the world, they're all right. Tua Tagovailoa is a great dude. I have been pulling for him. I don't know if it's the head injuries. I don't know if it's a loss of confidence. I don't know if it's a loss of confidence because of the head injuries. I don't know if it's playing behind that offensive line that has had some problems. I don't know what the issue is. There are quarterbacks that you look at who are maybe not thriving, and I say, I genuinely think it's a system problem. I felt that way about Sam Darnold to some degree with the Jets and then the Panthers. I felt that way about Baker Mayfield with the Browns when they let him go. I thought that was a franchise decision, and I felt that way about him with the Panthers. I felt that way about Daniel Jones with the Giants. Sometimes it's the system, it's the franchise, it's the administration, the GM, the front office, whatever. And sometimes you just look and you go, the quarterback's not the guy. And while I hope that maybe like a year off, maybe some time being demoted to a number 2 guy can get Tua Tagovailoa's confidence back and get him right. Man, I've watched Tua Tagovailoa all season long, and he's just not the guy. I know the Dolphins went on a nice little baby run there to get to 6-7 going into last night. But at the same time, they beat a who's who of who's that in the NFL in order to get to that 1 game below 500 mark. Tua is just not the guy. Would I bring him on as a backup quarterback if he fit a system I had? Like, I genuinely think he would be. I thought what Brando said earlier was outstanding. I think he would be a fantastic, hey, Mahomes isn't going to be ready till week 5 or 6. Cool. Tua runs a similar offense. I can plug him in there and demote him to 2 when Mahomes comes back. There are some teams I feel like he would sit well with as a number 2 quarterback, Brad, but he's not the guy for the Dolphins. And the question mark is going to be, if you're moving on from Tua Tagovailoa in Miami, do you go ahead and pull the trigger on Mike McDaniel and just start the whole thing over with a new HC-QB combination? Or do you look and you say, maybe Mike's offense isn't the problem. Maybe Mike McDaniel, who had the Dolphins as the number 2 offense his debut year as a head coach, maybe it's a Tua problem and we give Mike 1 more year. I don't envy the Dolphins having to try to make that decision.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, they may ultimately just rip the Band-Aid off and start anew, start fresh, bring in somebody with new thoughts, new ideas, and go a different direction at the quarterback position. I mean, the good news is this. Jalen Waddle's going to be back. He's a stud. And, he was underutilized yesterday, and a lot of that was due to the coverage. A lot of that was due to the weather. A lot of that was due to Tua, who, again, is number one in the NFL in danger plays this season. Number 2 in interceptable passes, 15 INTs in total. Again, a lot of the responsibility is on his shoulders, or how just deplorable he is played this year. But he also have Devon Achane. Devon Achane is money in the bank. Guy's got absolute jets in the open field. A supreme 3-down back. Not only can he, chew up and chunk gains on the ground, but a guy that can certainly get it done through the air as well. Whether you're playing a competitive game or trying to play from behind, I mean, he just continues to nibble, then can rip off like a 20, 30-yard play. That guy is an absolute stud muffin. I love everything about Devon Achane. So you got some key components there. But yeah, you got to bring in a quarterback with more consistency, and you got to bring in a quarterback who's making brainier decisions, because Tua right now is certainly not doing that. He is forcing the issue, get himself into quandaries, get himself into situations where he's throwing those INTs, and it ruins the game, and it's a wrap. So, we'll see ultimately what they do this offseason. My gut feeling, I don't have any inside information. My gut feeling is they'll rip that Band-Aid off, say bye-bye to the Abraham Lincoln, because the guy is like a dead Ringo doppelganger with that beard, just a smaller version, and Mike McDaniel and Tua as well. I think they're going to be a package. They're going to exit stage left. They'll bring somebody in new, not only a quarterback, but also a head coach, and hopefully maximize this offense's potential with Waddle and with Devon Achane.
I agree with all of that. I would add one thing on the end of that, Brad. If Mike McDaniel gets let go by the Dolphins, if your team has been struggling offensively, Brad, I am sprinting to the phone to hire him as an offensive coordinator.
Correct.
Sprinting.
Correct.
I think the problem with Mike McDaniel in Miami has been, and you and I have had this conversation on the air, but I think it's shown up. Mike McDaniel, I think, is a brilliant football mind. I think his offense works. The problem I think you have with Mike McDaniel is all the dorky stuff that comes along, the vaping on the sideline, which I don't care, cool, whatever. The jogger pants on game day, the flashy shoes, whatever. As a gigantic dork nerd like I am, I love all of it. Have at it. I think it's great. I wish there was more room. The reality is, though, whether you like it or not, and I don't, but it doesn't matter what I like and don't like, is that NFL locker rooms are only going to be led by NFL dudes. There's a reason Mike Vrabel is successful in New England right now. There's a reason Dan Campbell up till this year has been largely successful in Detroit. Players are going to line up to play behind a guy who is a former NFL guy, who's got that bite in that bark. Mike McDaniel's not the guy. He's a huge-ass dork. Again, I love him. I'm allowed to say it because I'm one of them. That being said, my offensive coordinator doesn't need to go into the locker room and have all the guys talk about how much they love him. That's my head coach's job. I need my offensive coordinator to look at the sheet of talent that we have player-wise and say, here's what we can do, here's what we can't do, and then go do it and improvise. If Mike McDaniel gets let go by the Dolphins, and I think there's a strong chance he will, I can name you about 17 teams that he would be an upgraded offensive coordinator for that better be sprinting to the phone to go give him a buzz.
Yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment. The guy's a brilliant offensive mind, and a guy that needs to alleviate the pressure of being a head coach. You're right. Like the appearances in the press conference room, strange, candid, kind of funny. Chuckle-worthy, and like he's in there asking questions like, why? Is he in those situations? Sometimes acting a little bit unprofessional in a very professional environment. But get him back to like he was in that environment in San Francisco and other areas. He's a guy that could absolutely thrive because you alleviate the responsibility of being a head coach and just say, hey, Mike, just run the damn offense, call the plays, put together a game plan. He can do that. And he could do it with a more exceptional quarterback talent and really take off. So that's where he is at his best. That is where he is at his strongest. So if Danny were to leave, I agree. Everybody's going to be backing up the damn truck to try to inquire his services as an upgrade on whatever coaching staff he lands with.
Bradley, as we hit the end of the radio broadcast, any final words for the good people of these great United States of America?
Yeah, I need Butler to actually show up and score some points and run on cue. They did it. I have them plus 28.5 on a live line. They're down 20 right now, 14 minutes ago in stores. Outside of that, I'm going to be sweating out late night college hoops. I wouldn't have it any other way, mi amigo.
I love it. I love it. Brad Evans done for the evening. Brando and Monty and me and the boys in the back, we got another 60 with you. We'll hit it running when we come back on BetMGM tonight and the BetMGM Network.
Adios, amigos.
On the move, take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
I would say it's been glorious for me to watch them lose games and to fall off. Listen, I think the thing that always, like, I was always just incredibly respectful of, and kind of almost in awe of, is their ability to make plays in crunch time. You know, like that for 7 years, man, when it was nut cutting time, they cut nuts. That's what they did. And they were phenomenal at it, right? And I look at them this year, they haven't had that same magic. When they needed a big third down conversion, you know, it wasn't off script. Hey, Mahomes and Kelsey are on the exact same page, and they're running some back schoolyard, play that they just devised in their head. And they're both on the same page and they complete it. And next thing you know, they're off and running. Or when they needed a big stop on the defensive side of the ball, they were always able to get that big stop and give their offense an opportunity to get back on the field. They didn't get that done this year. They couldn't get that done this year. And that to me was the biggest issue that they had all season long, is they couldn't make those plays. And part of it, I've got to believe they went on a historic run. There is nobody over a 7-year period, regular season and playoffs, that have won more games than the Kansas City Chiefs did over the last 7 years. And sometimes you just run out of gas, man. Sometimes you're just physically, emotionally, mentally, you're beat, you're tired. And I think that's been the issue this year. And their inability to do what they've always done is create those big time plays in those big time moments. And they just could not consistently get that done on either side of the ball.
You told our audience 6 weeks ago to bet the Rams to win the whole thing. You were one of the first guys to plant the flag on the Rams. But, man, they got a good one on Thursday against Seattle. Round 2, Rams-Seahawks. How pumped are you for that one?
Yeah, I'm stoked for it. A double revenge game for Cooper Kupp and Colby Parkinson. Devontae Adams, I would be shocked. I know, I haven't seen, update today. I've been in the car, but I would be shocked if he plays, right? Hamstring injury, you're going to the playoffs. Yeah, it's a massive game. I think both 11 wins. It's massive game for the division and for the 1 seed and all of that. But I do think you have to take the long-term view with Adams. And, I expect him to try to play great defense, run the football. Should be a knockdown, drag-out game. Darnold's got to play better in this one, of course. I still think the Rams are what I said they were, 5 weeks into the year, which is the best team in football with the MVP. And I think they'll win the game. I think it'll be a close one. I wouldn't be shocked at all if Seattle wins. The Adams thing matters. But, yeah, it's an awesome game. I'll be backing the Rams because I back the Rams every week, and it's been pretty generous to me so far in 2025.
Time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
BetMGM Tonight live on the BetMGM Network. Hello, America. Great to be with you one more time again. My name is Rob Brown, live in Greenville, South Carolina, covering up for Brad and Ryan through the final 60 minutes of the show. I got the boys Brando and Monty with us in the background. We're going to be talking to them here in just a moment as well. If you want to follow me on social media, at The Rob Brown Show is the handle. At The Rob Brown Show. That's on Instagram. That's on Twitter. That's on X. That's on Facebook. That's wherever you want to go find me. Please feel free to do so. I'd love to talk. Love to get you to toss me a follow on the social as we move forward. Got a couple of things we're going to get to. We're going to do some power rankings of the top half of the National Football League. Basically, every team in contention of a playoff. We're going to stack those. We'll talk a little MLB hot stove for you here in just a few minutes from right now. And then in the final segment of the show, we'll see if I've said anything ridiculous or outlandish enough for Brando to stack on to the segment that I like to call Bleep Rob Said, where Brando comes on and tells me I'm an idiot, and then I try to defend myself from the vicious maniac that he is. We'll do that for you to wrap up the show later on. Brando, before we get to these NFL power ratings, we got into earlier, and this will be, unfortunately for me, as I've got Christmas party with the wifey poo tomorrow night, and then we've got some events coming up towards the end of the week. This will be the last show that I'm with you guys before we get to round one of the college football playoffs. We talked Alabama, Oklahoma earlier. I am riding with Kalen DeBoer and the Tide. Bradley Evans thinks that it's going to be Boomer Sooner Volume 2.0, and he will take Oklahoma to get the win at the crib. They are 1-point dog to the Crimson Tide. I'm rolling with the favorite on the money line in that one. Wanted to spend just a minute here on another game that I find very interesting, and that is Miami at Texas A&M. Line opened up with the Aggies minus 3.5. The over-under in this game set at 51.5. I'll tell you why this game is interesting. I think Texas A&M is a better football team. I don't have any belief in Carson Beck to go out there and win the most important game. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong, but I trust Mike Elko and the Aggies a little bit more. What I think is more interesting here, and I have not gotten the opportunity to talk to you yet, Brando, because I told you about 3 weeks ago that if these two teams, Miami and Notre Dame, ended up next to each other, the committee was going to have to send Miami over Notre Dame or acknowledge that a heads-up victory doesn't matter as much as their subjective opinion mattered. The eye test mattered, and they weren't going to do that. Miami gets the nod over Notre Dame. Notre Dame has obviously, and for the record, before I say what I'm about to say, Brando, I do not care that Notre Dame said we're not going to go to a bowl game. I don't care. They have my full support and endorsement. It doesn't matter to me. Nobody, fight me on this. Nobody gives a damn about regular bowl games anymore. Nobody cares. Nobody's invested. I'll watch them because they're on in the middle of the day in late December and I got not a damn thing better to do, but nobody cares about them. So I have zero issue with Notre Dame shutting it down and saying we're going to go ahead, focus on the portal, get ready for next year. That being said, if Miami gets hammered by Texas A&M, good God Almighty, are people like you going to be insufferable for the next 6 months?
Look, if Miami loses, it's not that we're going to be insufferable. At least not me. There are going to be some Notre Dame fans that are insufferable, but for me, it really doesn't matter. It matters for my ticket because I bet Texas A&M because I think Texas A&M is the better team, and I think Texas A&M is going to win. And I think that their defensive front seven and the way they attack the quarterback is going to wreak havoc on Carson Beck. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Ultimately, it doesn't matter because would Notre Dame have put up a better game against Texas A&M? Sure. I mean, they already did. They only lost by 1 at Notre Dame earlier in the season. So do I think they'd give them a better game? Yes, because I think Notre Dame is a much better team than Miami is now. And I think Notre Dame has the better quarterback than Miami. I think Notre Dame has the better run game than Miami. And I think Notre Dame has a better defense than Miami. But all that goes out the window because it doesn't matter anymore. Notre Dame's not in the playoff. Jeremiah Love's going to the NFL. Marcus Freeman's probably going to coach the New York Giants. There are so many things that are going to happen for Notre Dame, and it just doesn't matter. Like they didn't get in the playoff. They should have. We could argue it till we're blue in the face. They absolutely positively are a top 5 team in the country. To hold them out of the top 12 is atrocious, but it's because the system itself is atrocious. I'm not so mad that Miami's in there, but to have Tulane, to have whoever the hell, Robert Morris College, I don't even, whatever you want to call them, to have JMU in there, James Madison over Notre Dame, to have a playoff without having the 12 best teams in a 12-team playoff is idiotic. And that's my problem with it. It is what it is. You won't hear anything from me. Yes, Notre Dame would have made it a better game. If Miami wins, Miami wins. But there's no reason to keep arguing it because we all know the truth.
Look, I could go off for 2.5 hours on JMU and Tulane getting in. Do I think JMU and Tulane would beat, hell, probably the next 5 or 6 stacked teams from 12-17 down? No. But I also, at the same time, recognize that teams like Tulane and JMU get very few opportunities to prove that they deserve to be in that conversation, right? Like Tulane and JMU got some wins this year. Tulane had, two Power 4 wins on the season. The boys on the roster can only play and beat who's ahead of them, and they did that. Do I think that Notre Dame would lose to JMU? Absolutely not. Do I think Tulane would beat Notre Dame? Absolutely not. But I also think that if we don't have a path for everyone who plays the sport to have an opportunity to go compete for a national championship, then I don't know how we can say it is a national championship, right? If there's not a path because here's the thing. Boise State last year had a schedule very similar to what Tulane had this year, but they also had an Ashton Jeanty. Now, do I think JMU has an Ashton Jeanty? No. Do I think Tulane has an Ashton Jeanty? No, I do not. But I think if you get to the point where you start saying, well, they didn't do anywhere near as much, and so 12-0 or 11-1 in a group of 5 is less valuable than 9-3 or 10-2 out of a Power 4, which sure, maybe it is. But I think if you get to the point where you start saying that, and you start saying the only way we're going to give you that record and a group of 5 berth is if you have an Ashton Jeanty, you have a special player who breaks out like that, then the next line of subjectivity, I know I'm going slippery slope fallacy here, but the next line of subjectivity becomes, then every year we have to decide, does a Tulane or a JMU have an Ashton Jeanty? And then that becomes the subjective line in the sand of, well, I think that this guy is that, or I think that that guy is that. Well, I don't, and I disagree. So I don't have a problem with them going in and leaving a team like Notre Dame out, provided the team that went in ahead of Notre Dame, being Miami, lost straight up. And I get it, Brando. Towards the end of the year, I would 100% agree with you that I think Notre Dame was the better team. But I would also make the extended argument that they should have shown that when they played Miami back in week 1. And then this would have never been an issue in the first place. I still think there has to be room to look at a game that actually got played on an actual football field and say the results of that matter. And I know that there's a lot of moving parts to this discussion, but like JMU and Tulane beat everybody that was put ahead of them that they were asked to beat. Notre Dame didn't. And if we close the path to Group of Five, it's no longer a genuine national championship. It's just a powerhouse national championship, and nobody else is invited. At which case, schools like JMU and Tulane are going to have a harder time even being allowed to play, or I shouldn't say being allowed, being capable of fielding a football team, which I don't think anybody wants to lose.
Look, we could talk about the JMU, the Sun Belt champion does not belong in a 12-team playoff. And we can sit there and we could pretend like it's a good story, and we could pretend like this and that. It was never a good story, because when you get these teams in and you even when it was the 4-team format and Boise State made that run and it was fun to watch and they were everybody's darling, and then ultimately what happens? They lose in the champ. They're not the same level of competition. They are not the same level of athlete. They are not the same level of what we are used to watching in the SEC, the Big Ten, the ACC, with Notre Dame, with BYU even. Like you put these teams in, and you punish BYU for losing their conference championship, which is the same exact reason why you said you let Alabama in, because you can't punish a team for losing their conference championship. But we're going to put JMU and Tulane in a position to just come out here and show up and, oh, it's a great story, and now you just lost by 50. Like, I hate that idea. This is it. A 12-team playoff is for the 12 best teams. And I get that in every sport, sometimes some of the better teams get left out because they don't win a division or they don't win that. That's not what I'm talking about. This is the equivalent of the NFL playoffs deciding, you know what? We have our division champions in, and we've got teams that have 12 and 11 wins. But you know what? Why don't we go ahead and see what the New Orleans Saints have this year? Tyler Shuff sure did try to play hard. Let's put them in the playoff and give them a spot. That's what this is the equivalent of.
It's here's the thing. You and I have had this discussion in this I don't know, and I don't want to say debate because it's not really been a debate. I would gladly accept if anybody was able to come up with an objective formula. If you X, you're in. If you Y, you're out. You win a division, you're in. You're one of the 3 best teams that don't win a division, you're in. If you're anybody else, you're out. The NFL doesn't have to worry about that, right? Like that's why we can eliminate the New Orleans Saints in week 12, because mathematically they can't do one of the 2 things you have to do to make the postseason. College football is too big, too spread out, and too financially set in its ways to create the objectivity. We have to have a subjective session, because the reality is the people at the top who make the rules of college football are also the people who profit off of college football. And Brando, you know as well as I know, ain't nobody that is making an absolute buttload of money is going to say, yeah, I'm happy to make less money for the betterment of the sport. It's just not going to happen. It's not, right? So if that's the reality,
stop pretending that the Sun Belt and the AAC are the same as the SEC, the Big Ten, and all of these big power conference schools, because they're not. They're just not. And I get that they play a schedule, and I get all of that. But
wait. That's not my argument, though. Listen, I covered when I was on the radio here in South Carolina. I covered extensively the Southern Conference, where the Furman Paladins play. And I never once would make the argument that the Southern Conference or the Sun Belt or the MAC or the WAC or any conference is the same caliber as the SEC or the Big Ten. What I am saying is, if one of those schools bumps into an Ashton Janty, one team from that conference might occasionally be as good as the 10th or 11th or 12th best team in total from those conferences. There's a difference. I'm not sitting here saying the Sun Belt deserves a bye. The MAC deserves a ticket. The WAC deserves a ticket. I'm not making that argument. I'm making the argument that if a team is truly and genuinely special from that conference. They should not be excluded because they are connected to that conference, right? Like if Boise State gets an Ashton Janty and they pop off and go 12-0 and have a guy who wins the Heisman or is in the mix as a Heisman Trophy finalist, I don't want them excluded from the picture solely because of the fact that they're in the Mountain West Conference or wherever they are at the time. Just because they're there, they shouldn't be excluded. And the problem he has is if you leave out a JMU or a Tulane who did stand out from that entire group of teams, if you exclude them now, Brando, then down the line, there is a Tulane with an Ashton Janty. There is a group of 5 school that lands a 5-star inexplicably, and they get to go to the next level, and they put out a team that, hell, maybe they're good enough to beat a BYU. I think last year's Boise State team could absolutely beat this year's BYU team, right? But if we start excluding the Tulanes and the JMUs of 2025 who were special, you open the door to start excluding the Boise States of 2024 who were special, and I do not want exclusion in the sport.
But you have to. If you want the 12 best teams in the country in a 12-team playoff, you have to I'm sorry, but you have to have the exclusion in there. Otherwise, you're just going to continuously have the same damn argument every single year because you're going to leave teams like Notre Dame, like Alabama, like BYU, like maybe Miami, like a Florida State a couple years ago, Rob. You're going to leave teams like that who deserve to be in and who play in better conferences with better competition out of a playoff that absolutely deserve more to be there.
So I think that this is going to end up being a discussion that we're not. I don't think, and for the record, I'm not saying this like in a negative way. I'm saying, hey, welcome to sports radio. Is what we do. I don't think we're hitting I don't think we're hitting a spot here. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back. I want to have this conversation further with Brendo down the line. I am Rob Brown, in for Brad and Ryan. It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
I would say they're not the best team in the AFC, and I don't even think they're close to the best team in the AFC. They just have the best quarterback in the AFC. And, say what you want about the way Buffalo operates. Too many times in crunch time playoff situations, when things aren't going well, I feel like that coaching staff just goes, hey, Josh, go win us this game. Go out there and make something happen. And in that game last week, they are getting throttled throughout the entirety of that first half. It's 24-7. They open up the third quarter with an unbelievable return on kickoff that gets him over the 50, and then they make a couple of plays. And then Josh was just brilliant, not only with his legs, but he was brilliant. There was a 3rd down and 7 from the shadow of his own goal line that he threw up. He threw one to a tight end somewhere around midfield and got them going again. And there was a couple of big-time plays that he made in that game. But I'm going to just tell you right now, just watching them and having followed them and, having kind of been doing games where Buffalo had played, of games I'm covering, of the Miami game where Miami beat them, of the Houston game where Houston beat them. Man, like they are flawed. They can't stop the run. Defensively, they're average. They make a lot of mistakes up front, from IDing the defense to getting to the right guys in the run game to protect their quarterback. They just make a lot of mental mistakes. They don't have anybody outside that truly frightens you when it comes to one-on-one. They're really a 2 tight end based offense in the passing game. And yet number 17 will put the cape on and just do unbelievable things, MVP caliber things. But I think when you get to playoff football, man, that isn't enough with really, really good teams, especially when you got to go on the road. So, do I think that this is the best chance for Josh Allen to get the Buffalo Bills to a Super Bowl? Yeah, because there is no Mahomes. There may be no Lamar. There's not going to be a Burrow. But the other teams that are a little bit more complete, Denver here at home, that's a tough place to play. New England, say what you will about that. That's they had them dead to rights and let that one slip away. So. Yeah, I don't think they're even close to the best team. I just think they have the best quarterback in the AFC.
Even though Lamar is not healthy, he hasn't played like that MVP caliber quarterback that we're used to seeing. I'd much rather face this Pittsburgh offense. You have so many more ways to beat Pittsburgh than you do to beat Baltimore. And there's always a chance you get vintage Lamar. He's rested. I mean, we're still talking. These playoffs are another month away, give or take. So that gives him, a whole lot of weeks to get ready, to get healthy. You don't want to face Baltimore. Too many weapons there, and you got to stop Derrick Henry. It just feels like it's a much easier test to stop Pittsburgh. And as you say that, I wanted to kind of just give you the numbers. Kenny White sent me his newest NFL ratings last night. His updated rank, he's got the Ravens at a 104 and the Steelers at a 99. So on a neutral, he says Baltimore's 5 points better. You'd much rather face Pittsburgh in the playoffs.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight here on the BetMGM Network. Rob Brown in for Ryan and Brad. Great to be with you here on this lovely American Tuesday evening. Brando and I had a really good conversation outgoing about college football, I thought, in the last segment. It honestly started with the thought of let's break down Miami, Texas A&M. Instead, we ended up, once again, diagnosing everything wrong and right with all of college football. But I would now like to get to those NFL power rankings that we had discussed potentially discussing earlier in the show. And I'll tell you why. The NFL Week 16 power rankings have the Rams on top, followed by the Seahawks, Broncos, Patriots, and Bills in the top 5. The Jags, Niners, Eagles, Packers, Bears round out the top 10. The Chargers, Lions, Texans, Steelers, and Ravens are your bottom 5 in our top 15. Now, I've got some thoughts on some different spots, but Brando is in here, busting his ass every single night to put together a good show. And every now and then, Brando says, I have a take. I have a problem. I'm bowing out. Brando, you said explicitly and specifically going into this hour that you had a problem with a couple of teams and their locations on this list. The floor is yours. I'm going to kick back and listen, and I'll come back and tell you where you're right and wrong.
Well, Rob, first place that I'd like to start is at number 5, with the Buffalo Bills behind the New England Patriots. A New England Patriot team that just blew a 21-point lead to said Buffalo Bills. And now the Patriots are ahead of the Buffalo Bills. Now I get the Patriots won the first meeting and the Patriots are in first place in the division by a game, and the Buffalo Bills have been a little kind of wishy-washy as the season has gone on. But we've talked about at length, especially in the last segment, about sometimes teams don't play anybody. And that's where the Patriots have kind of been all year. They've played a pretty soft schedule, which is why, there's a lot of people who are out on the Denver Broncos. And they don't believe in Bo Nix, and they don't believe in this, and they don't believe in that. But at least the Broncos have beat some teams that are playoff teams. Whereas the New England Patriots, minus the Buffalo Bills and maybe the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, haven't really played anybody. And now to blow a lead like that at home in Foxborough to the Buffalo Bills and to still be ranked ahead of them is kind of crazy to me. The next one that I have a problem with is, and drum roll please, nobody knows this, but I might be a Chicago Bears fan, the Chicago Bears being 2 spots behind the Philadelphia Eagles, who just 3 weeks ago walked into Philadelphia on Black Friday and absolutely opened up a can of whoop-ass on the Philadelphia Eagles. They dominated that game. Now, look, I know the score was only by 9 points and blah, blah, blah. The Eagles score a late touchdown and all that game was not as close as the score indicated. The Bears dominated that game in the trenches. The Bears dominated that game on the ground. They had 2 running backs over 100 yards in that game. The Philadelphia Eagles had nothing for them. So for them to be ahead of the Green Bay Packers and the Chicago Bears, to me, is a little silly. To have the Buffalo Bills behind the New England Patriots, also a little silly. And I would even argue that maybe even the Jacksonville Jaguars should be 5th and the New England Patriots should be 6th, or maybe even 7th behind the 49ers, who have been pretty damn good this year. So that's where I have the problem with the rankings. Now, I get they're just power rankings and they don't mean anything, and you can argue them, and that's what they're for. But I don't know, when you put these lists together and you see these lists on the 4-letter network, you see these lists on CBS, you see these lists on all these networks, and you're like, who the hell puts these lists together? Because what are you watching? What did you look at on Sunday that said the New England Patriots are a better football team than the Buffalo Bills right now? Power rankings are a week to week. They are power rankings. They are not about record. They are not based off of record. They are different. And to sit there and put the Buffalo Bills behind the New England Patriots, the Bears behind the Philadelphia Eagles, 2 spots behind the Philadelphia Eagles, because I understand if you want to keep the Packers in front of them, but 2 spots behind the Eagles is just crazy.
So first off, let me start with this. Number one, I actually agree with just about everything you said. I think that power rankings are always interesting. Well, a couple of things. Number one, let's keep it a buck. The most important thing you said was the last thing you said. Power rankings are created solely to drive conversation, nothing else. I think one of the issues that I have struggled with across my radio career, and one of the issues that has prevented me from moving up to some degree in my radio career, is that I refuse to be controversial for the sake of driving engagement. That's not my bag. I don't like doing it. It's not fun. It's not enjoyable for me. I'd rather be some low-level local yokel hopping between gigs who just wants to talk ball with people who love ball. Power rankings are designed to get people talking. They're hot takes. I get it. At the same time, it can be fun to talk about them. It can be fun to argue. You could create the same argument without a power ranking just by saying, hey, I think the Eagles are better than the Bears. And then having Brando go, what kind of jackass are you? Do you even watch the games? And that's abundantly fair to do. With that part being out of the way, I agree with what a lot of what you said. Power rankings are meant to be, who's the best team today? How do the teams stack up today, right now, this very second? Who's playing the best ball? I'll start with Philadelphia. Philly's lost 3 of their last 4 games, right? Like yes, they just got a win over the hapless Raiders. Beating the Raiders is not something you get credit for from me, as far as I'm concerned. You lost to the Chargers on the road. You lost to the Bears at home. You lost to the Cowboys on the road. You lost to all these teams. You beat Detroit, you beat Green Bay, sure. You beat the Giants, you beat the Vikings. That's a top 10 pick team. You beat you lost to the Giants and the Broncos earlier in the year. Like, the teams that are division leaders, this team is losing to. To be honest with you, I think you could theoretically drop Philadelphia, and you said this already. I agree with you. I think I could drop Philadelphia behind Green Bay. I think I could drop them behind Chicago. I mean, honestly, I could drop them behind the Chargers, considering they lost to them a week and a half ago, right? So, like, if we're talking power rankings are recent, there's only 1 week more recent than 2 weeks ago. So I don't have any problem with dropping the Eagles down there. I'm fine with the Packers. Would I like to move the Bears above the Packers? Yeah, I think the Bears overall, honestly, the Bears have impressed me more than Green Bay has, dating back to week 5, 6, maybe. Problem is, the Bears just lost to the Packers. The good news is you're getting another crack at them this weekend. And I think that could flip right there. So I'm fine with those two teams being right next to each other. And much like the Notre Dame-Miami discussion, I'm fine with the Packers being above the Bears because the Packers just beat the Bears. That being said, give me the Bears on the money line straight up to win this game against the Packers being played at Soldier Field. I think it's a 1-1 split between those two squads. I don't really have a ton of problems outside of that. I get wanting to move the Bills ahead of the Patriots. I don't have any issue with that. Ahead of the Patriots. I don't have an issue with that at all. I mean, the Patriots did lose their first game in 8 weeks, 9 weeks, but it was to Buffalo versus the Bills, who had won 2 in a row before that, but they lost to the Texans. 2 weeks before that, they lost to the Dolphins. 3 weeks before that, they lost to the Atlanta Falcons. They, by the way, have split 1-1 with the Patriots because the Patriots sniped them back in week 5 or 6 or whatever it was. They're 1-1. So this is kind of another one of spots. It's kind of like we talked earlier about BYU getting punished for losing their conference championship game and Alabama did not. I have been banging the war drum on this for a while. BYU didn't get punished for losing their championship game. BYU got punished for getting the absolute dog snot kicked out of them twice by the same team. If BYU had played anybody else and lost in the Big 12 Big 12 championship game, they're probably going to the playoffs. But they lost to a contender twice, and it wasn't close. It was I think a cumulative score was like 63-14. Alabama, they got smoked by Georgia in the SEC title game. You know what else they did? They went to Athens and beat the same Georgia team. They got a win in the regular season, which college football matters. NFL regular season matters too, but college matters in a different way. They split with Georgia 1-1. The reward for beating Georgia on the road in Athens was a little bit more leeway when it came to the game. I look at this and I kind of feel the same way. Like, the Bills just beat the New England Patriots, and the Patriots blew a massive lead to give away that win. Here's the thing. Buffalo won by 4. Earlier in the year, New England won by 3. As far as I'm concerned, those two teams being next to each other is appropriate, and the Patriots have overall had a dramatically better football season. I would ask the question, and honestly, we might disagree on the answer to it, but I think the question's still fair. If your team was lining up this weekend and a win sent you to the playoffs and a loss sent you home, Brenda, what team would you rather line up against today, the Patriots or the Bills? Because I got to tell you, I'd rather line up against the Bills.
I'd rather line up against the Patriots. And here's why. It's because when it comes to the Patriots, sure, you have to look, both teams are equally good. I really do think that the Patriots are starting to become a really good football team. I don't know how good or how much I believe in Drake May just yet. Like, I need another year to see him play against a first or second place schedule to see where I stand with Drake May in the future. But Drake May right now, I would rather face less than I would rather face Josh Allen. You know what I mean? Because I think that they have the same, like, look, you maybe have a few more weapons in the wide receiver core in New England, but you have essentially the same weapons out of the backfield between Travion Henderson and James Cook. I think they're essentially the same back. I think they're both just as good. They're both just as potent. You have the same offensive line. You have the same defenses. I think it comes down to quarterback for me, and to be honest with you, I'd rather face Drake May than Josh Allen at this point, just because of the simple fact that Josh Allen has shown me what he can do, and Drake May I don't quite believe in just yet. And I mean, look, if there's ever going to be a year where the Buffalo Bills are going to do the damn thing, it's got to be this year, right? We've talked about it before.
Oh yeah.
Like with no Kansas City, with no, that's got to put that extra chip on Josh Allen's shoulder. And I don't know if I want that form of Josh Allen. So I'd rather line up against the Patriots.
I mean, listen, and I'm not even going to push back and argue like, oh, I'm right, you're wrong about that. I'm not gonna make that argument. I get it, and listen, I'm fine with that. I think the Patriots made one big mistake this weekend, and I think the big mistake they made was something that I have absolutely complained about relentlessly for as long as I've been doing radio. The Patriots had a defense that was working against Josh Allen for 2.5 quarters. And then in the back half, for some reason, they stopped, right? They had a spy on Josh Allen. They were keeping him in the pocket, keeping him in check. We are willing to risk and bet that you do not have a wide receiver that is going to stand out alongside a Josh Allen who is running for his life. And sure, maybe Josh Allen is going to get outside. Maybe he's going to make a play every now and then. But, like, you're going to have to run him 22 times if you want to win this game. It's an exaggeration, but you get the point. And I think for whatever reason, when we got late into that game, even after the Bills started scoring touchdowns, the Patriots kind of got to the point where they were like, oh, we want to take away Josh Allen's targets down the field. Okay, well, that's what he wants, pardon me, to happen. And I think that one of the things the Bills may struggle with, and I don't know if it will be down the stretch in the regular season, because they've got ahead of them the lowly Browns, the Eagles, who we both think deserve to be lower in these rankings, and the Jets. They may not see it again. But I think what the Patriots did was put on tape what does and does not work against Josh Allen and the Bills. Listen, I'm not saying I agree with you. I think the Bills have capital G, to come into the playoffs, and they've got to win it this year. In fact, I went so far as to say, and I took some heat on it online on Monday, and I don't give a damn because I'm right. I got to think at some point, if they don't get it done this year, there comes a point where Josh Allen goes, it's never going to happen here. Get me the hell up out of Buffalo. I got to go. It's just not going to happen here. Blame McDermott, blame the wide receivers, blame the GM, blame the front office, blame whoever you want to blame. I got to get up out of here. Because I will say this, Brendo, is it fair to say, yes or no, is it fair to say that the Bills haven't been losing because of Josh Allen, right? Like, that's the one guy we're not going to put blame at the feet of, right?
Right. Yeah, no, absolutely not. The fact that they didn't give him any weapons beyond James Cook is the problem in Buffalo.
Exactly right. So he's got a jet. So I do agree with you. But at the end of the day, the reason he's got a jet, I want the Bills to win the Super Bowl. I want it to happen for my Bills friends. I want it to happen for Buffalo. I want it to happen because I got to tell you, a Bills Super Bowl parade might be the most absolutely psychopathic, unhinged celebration in the history of parades. I will go to Buffalo if they win to be a part of a parade for a team I'm not even a fan of. That being said,
under 5,000
the reason
tables.
I think Josh Allen, dude, I will take the bump. I will take a bump through a table for the Buffalo fans. Here's the thing, Brando. The reason that I don't think the Bills are going to win the Super Bowl is the reason I think Josh Allen is going to leave. They don't have the wide receiver talent to step up and step out. And what did New England do? They covered up for that in other ways that Buffalo did not. That's why I'm fine with Buffalo being behind New England, even though they took an L. All right, we got to come to a break. When we come back, final segment of the show, we'll see if there's any bleep I said throughout the show Brandon wants to call me out on. We'll check in on this NBA Cup championship. It looks like the Knicks are making a healthy run at trying to steal this thing away from San Antonio. We'll check in on all the other scores from around the NHL and college football, and I don't know what else. I'm Rob Brown. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
Tua Tagovailoa's time as Miami Dolphins starting quarterback is over. I think that was probably last night against the Steelers was the last game he will start as Miami Dolphins quarterback. And the Tua era ends not with the bang, but with a freezing cold whimper. And I think we can actually have this conversation now. We were going to have it anyway, but I think this is now fully accelerated by Mike McDaniel's comments earlier today. Tua Tagovailoa is not going to be on the Dolphins next year. He's just not. He isn't. You cannot bring him back. Whether it's a new head coach or Mike McDaniel comes back, it cannot be Tua Tagovailoa. He stinks. It's obvious he stinks. The head coach is telling you he stinks. You can't look these players in the face and say this is the guy next year. We're not going to have to be the ones that pay for it. That'll be Miami Dolphins owner Stephen Ross. Because of the way Tua's contract, the way it's constructed, it basically doesn't matter when they cut him. They're going to have to pay so much money to him And they're going to have to eat. So we're talking like an upwards of $60 million they're going to have to blow here to get Tua Tagovailoa off the roster. It's the worst contract in sports. Tua signed last July, for like a year and a half ago, a 4-year, $212 million contract. The worst contract in sports. Now, there are a couple others we can put in the conversation, right? The historical one that I will always go back to as a Yankee fan is Jacoby Ellsbury, who basically stole money from the Yankees for years and like never played. But even if you want to look at, Joel Embiid, who's got an awful contract from the Sixers, it's awful because he's always hurt. Like, that's why it's not awful because he sucks. It's awful because he's always hurt. Even if you want to say, like, Deshaun Watson obviously has a terrible contract and it's guaranteed, like, what? Injuries play a part in that also, and I'm not defending Deshaun Watson, but he's been hurt a lot. He hasn't been good, but he's also been injured. Like, Tua, outside of the concussions, he's just bad. He's terrible. I don't know what the hell's happened here with Tua. And it doesn't really matter. He'll be on a different team next year if the Dolphins have any sense, and they'll move forward with a new quarterback.
What do you think about Alabama, Oklahoma, low total, the lowest of the 4 games at 40.5?
So we're gonna get a healthier Mateer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is better than what we've seen over the course of, because he's had some time to rest. But I think I lean Alabama. And what's the number you said? 1.5?
It's Alabama -1.5. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Alabama is going to cover that. I think this is a field goal game, so we're looking at 3 versus 1.5. The thing for me with Alabama is I think Ty Simpson did not look like himself to finish the season, but that's when we kind of alluded to it. We talked about it kind of during the break, but I think that's a Georgia problem. Like, their defense has come alive. And so I think I like Oklahoma's defense. I do. I don't think that they bring the same smoke that I like Oklahoma's defense. I don't think they bring the same smoke that Georgia does. And so they are very sound. They are battle tested. They know what they're doing. But at the end of the day, I am absolutely running with Alabama in this one.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Rob Brown in for Ryan and Brad, rounding out the show. BetMGM Tonight here on the BetMGM Network. Great to be with you all. Again, if you haven't yet, toss me a follow at The Rob Brown Show on social media. That's on Twitter/X. That's on Instagram. That's on Facebook. We'll let you know that I will be live tweeting throughout the college football playoffs, which, of course, get their start on the 19th, the national championship to be decided 1 month to the day later on January 19th down in Miami, Florida. So Brando and I, both college football dudes, we did some college football to open up the hour. We'll do some to close out the hour because we said, whatever shall we do to round out this show that has just been nothing shy of excellence in execution so far this evening. And Brando said, let's fill out our bracket because this is the last time I will be with all of you here on BetMGM Tonight before the first round of the college football playoffs. I very much cross my fingers, hope that I will make at some point a triumphant return to sit in with you between here and the quarterfinals kicking off on New Year's Eve. And then again, certainly the semifinals on the 8th and 9th of January. But last time I'll get in the first round. So Brenda said, let's fill out our college football playoff bracket. And I think that is a spectacular idea. Brando, as we're going to go all the way to the national championship game, and we've got ourselves about 10 minutes to do it. let's put ourselves on the shot clock here. Let's say we're going to give ourselves about 90 seconds per game to pick a winner and to explain ourselves. Are we ready to rock and roll?
I am ready, sir. Bracket is filled out, ready to go.
I love it. Let's start in the opening round, and let's start at the top of the bracket. Let's start with our 12-5 matchup. This is the James Madison, Oregon matchup. This one will be on December 20th at 7:30. The Oregon Ducks enter this game as minus 21 favorites. They are a 3-touchdown favorite. And to be honest with you, Brendo, as much as I love the Dukes, as much as, yes, I will be clad in purple and gold, as much fun as I have been watching the James Madison Twitter account go absolutely off on Oregon and enjoying that thoroughly, I'm betting your paycheck, my paycheck, Brad's paycheck, Ryan's paycheck, everybody's paycheck all together collectively on Oregon to cover up that minus 21. I hope we get an upset that would go on to rival Atlanta, New England. It would go on to rival App State, Michigan as the greatest upset in the history of football as a sport, but it's not going to happen. Give me the Oregon Ducks moving on out of that side of the bracket.
I don't need 90 seconds. Oregon by 1,000.
I mean, 1,000 seems a little high, but it might not be far off. Let's go down then to the 8-9 matchup. This one might be the best game of the opening round. Two SEC foes with some level of familiarity with each other. The Alabama Crimson Tide minus 1.5 against the Oklahoma Boomer Sooners. This one, of course, will be in Norman, Oklahoma, as they are the 8 seed, one spot above the Alabama Crimson Tide that they beat in the regular season. This one on December 19th. At 8 p.m., our first game out the gate of these playoffs. I am rolling with Alabama here, and it's for a couple of reasons. I know that a lot of people are looking at the fact that Oklahoma went to Tuscaloosa and beat Alabama, and I agree. I also think that was a spot where Alabama was kind of in the midst of a string. So was Oklahoma, but a midst of a string of spots. You also had a spot where folks were piling on Kalen DeBoer, piling on the Tide. There was a lot of drama going around Tuscaloosa at that point. I think that loss to Georgia is the type of kick in the nads that a team like Alabama uses to build off of and to propel themselves forward. Number two, Kalen DeBoer has been in a spot like this before. It's been a hot minute since Oklahoma has. Alabama players on this roster have been in a spot like this before. It's been a hot minute since anybody at Oklahoma has. Not a ton of playoff experience on that roster. There is for the Crimson Tide. And on top of that, whether Kalen DeBoer is genuine, I don't think that he is in line for the Michigan job, but whether he is or isn't genuinely, Brando, what he does in this game is absolutely the type of game that could determine what type of paycheck Kalen DeBoer gets if he ever does move on from Alabama, which, again, I don't think there's a reason for him to. Give me the Crimson Tide. I'm going to trust their quarterback, Ty Simpson, who was a monster the majority of the season, over John Mateer, who never really looked like the same guy after he had the hand surgery. Give me Alabama as the favorite on the road over Oklahoma.
So I agree with you where the loss against Oklahoma would propel a team like Alabama when Nick Saban was coaching them. Because since that loss to Oklahoma, sure, they went out and beat Eastern Illinois by 56. So did a Pee Wee football team a couple weeks before that. Then they need a last-minute touchdown to beat Auburn, and then they get waxed in the SEC title game to Georgia. I think that this Alabama team is good, but I don't think they're better than Oklahoma. I think this Oklahoma team, especially defensively, right now is better than Alabama, which pains me to say because I do have a ticket on Alabama to win the national title that I took out before the season started. But I think Oklahoma wins this ball game. I'm taking Oklahoma.
All right, we're split on that one. Let's move down to Tulane taking on Ole Miss. Ole Miss 17.5-point favorites. Fight me, Brando, and I know you're going to.
Don't do it.
Lane Kiffin's gone.
Don't do it.
A lot of guys on this Ole Miss team. I understand that Ole Miss is going to want to come out in this game. And I understand that Ole Miss is going to want to raise the middle finger and tell everybody it was us, it wasn't Lane. I understand that their offensive coordinator is sticking around. Buddy, LSU is sending coaches to go get Ole Miss's team ready for the playoff. You understand? This isn't disjointed. This is a different coaching staff coming to coach this team to get them ready for the bowl game. I am telling you, because most people didn't watch them. They don't know. This Tulane team's got some fire. Do they have the athletes Ole Miss does? No, they don't. They absolutely do not. But this is college football, and this is why we wanted the playoff. I am going on the limb here. Roll wave. Give me Tulane to upset Ole Miss in the opening round of the college football playoffs, Brando.
Well, you can go out on that limb. And just like when I watched our boy Pat Boyle fall today on the ice while doing a video on X talking about the Knicks, I'm going to laugh as I watch you fall. Because there is no way that Ole Miss loses this game. And for all the reasons that you mentioned, they want to come out in this game. The players want to. I don't even know if they want to give the bird to Lane Kiffin, because Lane Kiffin did try to stay and coach them. Their AD said no, so Lane Kiffin was not allowed to. Lane Kiffin also hired their offensive coordinator and then allowed him to stay with them to help them through the college football playoff. So I don't even know if they want to give the bird to Lane Kiffin. I think this team's just that damn good. I think Ole Miss might go on a little bit of a run here, as we'll talk about in a minute. Ole Miss wins this game, and I think they cover the spread.
All right, final game in the first round. We've already kind of talked about and broken this one down. I'm going to take the Aggies, minus 3.5-point favorites over the Miami Hurricanes. This one's going to be in Texas. Give me the Aggies, Brando.
Yeah, I trust Carson Beck less than I trust a fart after White Castles. So give me the Aggies.
I have never heard that expression. It's mine now. Thank you very much. Second round in the Orange Bowl, Texas Tech hosts the winner of James Madison, Oregon. We both have the Ducks moving on. I got to tell you, buddy, 4-5 matchup. I think this could theoretically be the most entertaining game in the playoffs at large. I think these two teams are very similar to each other. That being said, I don't have any reason to pick against Texas Tech. I like Oregon. I love Dan Lanning. I think Dan Lanning is going to be in a bunch of college football playoffs over the next few years. The Ducks have the NIL money to get the talent they need to be there. The Red Raiders ain't no joke. I've been saying that since week 6. They have one loss. Their quarterback was out for it. Give me the Red Raiders to move on over the Oregon Ducks.
For all the same reasons you just said, give me the Red Raiders as well. I got the Red Raiders moving on.
In the Rose Bowl, the number 1 overall seed, the Indiana Hoosiers, taking on the winner of Alabama versus Oklahoma. We've got two different teams going. Brando, I'm done doubting. Indiana's not a joke. This isn't a team that's overperforming. This isn't a team that rides emotional highs. This is a freaking good football team with a Heisman Mendoza winner at their quarterback. Give me the 1 seed to move on over Oklahoma or Alabama.
I agree. I like Indiana in this game. Kurt Cignetti just wins. Google them. All the other same expressions we talk about with Indiana, they're good, man. They're really, really good. Indiana wins this game no matter who they play.
I have some good vibes for Tulane in the upset over Ole Miss. Brando said not a chance. I'm going to fall on my ass making that pick. They've got the Rebels moving on. Georgia is waiting for them in the Sugar Bowl. I'm going to do it one more time again. I hate to go all chalk. I'm not saying I am going to go all chalk. I hate to go all chalk here. It doesn't matter who takes on Georgia. Kirby Smart knows exactly what the hell he's doing. That's why Georgia beat the absolute dog snot up out of Alabama in the SEC title game. Give me the favorites. Give me Georgia to move on out of round 2.
Ole Miss rides. Ole Miss pulls off the unthinkable. Ole Miss beats Georgia. Ole Miss to the semifinals.
Okay, I like it. And the winner of Miami versus Texas A&M taking on Ohio State. I've got the Aggies moving on, as do you, Brando. We've gone back and forth on that game. I got to tell you, man, I like this Ohio State team. I like Julian Sayin. I also know Mike Elko. These are the types of game he lives for. And for that reason, I'm not picking Texas A&M to beat Ohio State. Give me the Buckeyes.
I've said it all year long. Ohio State hasn't played anybody, and then when they did in Indiana beat them. Texas A&M rushes the passer better than Indiana does. I think Texas A&M wins this game. Give me Ole Miss versus Texas A&M in the semifinal.
I like that. There is only one difference between A&M and Indiana. Indiana has Fernando Mendoza, and Marcel Reed is at Texas A&M. I like Marcel Reed, but he's not throwing the way Mendoza was. Real quick, to the semifinals we go. I have got Texas Tech moving on to take on Indiana in this one. I'm going to go Indiana. I think Indiana's going to the national championship game out of the top half of the bracket. I think they got a favorable draw. I like Texas Tech. They're a good team, a lot of offense. Fernando Mendoza makes special moments happen. Indiana will have one. They move on past Texas Tech and go to the championship game.
I'm with you. I have Indiana over Texas Tech as well in that game.
Bottom half, I've got Georgia in the semifinal. You have got Ole Miss in the semifinal. I've got Ohio State in the semifinal. You have got Texas A&M. Buddy, give me the Georgia Bulldogs as the 3 seed. I'm not sleeping on Kirby Smart. It's a good team, and most importantly, they learn how to run the ball. How do I keep Julian saying Jeremiah Smith from beating me? I keep their ass on the bench by grinding this game to a crawl. That's what Georgia will do. Give me the Dogs onto the national championship.
Give me the Lane Kiffin wishes he would have stayed here. Ole Miss Rebels to the championship game against Indiana, baby.
You're a psychopath. You're an absolute psychopath. You're an absolute lunatic. That means we both have Indiana in the top half of the Natty. You have got Ole Miss playing Indiana. I've got Georgia playing Indiana. Buddy, I love Kurt Cignetti. He's the most entertaining man in college football. I love Fernando Mendoza. There is not a cell in my body not rooting for Fernando Mendoza. Give me the experience of the Georgia Bulldogs to win your national championship, Brando.
Google Kurt Cignetti. You'll see a picture of him in January next to the trophy. Indiana wins
listen, I want you to know, I'm pulling for Indiana. I love Kurt Cignetti. I love Fernando Heiss Mendoza. I love the attitude. I love the spark. I love it all. Georgia's good. That's it for us. Thanks for being here. Again, I am Rob Brown. Find me on social media at The Rob Brown Show. Y'all have a great night. I'll see you soon. I hope. I think. I don't know. This was BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Later.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
I would say it's been glorious for me to watch them lose games and to fall off. Listen, I think the thing that always, like, I was always incredibly respectful of and kind of almost in awe of is their ability to make plays in crunch time. You know, like that for 7 years, man, when it was nut cutting time, they cut nuts. That's what they did. And they were phenomenal at it, right? And I look at them this year, they haven't had that same magic. When they needed a big third down conversion, you know, it wasn't off script. Hey, Mahomes and you know, Kelsey are on the exact same page and they're running some back schoolyard, you know, play that they just devised in their head. And they're both on the same page and they complete it. And next thing you know, they're off and running. Or when they needed a big stop on the defensive side of the ball, they were always able to get that big stop and give their offense an opportunity to get back on the field. They didn't get that done this year. They couldn't get that done this year. And that to me was the biggest issue that they had all season long is they couldn't make those plays. And part of it, you know, I've got to believe they went on a historic run. There is nobody over a 7-year period, regular season and playoffs, that have won more games than the Kansas City Chiefs did over the last 7 years. And sometimes you just run out of gas, man. Sometimes you're just physically, emotionally, mentally, you're beat, you're tired. And you know, I think that's been the issue this year. And their inability to do what they've always done is create those big time plays in those big time moments. And they just could not consistently get that done on either side of the ball.
You told our audience 6 weeks ago to bet the Rams to win the whole thing. You were one of the first guys to plant the flag on the Rams. But, man, they got a good one on Thursday against Seattle. Round 2, Rams-Seahawks. How pumped are you for that one?
Yeah, I'm stoked for it. You know, a double revenge game for Cooper Kupp and Colby Parkinson. Devontae Adams, I would be shocked. I know, like, I haven't seen, an update today. I've been in the car, but I would be shocked if he plays, right? Hamstring injury, you're going to the playoffs. Yeah, it's a massive game. I think both 11 wins. It's like massive game for the division and for the 1 seed and all of that. But I do think you have to take the long-term view with Adams. And, I expect him to try to play great defense, run the football. Should be a knockdown, drag-out game. Darnold's got to play better in this one, of course. But, I still think the Rams are what I said they were, 5 weeks into the year, which is the best team in football with the MVP. And I think they'll win the game. I think it'll be a close one.